In the year 1866, a sea monster was sighted by merchant ships at various times in every ocean of the world. It was larger than a whale, long, cigar-shaped, gray-mottled in color, and when approached, disappeared beneath the surface so rapidly and mysteriously that no one could get near enough to classify it. What was it? Arguments, even among scientists, ranged from prehistoric monster to half-submerged wreck to some incredible man-made subterranean vessel.
For myself, Professor Aronnax, I am convinced it is a machine.
That can roam the world at will, Mr. Secretary, submerge for incredible lengths of time, and is at least the size of the largest whale?
Incredible, I know, but as Secretary of the Marine, I would value your opinion.
Well, then, consider the sightings of Australia and in the Pacific by the steamship Phoenix and the Columbus. They both thought of it as a sandbank until suddenly 2 columns of water shot upwards from it to the height of 150 feet into the air, correct?
Those are the reports.
Yes, well, does this not suggest some species of whale?
With a natural force to spout that high? Besides, remember the steamship Moravian? And far worse still, the Scotia?
Yes, those 2 ships which were struck.
Exactly. Rammed by something powerful enough to pierce iron plates 2 inches thick and rip holes in them 2 yards in diameter below the water line. Now, what animal, what whale could accomplish that?
Well, the narwhal, perhaps?
But the narwhal is relatively small, some 30 feet.
But suppose that bug travels at a speed of 20 to 30 miles, armed with a battering ram like a long lance tooth. Now, let us speculate on an enormous narwhal, a sea unicorn.
I hope you're right. But as an American concerned with the defense of my country, I must lean to the other side of the argument, that this is some gigantic war machine. The United States has made its decision. The heavily armed frigate, the Abraham Lincoln, under the command of Captain Farragut, has been outfitted to hunt this creature, machine, whatever it is, and destroy it.
Well, I cannot imagine it is anything man-made.
Would you care to join the Abraham Lincoln in its search?
Well, I am just about to return to France, Mr. Secretary, but why me?
Because in your capacity as professor to the Museum of Natural History in Paris, we consider you the foremost marine biologist in the world. If we cannot destroy this terror of the seas, perhaps we can at least identify it.
I shall give you my answer before I return to France.
I hope it will be yes. Now, I must hurry back to the ministry.
Very good, sir. I will have my servant Conseil bring you to your carriage. That is the bell, Conseil.
I have it, Monsieur le Professeur.
Professor Aronnax?
I am his servant, Conseil.
I'm Lieutenant Heath, United States frigate Abraham Lincoln. I bear this message from my captain, Captain Farragut.
Will Monsieur enter?
No, I think I'd better stand by my horse. Will you be so good as to deliver this letter to your master? I'll wait for the answer.
As you wish, Lieutenant. Excuse me.
Who is it, Conseil?
A message from Captain Farragut.
Uh-huh. Let me see. Doctor.
Something is wrong.
Oh, the monster has been sighted in the Pacific, off the coast of Peru. I am invited to sail on the American ship to track it down. Well, what do you think, Conseil?
Whatever pleases Monsieur le Professeur. There is a lieutenant outside the door who awaits a reply to his captain.
Well, will you go with me?
Oh, where else, monsieur? Shall I tell the lieutenant?
No. I will tell him myself. Finish our packing. We should sail from Brooklyn with the tide.
Oui, monsieur.
Lieutenant, I am Professor Aronnax.
At your service, sir. What message do I bring my captain?
That I and my servant accept a gracious invitation from him and the United States and will be aboard before the tide turns.
Monsieur Pierre Aronnax?
Yes, the same, and this is my servant, Conseil.
Conseil. I'm Captain Farragut, and the large gentleman beside me is Canada's gift of whalers, the finest harpooner in the world, Ned Land.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Professor. Conseil.
I am particularly pleased to make yours, Mr. Land. We will need all your skill if we are to capture this creature who has managed to terrorize the world.
Lieutenant Heath, have we slipped mooring?
We have, sir.
Very well. Full engines ahead. Set the men to the shrouds. We'll clap on all sail before we clear the headland.
And so began the great adventure, with all of us straining forward in anticipation, almost as though the monster would come boiling out of the water the moment we had cleared the harbor. But it was to be many weary days and weeks before that happened.
Until further proof, Professor, I'd have to deny that any whale or sea unicorn such as you described could pierce the hull of a ship.
My legend is full of stories of ships the narwhal has pierced through and through.
Wooden ships, perhaps, not the iron plates of a steamer. There might just be such a creature as your narwhal. And if there is, I can't wait to sink my harpoon in him.
Well, Mr. Land, you may just have your chance. But what the lieutenant had sighted proved to be a real whale, a whole school of them, in fact, and not the monster we were seeking. Still, the encounter was to establish one thing, that Ned Land was a formidable friend, and his skill with a harpoon was beyond belief.
She blows, Mr. Land. Which side shall we come up on her? Steady as you go, Lieutenant. Pull up hard to starboard as we fetch her. Good job, Clarke, lads. We're headed for a kill. Just as she runs. Pretty, lads, pretty. Driver, now. Come on out. Sit forward and hold fast. Beautiful. Now.
The harpoon throw was unerring. The barb bit sure and true, and suddenly, as the great mammoth reacted to the strike and sounded deep, our frail boat was streaking through a white, curling foam.
Flag off on the line. Let her run. Let her sound. She's ours, lads. She's ours.
It was on the return from this adventure that I started my log. Its first entry, 6th of July, 1867. We have finally rounded Cape Horn at the tip of South America. We are now beating up to the northwest into the great body of the Pacific, and Captain Farragut has gathered all of us on deck.
Now, we've just rounded the Horn, and all of you on board know what we seek. I'm empowered by the United States government to offer prize for the first man to sight this scourge of the seas, whatever it is. And the prize is a purse of $2,000.
It was an excitement that was gradually ground to boredom, as during the next wearying 4 months we crisscrossed the waters of the Mid and North Pacific. Finally, on the 5th of November, with the coast of Japan only about 200 miles to leeward, the great moment arrived. Night was approaching, and 8 bells were striking. Every eye, telescope, set of glasses was still fixed on our horizons. Look sharp, Conseil. This may be the last chance of pocketing that $2,000.
If I may be permitted to say, monsieur, I never counted on it.
You are right. It is a foolish affair, after all. So much time and emotion lost. When we could have been back in France 6 months ago.
We in your smart apartment. And the museum, with all the specimens we had brought from America.
She blows! But this is no whale. This is the monster we seek. I claim the $2,000. Everybody on deck to check me out. Way ho! Way ho! Whatever it is, there she blows.
At 2 cables' length from the ship, on the starboard quarter, the sea was boiling. In the center of it was the mass, the reality, the strange center of a violent activity. What was it? What could it be? That would have to wait for closer inspection. An inspection I might have been well counseled to leave alone. Because what had turned out to be a roundabout trip back to France was suddenly about to be a wild trip beyond imagining. A voyage that, before it was finished, would add up to 20,000 leagues under the sea.
Is that a hit, Captain?
No, sir, not yet. Another board to the right. Keep your eyes on it, Mr. Aronnax. Hey, right on target.
But I slid off without damage.
Full steam ahead. I'll pursue that beast till my ship bursts.
How fast are we going, Captain?
19 3/10 miles. It can't outdistance us. Would you break out the small boats to attack, Mr. Land?
We'll never take the beast that way.
Now, what would you advise?
I'll post myself by the bowsprit. Just get me within harpooning distance, and I'll spike it.
I'll join you, Ned. I wouldn't miss this for anything.
And I will not leave my master out all.
Very well. Come along, Conseil.
Good hunting, all three. I'll try to bring you within range.
Night was coming down as the three of us clung to the twisting, heaving bow of the ship, water streaming back as she cut through the waves. Ahead of us, suddenly still, floating on the surface as we cut towards it, lay the great narwhal. Ned Land, one hand grappling the martingale, the other brandishing his harpoon, leaned out with us over the water. Then, all of a sudden, the monster came to life, the huge, dark mass suddenly glowing as it twisted toward us. Look out ahead, Ned!
I'm watching, Professor.
Oh, yes, it's enormous. It must be nearly 300 feet long.
Well, let's see how it likes the taste of a harpoon.
Aye? Yes, Conseil, but the harpoon bounced away as though it had hit armor.
I didn't stop it.
I thought you may have hurt it.
Yes, but not stopped it.
Look out! It's trying to attack us.
The fearful shock that rocked the frigate catapulted the three of us into the water. It was dark by now, and thrashing about, I was conscious that our ship was disappearing into the night. I was struggling and yelling, "Help! Help!"
If Master would be on my shoulder, he could swim with more ease.
Conseil, it is you.
Oui, Master.
And our ship.
When I threw myself into the sea, I heard men cry that both screw and rudder were broken.
And we are lost.
Oh! Professor, are you there? Yes! The same. Still seeking his prize.
You were thrown into the sea as well.
Yes, Professor. But more fortunate than you, for I found a footing on a floating island.
What are you talking about?
And discovered why my harpoon was useless.
I don't understand.
Because, Professor, your gigantic narwhal is made of sheet iron. It's lying just under the water, and we can stand on it.
Before I could reach for it with my feet, the strange machine came to meet us and carry us above the surface of the ocean. Desperately, we clawed and found a sort of tap rail to cling to.
As long as it sails horizontally, I don't mind. But if it takes an ocean to dive, we're all goners.
In the light of the moon, I could see the silhouette of our ship some 5 miles off, fading over the horizon. There was no more time for talk. Only time enough to lash ourselves to the railing and ride out the night. A long night, during which, from sheer exhaustion, I blacked out.
Master.
What is it? Conseil?
Yes, Master.
Where are we? Oh, it's dark. I can see nothing.
We are inside, Monsieur. They came for us.
What? Who came for us?
8 of them. Masked.
Ned, is that you?
No one else, Professor.
Who were these masked men?
They came from inside this ship, armed, and forced us into captivity.
A ship?
Aye, your giant narwhal is no freak of nature. It's man-made.
Yes, Master. A huge vessel that does sail upon the sea, but beneath it also.
This is a submarine ship. Who knows how deep in the ocean we're buried?
Well, who commands it?
We don't know. For all I know, they're pirates. But I still have my bowie knife, and if there's any trouble...
Ned, no, it's no point in useless violence. Let us first study where we are, and, if possible, why. I have been unconscious, but it seems you were not now. Tell me what happened. But he had little to tell me, beyond the simple facts that 8 masked men had driven us into the dark, confined cell in which we found ourselves, and that the language they spoke, however little it was used, was unfamiliar. Apparently, we were prisoners. But of whom, for what reason, and what our fate might be, was as mysterious as the room we were shut fast in. A room which had no break in its smooth walls, save for a door, which we discovered...
What? Lights. But they don't show us much we don't already know.
What time is it?
No idea, except for my stomach. That says it's dinner time.
If so, we must have slept 24 hours.
And what we were given to drink after they hauled us aboard must have been drugged.
That is very possible. I wonder what they mean to do with us.
Starve us to death, maybe. I'll make them pay some attention. I'll break the door down, or cause enough excitement to get someone here to stop me.
Calm yourself, Mr.
I
Verne.
can't, Professor. I'm a man who wants results.
Which you can get without forcing the issue if you'll only take time to see that the door is already opening. 5 men entered, 4 of them armed. The 5th man, tall, lithe, muscular, with a high forehead which suggested deep intelligence. His most remarkable feature, aside from a great mane of deep chestnut hair, were his eyes, spread so far apart that they could take in a quarter of the horizon at one glance.
You arrogant pirate, I demand you set us free.
Quiet, Mr. Land.
How do you know my name?
Whether you remember it or not, I've already interrogated all of you.
While we were drugged?
Say rather, Professor Aronnax, while you were under the influence of medication to help you recover from exposure.
But we did not ask for it or need it.
Possibly, Monsieur Conseil. But then it is I who give the commands aboard this vessel.
By heaven, I'll not stand for this.
You will, Mr. Land. And listen.
Yes, please, Ned. We owe him that courtesy.
Very well.
You are all a threat to me, Professor.
Unintentionally, sir.
Unintentionally? Well, was it unintentional that your ship, the Abraham Lincoln, pursued me? That you took passage on that ship? That the cannonballs from your ship rebounded off the armor of my ship? That Mr. Land struck us with his harpoon?
I don't think you understand what a mystery and a threat you pose to the world outside your own.
I have done with the world. I am my own world. And in my own world, my word is law.
But
Hush, Ned. Very well, then. Since you control our fate, will you please tell us what it is to be?
I will assign you cabins. You will have the freedom of the ship. And in exchange for this liberty, I only ask one thing. Your word of honor to accept its limitation.
You are not offering us anything but a life sentence? Cruel and unjust.
No, sir. It is clemency. You are my prisoners of war. You attacked me, tried to surprise me, and unlock the secret of my whole existence. You think I can send you back into a world which must never know me again? Oh, never. In keeping you, it isn't you I'm guarding, but myself.
So, in effect, you are offering us life or death.
Exactly.
And there isn't much choice as to what our answer will be. But no word of honor will bind us not to escape, if we can.
I will accept that qualification and offer in return one of my own. From time to time, certain unforeseen events may require me to consign you to your cabins for some hours or days, as the case may be. Other than that, you are free members of our society and the world of the Nautilus.
The Nautilus?
The name of my ship.
And how are we to address you, sir?
My name from your world I have abandoned. Here I am the captain. If you must have a name to go with that, you may call me Captain Nemo.
In the next days, I was to become amazed by the wonders of this strange world in which I found myself. The spacious cabins, the drawing room, the dining room, the library, and the control cabin all left me breathless. But most of all was the construction of the ship itself, its engines and its capabilities. Dining with Captain Nemo, he seemed to have no hesitation in answering whatever question I raised.
Did you enjoy your dinner, Professor?
It was excellent, Captain. But what amazed me beyond belief was not the fish, which of course your nets can capture, but how you can supply meat.
What you thought to be meat was fillet of turtles. What you thought pork, dolphin livers. You see, we find our game in our submarine forests.
Yes, but the ship itself.
Well, here in my room, you can see all I need to navigate it. You know these instruments.
Yes, most. Barometer, compass, sextant, chronometer. The dial with the movable needle, is a manometer, is it not?
Correct. It measures external pressure and reads out depth.
And these other instruments?
Do you really want to know?
Well, I don't want to pry into any secrets.
Oh, my dear Professor Aronnax, I need have no secrets from you.
I am grateful for your trust in me.
Oh, it is not a matter of trust. Where could you break it? Since I can assure you your life belongs here on the Nautilus. I will not permit you, or anyone, including myself, to leave this ship alive. Now, Professor, I have brought the Nautilus to the surface. You see where we are now. We have climbed by the central staircase to the steersman's cage, all glass enclosed, as you see.
But it is not this way when we are submerged.
Oh, no. This and the other glass cage like it forward, which contains our great searchlights, are retracted into the body of the ship when we go down, as is the longboat.
The longboat?
Oh, you see the swell of the hull between the cages? Beneath those plates lies a small boat which can be released either on the surface or by a watertight arrangement when submerged. There. We've taken our bearings, and this voyage is about to begin.
We've got to make a plan to seize this ship, Professor.
Yes, but how, Ned?
Well, you've talked to the madman. How many men are aboard? 15, 40, 100?
I have no idea, but I would think nearer the larger figure.
Oh, it is that big?
Oh, it is enormous, my good Conseil.
Then this man must be the richest man in the world.
I have no doubt that...
The lights!
They have gone out.
I knew this ship wasn't safe. It isn't natural to sail under the sea.
Look.
He's going to drown us.
Easy, Ned, easy.
He's opening the hull to the sea.
Yes, with glass to hold it back. Windows to the sea.
But, Master, how could glass stand against the pressure of the water?
I expect it's only one of the many miracles we will see before this strange voyage is over. No words can describe the enchanted forest we were looking upon. 75 fathoms down, lit by powerful electric floodlights, the sea was visible from the Nautilus for a mile around. For 2 hours, an aquatic army awed and delighted us. The green labrée, the banded mullet, the round-tailed goby, white with violet spots, Japanese salamanders, spider lampreys, serpents 6 feet long, a breathless parade too many to mention. Until suddenly, the cabin lights went on, and the panels shut, as Captain Nemo, followed by 6 of his sturdy crew, entered, his brow black as thunder.
Rush before you.
Hey, let go.
What is it, Captain? Why have you ordered your men to seize us?
Because I require to keep one of the conditions that bind you to me. You must be confined till I see fit to release you.
You are the master, but may I ask you one question?
None, sir. Prisoners, Costagat.
We were hurried to the same cell in which we had spent the first night. A meal was waiting for us. A meal that must have been drugged, for shortly after eating it, all 3 of us were dead to the world, with no knowledge of what had happened during the night. When we woke the following morning, only I was given some glimmering.
Monsieur Aronnax, I know that several of your colleagues at the museum in Paris have studied medicine. Are you a doctor?
Yes, I am. I am still resident surgeon to the hospital.
Will you prescribe for one of my men?
Is he ill?
You will see.
Well, I will prescribe for him, if I can. The man was not ill. He was wounded. Badly. A dreadful wound. Some blow which has shattered the skull and hopelessly damaged the brain.
Well, Monsieur Aronnax?
What has caused this wound, Captain?
It does not matter. Will he live? The man does not speak English. He will not understand.
Very well. He will be dead before tomorrow.
Can nothing save him?
Nothing.
You may go now, sir.
I left Captain Nemo with tears in his eyes, bent in what seemed like prayer over the dying man. And that night, and for many to come, we saw nothing of him. But his presence was felt nightly as he played a great pipe organ whose oscillating tones filled the Nautilus as she sped through the ocean depths, headed we knew not where. Then one morning, the ship's engines were stilled, and the captain came to me.
Monsieur Aronnax, would you like to walk with me in the forest?
Oh, I would be glad to set foot on dry land and breathe fresh air again.
The walk, I project, will be on the sea bottom. Its object a sad one, and not without danger.
But how will we walk at this depth?
In the diving gear I have designed, in which you will be as comfortable as a man on the surface.
Ned and Corset were of the same mind. Helped by members of the crew, we were fitted with rubber suits, heavy copper helmets, and a kind of iron mail like a flexible suit of armor. Heavy leaden shoes and the tanks on our backs completed it all. And we were ready. Once in the water, the heaviness vanished, and we walked easily and comfortably. We passed suddenly into an incredible coral kingdom in the center of which was a huge cavern like a sunken cathedral. It was only then I saw that the crew were carrying an oblong shape. Facing us was a huge cross of coral. And now they took this coffin, for that is what it was, and laid it gently beneath the cross. In a circle around their captain, they knelt and extended their hands in a last adieu. But it was on the way back that a new tragedy almost struck. A school of sharks were suddenly swarming about us. One of them, jaws opened wide like a factory shears, plunged at Captain Nemo. Coolly he slipped to the side and buried his knife in its side, clinging with his other hand to the fin. The creature thrashed and whipped in a frenzy, the water boiling with such fury that it swept me from my feet. But as I fell, I saw Ned Land go to the rescue and with one mighty lunge bury his harpoon to the hilt in the shark's heart. Are you all right, Captain Nemo?
Quite. Thanks to you, Mr. Land.
I owed you that one. Makes us even. Now will you let us go?
Never.
You expect us to live and die aboard this boat?
It is the world I've chosen.
But not the one I did.
You chose to invade my world. I leave yours alone.
What about that dead man you buried today? How did he get killed?
Be silent.
That wound was no accident. He got that in a battle.
Who told you?
What is it you're trying to revenge yourself on? Who are you?
That secret will go with me to my grave. If my men and I are outcasts, it is because we want to be.
On the 4th of January, having traveled 11,340 miles, came our first real opportunity to escape. I was up with Captain in the helmsman's cage as we sailed on the surface near the coast of Papua, when suddenly... An accident, Captain?
No, an incident.
Yes, but we are fast aground in open sea. The tides are not strong in this ocean. You have little hope of setting the Nautilus free.
It is true the tides are weak, but have no fear. In 5 days, the moon will be full and we will float again. Now, if you will excuse me, I have duties below.
Professor.
Yes, Ned.
Now's our chance to escape. We'll all have to leave this ship. For you mark my words, this piece of iron will navigate neither under or over the seas again.
Yes, I don't despair as you do, Ned. I will give the captain his 5 days to see what the moon will do to float us off.
The captain is right, friend Ned.
For God's sake, just to set foot on land again, to find some game, some fresh meat.
Now it is Ned who is right, master. Will you not ask the captain for permission to go ashore?
I will ask him, but I am afraid he will refuse. But to my amazement, he not only gave his permission, agreeably enough, but even furnished us with guns and hatchets. I should have known he had little to fear. We had spent 4 days ashore, and we had just dined on delicious game fowl, succulent yams with thick slices of breadfruit pie. What was that?
Perhaps some fruit from the cabbage farm.
That was a spear.
Savages! Look, there must be 50 of them. Can we make it to the boat?
We'd better, or they'll be the one filling their stomachs, and the dinner will be us.
Ship oars, Ned, ship oars. We have reached the Nautilus.
Hurry, Professor, hurry. They're right on our tail.
No, come on.
No hurry, all will be well.
Not if those headhunters get to us.
Nothing to fear from them. Let me have the men see to the boat. To the aft. Person aft.
Come, gentlemen. Step below decks.
Batten down all the hatches before they board.
No need. We will leave the hatches as they are.
But the Papuans, they are cannibals.
Perhaps, but we will not harm them, and they will not harm us. What?
What is that?
The whole hull is charged with electricity. But don't be alarmed. Just enough to stun, not to kill. It's enough to scare off the natives. I have no quarrel with these people.
What can I say of the miracles performed by Captain Nemo, even to the fact that just as he had predicted at the exact hour, on the 5th day, the last waves of the tide lifted the Nautilus again to continue her endless journey under the waves. And now, after a year and nearly 20,000 leagues under the sea, this brilliant madman was heading us for the North Pole, up along the coast of Norway. We were standing on deck.
What is that ship, Ned?
Why, it's rigging a ship of war. Oh, may it reach us and sink this cursed Nautilus.
But where is Captain Nemo?
Below, I think.
So now is our chance. Into the water. Escape.
Say you're right.
Stay where you are, gentlemen. You are not leaving the Nautilus. Besides, it will benefit you little to flee to that ship. I intend to sink it. Attack is begun. Go below. I will have my revenge. I am the law, and I am the judge. Through men like you, I have lost all I loved and revered. Country, wife, children, all that I hated before me. And I will strike them down with the spell of the Nautilus. Die! Die! Die!
The bowsprit of the other ship, as we crashed, peeled back the helmsman's cage and spilled Conseil, Ned, and myself into the sea. Frantically, we swam away as the two vessels, still locked together, went down into the sea, almost sucking us down after her. Had it not been for Ned's strength, we would not have escaped. And only we three did, picked up by a Norwegian fishing boat. The strange ship that attacked us was lost with all hands. Captain Nemo and his men chose to go down with the Nautilus to a watery grave. Or did they? Perhaps they still roam as free as any undersea creature beneath the waves.
Our cast included Paul Hecht, William Griffiths, Ian Martin, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Monsieur Verne. I am proud to receive such an esteemed author within the portals of the Old Lady of Threadneedle Street.
Most kind. And how disarmingly British to call your noble Bank of England an old lady.
The charter was granted in 1695. She's only 23 years short of her double centenary. Now, to start our little tour. Please notice that we do not employ guards, armed or otherwise, in the main drawing office.
That official at the open counter over there, he seems most relaxed, even while surrounded by such mountains of money.
You know, not long ago, a gentleman's curiosity was caught by a gold ingot on that very desk. He was allowed to pick the ingot up and examine it closely.
This was surely a great risk.
Well, you might think so, as he then passed it on to the next customer, who passed it on yet again. Witnesses declare the gold progressed so far as a shadowy nook near the main entrance, before making its way back to our cashier's counter, a round trip of some 30 minutes.
A remarkable tale, Mr. Ralph.
But true, Monsieur Verne, and symbolic of the sheer and unblemished honesty to be found within the City of London.
Excuse me, sir. The most terrible news. I've just completed the trading account for today. There's a deficit of £55,000. Such a sum in notes was set aside on my counter earlier today. A shameless villain must have helped himself to it.
Around the World in 80 Days by Jules Verne.
I have to warn you, Mr. Phileas Fogg is the most exacting employer on the entire globe.
So you're happy to be dismissed?
Yes and no. Life at 7 Savile Row had certain advantages, but my nerves will suffer less.
What happened?
This morning, for the first and only time, my master found his shaving water to be too cold.
Ah, but it's a terrible thing to try and shave with cold water.
It was 84 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the 86 degrees he expected.
Un gentilhomme qui est perfectionniste.
If you say so. Well, at last. My final duty is to take you to him. Come this way. The new manservant, sir.
Thank you, Forster, and goodbye. What was that? Ill-mannered as well as incompetent. Now then, young man, I believe you are a Frenchman by the name of John.
Jean, if you please, monsieur. And I am 30 years old, if you think that is young.
I speak as one 10 years your senior. Sir, you are called Jean.
Jean Passepartout, a fitting surname for one of wide experience. I am an honest man, but to tell the truth, I've had many jobs.
Oh.
I have been a street singer, a circus rider, an acrobat, and a tightrope walker. Then, after a spell teaching gymnastics, I became a firefighter in Paris.
An active life.
Yes, sir. But 5 years ago, I left France to seek peace and quiet, working as a valet in England. So far, I have not been completely successful, which is why I was delighted to enter the agency this morning and discover a vacancy in the employ of Monsieur Phileas Fogg, the most exact and settled gentleman in the United Kingdom.
You come highly recommended. But do you know my conditions?
I know the required temperature of your shaving water.
Then let me tell you that you will be the only servant. The entire maintenance of my household will be your responsibility. I live here alone.
Without even a chef?
I take meals at the Reform Club, for which place I depart at exactly 11:30 each morning. At exactly midnight, I return.
Very good, monsieur.
What time do you make it now?
25 minutes after 11.
Your watch is slow.
But, sir, how can that be?
By 4 minutes. Never mind, as long as you note the discrepancy. From this moment, 29 minutes after 11, on the morning of Wednesday, October the 2nd, you are in my service. My hat.
Monsieur?
Until midnight.
Bien, monsieur. Heavens! I have seen warmer souls on show at Madame Tussaud. But at least I have found a heaven of tranquility.
Good day to you, Mr. Fogg.
Good day.
What a fine morning. Does the glorious gold of the leaves not take your breath away?
Their colour is hardly surprising on the 276th day of the year. Excuse me.
I was only being civil.
Then you are wasting your time, sir. There goes a gentleman who breakfasts alone, brooks no interruption while he reads the Times and the Standard through the afternoon, dines alone, reads the Chronicle for a short while, and then plays at whist with a very select group of the members.
That's the doorman, Clancy. What brings you to such a detailed knowledge?
Well, the other club servants have remarked on it, for the very reason that Mr. Fogg's day never varies. Though, apart from what we observe here at the Reform, nothing else is known of the gentleman, not a whisper.
I'm glad not to be a director of the Bank of England. Tell us, Ralph, old chap, what's the latest on this robbery of yours?
Well, we expect an arrest in the very near future. Shan't have to resign and join you in the brewing profession, Flanagan.
Does this mean you have a description?
Enough of one, Stuart, and the finest detectives have been dispatched to Liverpool, Glasgow, Le Havre, Suez, New York.
What's the reward?
£2,000 and 5% of the sum recovered.
A generous sum.
And worth it for the skillful officers we've employed. You'll have to be a genius to slip through the net. Though he is not a common thief.
What is he, then? An industrialist?
It says in the Chronicle that he is a gentleman.
Fogg, stop hiding behind your paper. It's time for our game of whist.
It is 20 seconds after time. Who is to partner whom?
I'll play with Stuart. Yeah. See if you can help Ralph to victory and cheer him up.
My deal. Perhaps my luck is already changing for the better.
In my opinion, the chances are in favour of the thief, or whatever you would have us call him.
Where can he escape to? No harbour is safe? Tell me, anybody, where can the man hide?
Well, the world is vast enough.
Not as vast as it used to be. Diamonds are trumps.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. For the moment, my duties are complete, giving me time to write this before my master returns home. The house is wondrously quiet. In my room, I found a card detailing all my duties. My master gets up at exactly 8 in the morning. Tea and toast must be served to him at 23 minutes past 8. The shaving water is due at 37 minutes past 9. Mr. Fogg is clearly a very organized character. It seems to me that he wishes to live the life of a machine. Very well. I do not mind serving a machine.
Either our brains are sluggish or Fogg and Ralph played their hands with fiendish skill.
Part of my mind was on what Fogg said earlier.
Which particular remark?
That the world is not so vast as it used to be. How can it have grown smaller? Have any bits dropped off?
He means, Stuart, that man can travel round the globe 10 times as quickly as he could a century ago, which is why the chap who robbed the bank will find our detectives hot on his trail.
Well, doesn't it mean he can get away more quickly?
I still don't follow. It doesn't mean the world is smaller just because a fella can travel around it in 3 months.
In 80 days. If you would care to set aside the cards for a moment, Stuart, the Chronicle has made an estimate only today. A new section of railway has been opened in India between Rathal and Allahabad.
Well, let's all hear it.
From London to Suez via Brindisi by rail and steamboats, 7 days. From Suez to Bombay by steamer, 13 days. From Bombay to Calcutta by rail, 3 days. From Calcutta to Hong Kong by steamer, 13 days. From Hong Kong to Yokohama by steamer, 6 days. From Yokohama to San Francisco by steamer again, 22 days. From San Francisco to New York by rail, 7 days. And from New York to London by steamer and rail, 9 days. Total, 80 days.
Extraordinary.
Pleasantly round number also.
The calculation doesn't take into account storms, adverse winds, shipwrecks, railway accidents or whatever.
One could manage it all the same.
Suppose the Hindus started to have one of their uprisings. They could easily sabotage this new railway line. And in the United States, Red Indians might attack the train with a scalping party. Such things have happened.
One could manage it all the same. But shall we return to our game? Your deal, Stuart.
To hell with whist. I'd dearly like to see you attempt this journey in 80 days, Fogg.
We could all go.
I would, but with this infernal robbery...
If only my brewing interests weren't so demanding.
I, too, have a great deal of work at the minute. An engineer cannot simply disappear for goodness knows how many days.
80 days?
It has to be more than 80. I would wager £4,000 the journey is impossible in such a period.
I still say it's perfectly possible.
Prove it, then. As far as any of us know, you are a gentleman of limitless leisure.
My style of life is my own affair, but your challenge appeals to me.
When would you start?
Straight away.
Well, without at least a day's preparation.
Why waste time?
Why, indeed. Look, the whole thing's absurd. Let's get on with the game. As Fogg says, it's my deal.
A misdeal, I'm afraid.
What?
You omitted the cut.
Concentrate, partner.
Oh, how can I? Damn it all, I can tell from Fogg's manner. He defies me to go ahead with this stupid wager. Well, I shall. 4,000 says so.
I have 20,000 in Bering's Bank. Are there any other takers?
How about you, Ralph?
Count me in for 4,000.
Me too. And I think our two friends over there have overheard enough to risk an equivalent sum.
Absolutely.
There, Fogg, your 20,000 is matched.
A sum you could lose through a single unforeseen accident en route.
The unforeseen doesn't exist.
From a philosophical point of view, perhaps.
To be more practical, those 80 days quoted in the newspaper are only an estimated minimum.
The minimum will suffice.
Even though you must jump with mathematical precision from train to steamer, from steamer to train, and so forth?
I shall jump, mathematically.
Madness.
You are joking, aren't you?
Sirs, an Englishman does not joke about a bet. I wager £20,000 against an equivalent sum from the five of you that I shall make a tour of the world in 80 days, or less, or in 1,920 hours, or in 115,200 minutes. Do you accept?
We accept.
We accept.
Good. I shall take the train which leaves for Dover at 9:15.
You still intend an immediate departure?
Yes, I do. Today being Wednesday, the 2nd of October, I shall return to this room in the Reform Club on Saturday, the 21st of December at 9:15 p.m. In the event of my non-appearance, this cheque will be ready for presentation at Bering's. Once a memorandum of the wager has been drawn up, perhaps we can continue with our game of whist. Passepartout?
Monsieur, I have to apologize.
Yes, you do. Why did I have to ring and call?
It is not midnight, sir, even if my watch is a few minutes slow.
I dare say, but we're leaving for Dover and Calais in 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
The same number of minutes in whatever language you like. We're going round the world.
In 10 minutes?
In 80 days, so we haven't a moment to lose.
Well, where are the trunks, monsieur?
We shall take only a carpet bag, 2 shirts and 3 pairs of stockings for me. The same for you. We can buy any other clothes on the way.
Oui, monsieur.
But you can bring down my mackintosh and travelling cloak and a pair of stout shoes.
We are going to walk around the world?
Don't be foolish. We shall be catching a train at Charing Cross in 30 minutes. Now hurry.
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. After all, I have had 8 hours of a very quiet life. The packing is complete, monsieur.
Not quite. I have to add one vital addition from myself. I hope you will take good care of this bag.
Naturally, sir.
Because there are now £20,000 in it.
I will guard it with my life.
I hope you won't need to be that extravagant.
Moi non plus. Shall I also carry the novel Monsieur has selected for the journey? I see it is a nice long one.
I've no patience with novels. This is Bradshaw's Continental Railway Steam Transit and General Guide. I shall carry it myself, for the moment. Now, let us lock up the house and find a cab.
Thank you, driver.
Sirs, spare a shilling for my baby's sake.
Take this, my good woman. I'm glad to have met you.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, God bless you, sir.
Monsieur, that poor woman, you gave her several guineas.
20 to be exact, which I won at cards tonight. Though it is none of your business.
No, sir, not at all.
Go and purchase 2 first-class tickets to Paris.
For Paris? Very good, monsieur.
Fogg! We had to come and see you all.
Cordial of you, Flanagan. You must also examine my passport when I return to make sure I made the full journey.
That would be quite unnecessary. We will take your word as a gentleman.
Don't forget when you're due in London again.
Saturday, the 21st of December, 1872, at 8:45 p.m. I see my servant has swiftly purchased our tickets. Farewell.
Goodbye, Fogg.
Safe is not necessary risk.
And don't feel you have to hurry home.
What on earth is it, man?
Forgive me, sir. In the rush,
Yes?
I forgot to turn off the gas fire in my room.
In that case, my lad, it will burn for 80 days. At your expense.
Oh, no.
My fellow detectives are spreading themselves across the globe, Your Worship, but it's most likely the thief will pass through Suez.
Don't call me Your Worship. I'm the British consul, not a High Court judge. Now tell me, Sergeant Fix, why should a bank robber prefer to head this way?
He's not any old bank robber, Your Consulship. This man has dared to steal £55,000 from the Bank of England. This is new, this is modern, and what is more modern for a man on the move than to travel east through the nearly brand new Suez Canal? Here's the description I've been sent from London. Should such a person avail himself of your consularity, I'll be most grateful if you would tip me the wink without putting the wind up the cove.
I'll do my best. But this description is hardly what I would call helpful, Sergeant. A gentleman of perhaps 40 years, regular features, tall with slim figure, light-coloured hair and whiskers. This could be anyone.
Not just anyone. For instance, it excludes a man who is short and dark with his eyes too close together. And it excludes all women.
Granted. But isn't this the description of an honest man? One likes to think one looks pretty honest oneself.
Remarkably honest, Your Honour, and I hereby declare that you are honest.
Of course I am. But how do you know?
Detective's instinct.
Simple as that, eh?
Simple but deep. That's why I request your honest assistance. When an eastbound ship ties up and the English passengers report to your consulate, may I hide at the rear of your office? Then if you take your time with the respectable-looking gents, I shall secretly look them over, wielding my instinct.
Very well, Sergeant. There's a steamer docking right now, which is on its way to Bombay. We'd best withdraw to the consulate straight away if you're to put your instinct to the test.
I could hardly believe it. Fogg setting off like that. The reform seems odd without him.
Generally quieter man I've never known. How he would hate the fuss. Every newspaper seems to have cottoned onto the story, though only the Telegraph thinks he'll make it back in time.
I wonder who broke it to him.
Not I. Our friend Andrew Stewart was jolly pleased with himself for kicking off the wager.
One insolent rag claimed we took advantage of Fogg's obvious lunacy. Even the Chronicle is hedging, and they published the original Poppycock schedule. Where is Stewart now?
At the Stock Exchange.
It's most bizarre, Lord Albemarle. The man was never to be seen in this place, and yet all of a sudden the Stock Exchange is dealing in Phileas Fogg bonds.
Aaron Sunbird, damn it. Chap's one of the adventuring breed. They don't have time to fritter away here.
But until the other day, Fogg never travelled anywhere, except between his Savile Row house and the Reform Club. Not as far as anyone knows.
Well, he's gone, and that's a fact. And if I still could stir a stump, I'd have offered to go with him. Instead,
I'm intending to invest 5,000 on his timely return.
My lord, that's more than I originally bet to the contrary.
I dare say, young Stuart, but the difference is I'm going to win. If it's feasible to trot around the globe in 80 days, then an Englishman will be the first to do it. Now, push me off chair through that yelping mass of mankind.
Make way for Lord Albemarle, if you please.
Stand back, unless you want your toes crushed. I'm in a hurry to invest in fog. What's the damned music? You there!
Fogs have plummeted, your lordship.
Sir?
A report's come out from the Geographical Society saying he doesn't stand a chance.
What?
Well, apart from mechanical failures, the terrible weather will stop him.
What rubbish!
No, the China Sea is notorious for it.
Save your money, my lord.
Since when had an Englishman been put off by a drop of rain?
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. After our sudden departure from London, Monsieur Fogg and I arrived in Paris the following morning. Ah, Paris! Suddenly I was in a mood of warm reminiscence. Since I knew the city so well, I said to my master, "How wonderful to be in Paris again. I had forgotten how much I missed it."
It is 7:20 a.m.
Oui, monsieur, or 7:16 a.m. And I know of a charming café near here, if you would care for an early breakfast. The fresh croissants are delicious beyond belief. In my imagination, I can already smell the coffee.
We shall breakfast on the train to Turin, which leaves at 8:40. And Passepartout.
Sir?
Kindly correct your eccentric timepiece.
Are we only to stop in Paris?
For 1 hour and 10 minutes.
And he sent me to purchase tickets for the next stage of our journey. When we arrived in Turin, I had high hopes that my master's mood would be different. I visited Turin once with a travelling circus.
I'm sure you did. It is 6:35 a.m.
Or?
No, it is not 6:31.
Even so, monsieur, I know of a particularly fine restaurant where the market folk eat before setting up their stalls.
We shall breakfast on the train to Brindisi, which leaves at 7:20.
But that is even less time to stretch our legs than in Paris.
You will have many an hour to stretch your legs. On the boat to Suez.
Suez? Did monsieur know that Verdi wrote his wonderful opera Aida to celebrate the opening of the Suez Canal?
No.
And I don't think he cared one way or the other. My master puzzles me. This lack of enthusiasm for anything in the world except the exact keeping of time on our journey. We are now on the steamer SS Mongolia, which stops in Egypt before going on to India. My master says I must shop for clothes in Suez, so we must be staying there longer than an hour.
I expect the Mongolia to prove more fruitful than the previous two ships.
You must feel disappointed.
Certainly not, Mr. Consul. The thief obviously kept himself hidden for a few days in London. Or Paris. Or Turin, before making a run for the canal.
Passengers for the Mongolia will be disembarking any minute. I must go back to my office.
I shall linger a moment to see if my inspired instinct will strike. Instantly.
Excuse me, sir. I am looking for the British consulate.
May I scrutinise your passport for a moment?
It isn't mine, it's my master's. Are you an official?
Just a helpful fellow traveller. Your master will have to present himself in person at the consulate, which is in that building over there.
But Monsieur Fogg is still on board.
Rules are rules. It doesn't do to flaunt them when you're away from home, my friend.
Then I shall go and fetch him, but he won't be pleased at all.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. My quarry is in sight. Only the third British ship to dock in my time here, and I have espied a passport, the description of whose bearer exactly matches that of the bank robber. Phileas Fogg, Esquire, gentleman, age 40. Regular features, height 6'1", which is tall, weight 11 stone, which denotes a slim figure, hair light brown, and a last crucial detail, whiskers, which signifies whiskers. I await my chance.
You realize that without a warrant for this man's arrest, nothing can be done?
Can't you refuse to stamp his passport?
In spite of what you told the servant, it isn't obligatory. You may even have frightened him off.
No, I see them coming. My sixth sense tells me this is the man. I shall hide behind this convenient screen.
My name is Phileas Fogg, and this is my passport.
Thank you, Mr. Fogg. And you are travelling on?
To Bombay.
Oh, then official documentation is unnecessary.
Even so, I wish to prove by your visa that I passed through Suez.
Oh, very well, sir.
Good day.
Well, you must agree, Mr. Consul, the man fitted the robber's description in every detail.
But the description was so vague.
I shall follow the servant. He's French, a talkative race. He'll give the game away for sure. Then I shall send for a warrant.
But what is the latest from the stock exchange? How are the Phileas Fogg bonds doing today?
Almost sunk without trace. I think only one man is left in England who believes Fogg can do it.
Lord Albemarle.
The same.
An amiable old buffoon.
I've done my best to get him to sell while there's a chance of halving his losses.
Flanagan! Stuart! A devastating thing.
Now, calm yourself, Ralph. It can't be worse than your infamous robbery.
Well, that's the point. The bank's directors have been visited by the Commissioner of Police himself. Today he received a telegraphic dispatch from Suez.
The man's been caught?
Not caught, but identified. The message read, "I found the bank robber Phileas Fogg.
What?
Send arrest warrant to Bombay without delay. Signed Detective Sergeant Fix."
Good grief.
Good grief.
So, unless this Fix makes his arrest, we shall never see Fogg again.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. Our ship, the Mongolia, is in the middle of the Indian Ocean. No sight of land for a week. This makes me nervous, but my master calmly plays whist all day, only halting at mealtimes. At least I have some company. The odd little man I first met on the quayside at Suez. His name is Mr. Fix, and he's a shipping agent.
You'll find India a fascinating place.
If my master gives me the chance, Monsieur Fix. It is not natural, the Phileas Fogg method of travelling.
I declare I didn't think so when you described it to me back in Suez. Has Mr. Fogg never revealed why you must make your journey in so short a time?
Never.
Why don't you ask him directly?
I am the servant. It is not my business.
Perhaps a secret diplomatic mission lies behind it all, vital to Queen and country.
In that case, I would absolutely wish to know nothing about it. That way no outside person can trick me into giving away my master's secrets.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. In my opinion, the servant, Passepartout, is ignorant of the fact that his master, Phileas Fogg, robbed the Bank of England of £55,000. Neither servant nor master know that I have arranged for a warrant of arrest to await our arrival in Bombay.
Listen carefully, Passepartout. The train for Calcutta leaves at 8 p.m. It is now 4 p.m. local time. Adjust that huge watch of yours accordingly.
But, monsieur, this watch is a family heirloom. The spirits of my ancestors would descend on me if I altered it by half a second.
Or else you don't know how to alter it.
I so wishes to believe.
In any case, add 4 hours to whatever it says now and be at the railway station before that time.
You mean I can look around the town?
As long as you also buy clothes for the next stage of our journey.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. But will sir not be viewing the town himself?
No, after getting his passport stamped. Sir will be eating an early supper. You would do well to grab a bite yourself.
I shall try, monsieur, but such freedom after being trapped so long on the ship, I'm too excited to eat. Good afternoon to you, my friend. Excuse me asking, but what are the most interesting sights to see in Bombay?
Good day, Inspector. No doubt you're expecting me. Sergeant Fix from London.
I have enough sergeants of my own, thank you.
No, I'm on a special assignment to catch the man who robbed the Bank of England.
All right, catch away. We also have enough robbers of our own.
Hasn't my warrant arrived from London?
Shouldn't you have brought it with you?
I didn't identify the criminal until he stopped off at the port of Suez. I had to telegraph for the warrant. It should be here.
Well, don't take on, sir.
But I realise why it has yet to arrive. Our boat docked 2 days early. That felon bribed the engineer to increase our speed.
Oh, ingenious. How can you be sure?
His manservant told me. I also know they are taking tonight's train to Calcutta. Can't you detain the suspect for me?
Only if he commits a local offence.
Oh, Fogg would never make such a mistake. I'm sure his one great crime was enough for him. Apart from travelling fast, his only interests are playing whist and eating.
What a beautiful building.
It is a holy temple.
Yes, indeed. How could it be anything else with such magnificent decoration? I just have time to look inside.
No, wait! Oh dear, the foolish man hasn't even taken off his shoes.
Tell me, was that a Frenchman who just went into the temple?
Yes, sir. I have been showing him round the city, but he shouldn't have gone in there. It is against the religious laws.
Is it indeed?
The priest will deal with him severely. Oh, they're already doing so.
So will the local police. Don't go away, I shall want you as a witness.
Mr. Fogg! We meet again. Cromet here from the Mongolia. We played a few games of ocean-going whist.
Of course. Brigadier General Sir Francis Cromet here. How do you do?
I'm going to Benares to rejoin my division. Oh, but you're obviously expecting someone.
Only my servant, who should be here by now.
Oh, the train will leave at any moment.
Mr. Fogg!
There he is, running in bare feet. For some reason.
Oh, shouldn't he be carrying your baggage?
We have only this carpet bag between us. Well, fortunately, it's been in my care since we landed. Shall we get aboard?
Monsieur, I'm being pursued!
You were nearly late. Get in.
Thank you, sir.
You would seem, Passepartout, to be missing more than your shoes.
Yes, sir. A parcel of shirts and other garments were knocked from my grasp.
You were robbed?
Not quite. I made a mistake. I entered a holy shrine without permission. 3 great big priests came for me. I had to box my way out, but they tore off my shoes in the struggle.
Shouldn't have been wearing them in the first place, young man.
I understand now. I would have apologized, but they didn't give me the chance.
Don't let it happen again.
No, sir.
And curb your ever-developed curiosity.
Yes, sir. May I go and make myself presentable?
Take the bag and try not to lose it.
Monsieur, why is the train slowing down?
They never travel at a consistent speed.
Did you not bribe the engineer to go faster, like on the ship?
What's that for?
I regret it was my fault, Sir Francis, that we docked 2 days early.
What? well.
Passepartout doesn't understand that a train must keep to a stricter schedule.
But we're stopping altogether, and not at a proper station.
Huh? Hey, your man's right, Fogg. Nothing much out there beyond a few workers' cabins.
Passengers to get out here.
What? I say, what did he say?
All passengers to get out here, please.
What? Where in damnation are we?
Near the small village of Colby, sir.
This is not a scheduled stop.
It is where the track ends. 50 miles have yet to be laid to Allahabad, where the line continues.
The newspapers announced that the line was complete.
Pardon me, but newspapers do not always tell the truth.
We were sold tickets from Bombay to Calcutta.
Yes, sir, but all passengers know they have to make their own way from Colby to Allahabad.
All I know is it's an utter outrage.
Sir Francis, let us go and find our alternative transport.
Yeah, but the wager you mentioned on the boat, isn't it blasted all to Hades?
No, the delay was foreseen.
Really? How so?
An obstacle was bound to arise sooner or later, which is why I arranged to have 2 days in hand.
There's my torches.
Come back here, Passepartout. Didn't you have elephants in your circus?
Yes, sir, but I prefer the high wire or a horse any day.
I see no horses, so will you arrange to purchase that beast for us?
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. It is not easy to write atop an elephant. A young driver sits on the beast's neck, while Mr. Fogg and Sir Francis are slung in 2 baskets called howdahs either side of its body. I am perched in the space between the howdahs, and will almost certainly fall off if I go to sleep. The beast is called Chiuni, and cost my master £2,000, an enormous sum. But we are being carried through the jungle at a formidable pace.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. Fogg and his servant are heading for a wealth of trouble. I happen to know that their rail journey will be broken in the middle, which gives me ample time to take the sea route to Calcutta. Also, I am armed with evidence that they are in violation of native law, Passepartout directly and Fogg by association. The sentence for such a misdeed will keep them securely in India until the arrest warrant for bank robbery is forwarded into my hands.
Oh, by gosh, I'm bruised all over. I've ridden on elephants before, but these particular howdahs must have been made by a torturer.
My apologies, Sir Francis, but we're making good progress.
Oh, no doubt about that. The beast seems attuned to the needs of your wager, Fogg.
I also commend the driver. Well done so far, young fellow.
Thank you, sir.
Where's Passepartout gone off to?
He is exploring the jungle.
I hope he doesn't wander into any temple.
Oh.
Monsieur, I have just seen the most extraordinary sight.
Eh?
So many people, men, women and children, weeping and wailing, led by priests even fiercer looking than those who caught me in Bombay.
Sirs, this is a very bad sound.
They'll be here any moment. There is a temple through the trees.
Passepartout.
Monsieur, I did not enter, but I think this fearsome procession might be going towards it.
Driver, move the elephant well away from the track.
Willingly.
The rest of us should take cover, too.
Would you object, Sir Francis, to our observing matters from that thicket?
As long as we're quick, old chap. Any delay will be fatal.
I've never seen such a carriage. The wheels are twice my height.
The natives call it a juggernaut.
And the 4-armed statue it carries.
Kali, goddess of love and death.
That horrible long tongue. Mon Dieu, it's curling in our direction.
Her followers like to show their devotion by strangling people. We're in great danger.
If we move now, we'll be seen.
They're turning towards the temple.
Oh, my Lord, Sir Francis. I see the evil purpose of this procession.
Ah, such a beautiful young woman. But what is wrong? She can hardly walk.
The poor creature's probably been drugged.
Why? Is she a prisoner? She's very fair-skinned compared to the others.
Parsi from the south, I would guess, but not long for any part of this world.
What?
The corpse being carried by those fierce fellows must be her husband. In the morning, she will burn alongside him.
Mais c'est affreux!
A ritual called sati.
If they've had to drug her, this procedure must be against her will.
Without doubt. The custom is now rare, but we're in an uncontrolled part of the country.
I think we should step in and save her.
A magnificent plan, monsieur.
Which might get us all cut to ribbons. That will put paid to your rigorous schedule, eh?
I still have 12 hours to spare.
By Jove, Fogg. I once had my doubts, but I think you're a man of feeling.
There's time to spare, that's all.
The far side of the temple is unlit and unguarded, monsieur.
Yes, even so, the odds aren't healthy. 3 of us against scores of them. Your bet about circling the globe in 80 days is safer.
Is that what has brought us here, monsieur? A bet for money?
It is.
But to gamble like that, c'est magnifique.
Concentrate on the matter in hand, will you?
May I offer to help, sirs?
The danger is great. You must surely know that.
I don't care. I am a Parsi like the widow of this Raja. She was not a willing bride. If you, as strangers, are willing to risk your lives...
Oh, good man. Will our elephant be safe?
He is well tethered.
Knives to the ready, then. Let's break into this prison of a temple and fetch out the young lady.
We're safe if the guards stay at the front. Driver, you watch at the far corner.
Yes, sir.
I'll look out on this side.
At least the building is not shaped from solid rock. Once one brick is loosened, its neighbors should follow. Start digging, Passepartout. Quietly.
Yes, monsieur. The first one's coming free.
And now we can both make the hole wider.
But your hands, sir.
Don't fuss. If we get away with this, I shall wash them. Otherwise it hardly matters.
That is profound philosophy, monsieur.
Stop a moment. Something's up.
Guards coming this way.
And this way.
We'll have to withdraw for the moment.
Another brick and I can squeeze through.
Or get stuck halfway. No, we must go.
I wonder what alerted them.
They haven't noticed our handiwork yet.
A noise must have been heard.
Or the guard commander decided to take fuller precautions. I hate to say this, Fogg, but we might as well give up and go on our way.
I can make the elephant step lightly.
No, I'm not due in Allahabad until noon.
But it will soon be daylight.
A chance must present itself.
If monsieur will excuse me for the moment.
Good Lord, the chap's forever disappearing. Is it because he's French?
Sirs, this is as close as we can get to the funeral pyre.
The young woman, she lies so still beside the corpse.
Earlier she tried to escape. They forced her to breathe from a fuming cauldron, and she collapsed.
The fiends! But what can we do?
If I was to rush in unexpected...
What, through 2 lines of swordsmen? And anyway, the priest is already setting the pyre alight.
I can't simply watch her burn.
Driver, help me hold him! It's madness! Let me free!
Sir, look through the smoke! Something strange is happening.
It seems the Roger isn't dead after all.
He's standing up!
I don't believe my eyes! He's carrying his own widow away from the burning pyre!
He's coming straight towards us!
Yes. Let us be off, gentlemen. I believe you have an elephant waiting.
This way, your majesty.
Yes, this way, votre majesté. And please be careful with the lady.
Oh, Lord above, it's Passepartout.
Let us halt for a moment.
Huh? The Rajah's men will soon catch up, sir.
Please try to be calm. You are safe.
And Bolkiuni, the elephant.
An elephant?
My servant, Passepartout, who is perched betwixt me and our driver, rescued you from the flames.
Oh, I am grateful beyond words. But how? There were so many of my husband's followers.
He took the Rajah's place on the pyre, rose suddenly from the dead, and carried you through the stunned crowd to safety.
They are getting very close, sir.
Oh!
They'll take their pursuit well beyond the jungle. I'm afraid Her Highness has little choice but to leave India altogether.
The voice from the other howdah, madam, belongs to Brigadier General Sir Francis Cromarty, and I am Phileas Fogg.
My name is Aouda, and I never thought I would find myself with such brave friends.
Please, can we move on, sir?
Yes, yes, as fast as the beast can carry us.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. We reached the railway station at Allahabad well ahead of our pursuers, and our estimable elephant was presented as a reward to his brave driver. Princess Aouda had to stay hidden in a waiting room while I searched the town for garments in which she could be disguised. Now the train is on its way to Calcutta, we can dare to relax.
Princess Aouda, that plaid dress makes you look like a Scots lassie on her first tour of India.
Oh, I can speak English, but not Scottish.
Oh, you speak English marvelously.
Thank you, Sir Francis. My father was a successful merchant in Bombay, and he made sure I had a good English education. He even had plans for me to travel to Europe, but unexpectedly he died.
Oh, my dear, I've been thoughtless.
No. I shall go on, because you must know in no way was I a willing bride to the Raja. My family gave me no choice.
But the Raja was such an old man.
Except when you impersonated him, Passepartout.
A medal-winning performance. Hey, Fogg?
Quite. Miss Aouda, from Calcutta we shall be sailing to Hong Kong. Have you a relative there who could offer sanctuary?
My father's brother lives in Hong Kong. He was against my marriage, but there wasn't time for him to return and challenge the rest of the family.
I think you should travel on with Passepartout and myself, and we shall seek this uncle out.
You are very kind.
It is the only practical course of action.
You are still very kind.
Ah, Calcutta. No, Passepartout, you will not do any sightseeing.
But, monsieur...
You will guard Miss Aouda until we are on the boat, and even until the boat has left harbour.
When does the boat leave?
At noon today, the 25th of October. Our 2-day advantage is now gone. We must not miss our connection.
Mr. Phileas Fogg?
Yes?
Is that man your servant?
Yes.
Then I must ask you to come before Judge Obadiah.
I am Judge Obadiah. Clarke, read out the charge.
That one, Jean Passepartout, servant of Phileas Fogg, Esquire, did trespass within the sacred temple of Malabar Hill in Bombay, and in evidence we have here the desecrator's shoes and a package of shirts and other garments.
How do you plead?
Guilty, but...
No buts allowed.
I did not know I was doing wrong.
Ignorance is no excuse. Mr. Whatever. You will go to prison for 15 days and pay a fine of £300.
I have no money, Monsieur le Juge.
Silence!
And Mr. Fogg?
Your Honor?
As responsible master of the miscreant, you will go to prison for 1 week and pay a fine of £150.
We wish to return for an appeal, bringing legal representation. How much for bail?
Clarke, what is the rate for such a heinous offence?
£1,000 per offendant.
I shall pay for both parties. Passepartout, give me the carpet bag.
Thank you, Mr. Fogg. A defendant with such ready cash is unusual. For the moment, you are free.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, enough of that. We must be going. To find a good lawyer, that is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Come on, come on.
Your Honour should not have given them bail.
Who are you to tell me what to do?
This is Sergeant Fix, the detective from London. He pointed the criminals out at the railway station.
Listen here, Mr. Fox.
Fix.
Whatever your name, I don't give a fig. Any more disrespect and you'll be thrown into jail.
But Fogg is ruthless. He will sacrifice £2,000 without blinking.
Clarke, I shall guard that bail money myself.
The waves are higher today.
I do not mind. In the roughest of seas, I should feel wonderfully safe. Mr. Fogg, I hope you don't mind. Passepartout has told me about your exciting adventure.
Adventure?
Traveling around the world in 80 days.
I'm merely proving the mathematical possibility.
Oh.
Fortunately, we shall just have enough time in Hong Kong to find your relative.
And then?
Passepartout and I will catch another steamer to Yokohama in Japan.
For the next stage of your experiment.
Precisely.
C'est formidable. I never knew you were travelling on the Rangoon, Monsieur Fix. We are so many days into the voyage. Have you been hiding?
A slight dyspepsia has kept me to my cabin.
Not seasickness?
Absolutely not.
It would not do for a shipping agent to suffer from seasickness. But
haven't seen you since we landed in Bombay.
As a matter of fact, I travelled to Calcutta by sea. It is the quickest way.
Is it?
You seem surprised.
Mr. Fogg is always surprising me.
What's that about Mr. Fogg?
I have discovered the purpose of our journey. It is a wager that we shall be back in London in no more than 80 days.
Oh, yes? Well, back in London, Mr. Fogg certainly will be.
I agree. He's very determined.
Very like myself, Passepartout.
Unless there is a change in the sailing time of the steamer to Yokohama, we've 12 hours here in Hong Kong.
Yes, monsieur.
You will be responsible for engaging 3 cabins on the Carnatic.
3, monsieur?
In case Miss Aouda's relative has changed his opinion about her former marriage. I will not leave her in the slightest danger.
Of course not.
What are you smiling at?
Nothing at all, sir. It's a trick of my face.
Learn to control it and meet us at the club hotel at noon.
Rely on me, monsieur.
Good day, Inspector. No doubt you're expecting me. Sergeant Fix from London.
I've enough sergeants of my own, thank you.
But has my special warrant not arrived? For the arrest of the man who robbed the Bank of England?
No, it hasn't, and since you came from London, couldn't you have brought it with you?
Oh!
I cannot guess from your face. Do you bring good news or bad, Mr. Fogg?
Your uncle has apparently been away from Hong Kong for 2 years.
Oh.
In fact, he has retired to Europe. To Holland.
My father and he both traded a great deal with Dutch merchants. What shall I do now?
You must go to Europe, via America. It's the only safe solution.
But I don't wish to be a nuisance.
Unless you object to the schedule, your company will be nothing but an honour to us. And I can now tell you I took the precaution of sending Passepartout to reserve 3 berths on the steamer to Yokohama.
Thank you, Mr. Fogg.
Mr. Fix?
In here!
What is this place?
Just a bar. Will you join me?
I haven't much time. I have important news for Mr. Fogg. Our ship, the Carnatic, is sailing 2 hours earlier than expected.
That is important. He mustn't miss the connection or else he'll lose his bet.
You are very understanding.
I know you deserve a moment of relaxation. Have a little drink.
Well, yes, but... well, a very little one.
Your very good health.
Santé.
Oh. Oh, that was quick. Have another.
Well, just one. This place is very dark and very smoky.
That's part of its charm, like these amusing pipes. Take a puff, why don't you?
Well, I'm not much of a smoker.
Of course, old chap. Have another drink.
I can hardly lift my glass.
I'll help you.
What? Why are those persons lying on beds?
They've been having a little smoke like you.
The atmosphere is becoming very...
Barman, help me carry him to a couch.
Your friend will sleep for a long time.
The very result I paid you for.
Bonjour, matelot.
Aha! So you finally bobbed to the surface, Mr. Passepartout. How's the aid?
My head is a little blurred.
I'm not surprised. A couple of us almost had to carry you on board.
How can that have been?
What do you remember?
I'm not sure. I was in a dark place.
Someone should have warned you. Them dockside opium dens ain't fit for an honest traveller.
I thought it was an ordinary bar.
Were you robbed at all?
No, I have my watch.
Oh.
Which says it is 6 o'clock on this fine morning. Plenty of time before I take my master his shaving water.
Except it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Afternoon?
Yes.
I am in disgrace. This watch of mine is always wrong. I shall put it away till I can get it mended in London.
Now, this master, when did he come aboard?
I don't know. I reserved 3 berths. For myself, Mr. Phileas Fogg, and Miss Aouda.
Don't recognise their names. Perhaps your master didn't know we were sailing early.
Mon Dieu! I was on my way to tell him that news when I met Mr. Fix, and I possess 1, 2, 3 tickets. This is a disaster. I have left Mr. Fogg in Hong Kong.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. The servant has disappeared off the face of the earth, even though I left him intoxicated in a quayside hostelry. But my delaying tactic has worked all the same. Fogg and his newly acquired female companion are stranded in Hong Kong. The warrant of arrest must be nigh. Excuse me, sir, madam, are you by any chance looking for the SS Carnatic?
We are.
Then I have to tell you that it sailed early.
Oh, dear.
I see.
It's my fault, Mr. Fogg. Without stopping to help me, you would easily have made the connection. You would probably not have lost Passepartout.
I've no regrets over the delay, Miss Iuda, and my acrobatic servant disappears at an average of 2.86 times a week.
I also missed the ship. It seems we must wait a week for the next sailing to Yokohama.
A whole week?
At least you can enjoy the sights of Hong Kong. If I can be of any assistance as a guide...
No, thank you.
I think I spy an alternative.
What?
I say, you with the telescope. Are you the master of a ship?
I'm Captain Bunsby. That's my pilot boat over yonder, the Tankadere.
Is she fast?
Fastest in the harbour.
Then I offer you £100 a day and a bonus of £200 if you get this young lady and myself to Yokohama by or before the 14th.
Yokohama?
For us to join the boat for San Francisco.
This is madness. You'll drown.
I am ready to take the risk.
Very courageous, miss, but in all honesty, I cannot risk the lives of my crew.
That's good sense.
But there is another way.
How can there be?
Sailing closer to the coast, we can reach Shanghai.
The San Francisco steamer leaves from Yokohama.
But it starts out from Shanghai on the 11th. We have 4 days to catch her.
How long before we can put to sea?
As soon as you like.
Here's an advance of £250.
Oh, very generous.
And since it is the less dangerous route, I expect you will wish to join us, Mr...
Fix. Fix is the name. I was about to ask just such a favour. You are very kind, sir.
What about Passepartout?
We have an hour to search for him. Otherwise, he must make his own way.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. I have checked with the purser. Mr. Fogg and Miss Aouda are not on board. I have lost them, and I have probably lost my job. In 2 days I shall land in Japan, where I have never been. I think it must be a wonderful place. I should like to see the sights, but first I must find work and earn money.
Don't look good. Don't you want to join the other passenger down below?
Not especially.
Are we in your way here?
No, miss. But wouldn't you feel safer in the cabin?
I don't think so.
Then hold on tighter than tight. Mr. Fogg, we ought to head into a port.
I agree.
Oh, you do?
The port I have in mind is called Shanghai.
But that's impossible.
Our one and only destination.
You're a determined pair. Well, we shall get there or sink in the attempt.
I'm obliged. Grab my hand. Are you steady?
I'm so sorry. I only let go for a second to wipe spray from my eyes.
That was a near disaster. Miss Aouda, may I offer you the cabin to yourself?
Thank you, Mr. Fix, but I once nearly met my end in a state of unconsciousness. Today, I wish to stare fate in the face.
I shall do my utmost to protect you.
And I shall stay on deck myself. Captain Bunsby?
Sir?
Is there any way I can make myself useful? Batten down a hatch or some such thing?
Just keep clear of the crew. And don't get yourself swept overboard.
Aye, Captain.
I can help you, sir. You sell clothes, I think? I want to exchange mine for Japanese clothes. That way I shall be able to get work.
Your face will not look Japanese.
Wait and see. My face is very mobile.
Ah, so? And where will you walk?
I've seen a big poster for a troupe of famous Japanese acrobats, presented by the Honourable William Batulcar. He must be an English lord, so he will think I'm Japanese.
Rehearsal in 1 minute, and the false nose is at the ready, you lazy lot.
Excuse me.
Who are you?
Japanese acrobat, your lordship.
Oh, pull the other one.
No understand.
You look like a Frenchman to me.
But, monsieur, how clever you are.
You should say, my lord.
Since you are exchanging honesties, I do not think you are an aristo.
Fair enough.
But I truly am an acrobat. I was with a circus in Paris.
I have all the acrobats I need. But with that daft grin of yours, I could use you as a clown.
As a clown?
Yeah, go to that tent, get dressed and made up.
Your Honourable.
Yeah, what is it?
One of acrobats ran away.
Why?
Because you are so rude.
I'm always rude. Which row of the human pyramid was he from?
The bottom row.
One absentee from that row and the whole lot comes tumbling down.
Monsieur?
What? Oh dear, are you still here?
I could not help overhearing, and as I am an acrobat...
This lot don't just stand on each other's shoulders. They wear very long false noses, and each upper artiste balances on 2 noses of the lot underneath. Now, what?
I hope no one needs to sneeze.
What a pleasure to have solid ground beneath one's feet again.
For a shipping agent, you seem none too fond of the sea, Mr. Fix.
Well, nor are many of the company's customers. One of my duties is to test the comforts and discomforts of the journeys they will undertake. And I thank you, Mr. Fogg, for getting me to Yokohama. You must allow me to pay a share of the cost.
Certainly not. The same journey would have been made with or without you.
Oh.
Please excuse us, and we have much to do before setting sail again.
Goodbye, Mr. Fix.
Yes, goodbye to you both.
Mr. Fix seems reluctant to leave us.
But he is gone, and we must make speedy inquiries.
To find Passepartout?
If he has got this far, let's start over there.
The SS Carnatic.
My name, your consulship, is Sergeant Fix.
Ah, I wondered when you would show your face.
Did you? I'm honoured to be expected at last.
I have this document, sent on from Hong Kong, came on the SS Carnatic.
I can't believe it. I've been waiting for this warrant in Bombay, in Calcutta and in Hong Kong.
At last it's caught up with you, old chap.
If I boarded the Carnatic in Hong Kong harbour, I could have collared him there and then. The man who robbed the Bank of England.
I say.
Here in Yokohama, it's useless.
Afraid it is. You should have arrested him while he was still on British territory.
I know that. With the greatest respect, Your Honour. But if Fogg thinks he can still get away, he is deeply misguided. I shall follow him to San Francisco and beyond. I shall hunt him across continents. I'll see him behind bars in the end.
Well said. Determination, stuff of the Empire. A spot of tea to see you on your way.
This place seems very popular, but are you sure we can spare the time just to watch an acrobatic performance?
If I'm right, you'll soon see why we're here.
And now I, the Honourable William Batulcar, present the greatest spectacle, performed by my internationally famous troupe of Japanese acrobats, the Human Pyramid, where each higher man will balance on the long noses of those below. Let the act commence!
It must be painful to have someone standing on your nose, even if it's a false one.
I should have asked when the performance ends.
They cannot possibly stay balanced for long. There goes the top man. Oh, what a splendid sight.
Quiet.
Heavens, one of them slipped out from the bottom layer. Can it be?
Passepartout.
Oh, in terrible disguise. Oh dear, the rest are losing their balance.
Monsieur Fogg, Miss Aouda, how on How did you find me?
It was straightforward. You once told me you had worked in the circus.
Yes, in Paris.
I don't know why this idiotic Frenchman has come running to you, but months of work have been destroyed.
Please take this modest sum in compensation.
I don't want no quite generous, sir. But please take that wrecking individual away with you and never let him near my theatre again.
That is my intention. Good day.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. We are safely aboard the SS General Grant and heading for San Francisco. This is a very fast paddle steamer, and Mr. Fogg hopes we may make up lost time. Mr. Fix's unkind behavior in Hong Kong is still a great mystery to me. For the moment, I have kept from telling Mr. Fogg about his part in my downfall.
What happened to you in Hong Kong?
I purchased the tickets, monsieur. 3 tickets, as you asked.
And?
I also learned that the time of sailing had been brought forward.
And?
Before coming back to meet you and Miss Aouda at the club hotel, I stopped in what I thought was an ordinary bar. The next thing I knew, I was halfway to Yokohama. I am sorry, monsieur.
You already have a bill accumulating for the gas left burning in London.
Yes, sir.
I ought to add the cost of those tickets.
And the compensation you had to pay the not very honourable William Batulcar.
That too. But I shan't.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
As long as there are no more escapades.
Absolutely none, I promise.
You made promises before. What I want is action. Or rather, the lack of it.
Absolutely, sir.
And you still have to pay for the gas.
I left my master's cabin wondering, is there a human disturbance within Mr. Fogg's machine-like exterior? Miss Aouda is always keen to discuss the matter. He treats her with the greatest respect and consideration, while at the same time...
He behaves as if every act or decision is made to aid, or at least not hinder, his journey.
That is not surprising, miss. If we don't get back to London by the 21st of December, he will lose nearly all his money.
I know. But outside of his determination, there are feelings I've noticed.
Feelings, miss?
Like loyalty and affection. When we were in that little boat, in the midst of a fierce typhoon, he said, "It makes no sense that we should sink. Such an incident would prevent us from rescuing Passepartout from whatever mess he's in."
Very practical.
Very practical indeed. It showed he was missing you.
Of course, I am his manservant. He missed the duties I should have been there to perform.
Oh, Passepartout, what is this? Are you pretending to be like him?
Why not? I think that is the way I shall keep out of trouble. When we get to San Francisco, I shall not go and see a single sight.
Oh, yes?
Especially, I shall not go to any bars. And except when Mr. Fogg tells me to do so, I shall talk to no one, even on this steamer.
Oh, it's a relief not to have to talk to Mr. Fix anymore. I don't know why, but he made me feel uneasy.
Mr. Fix?
He was a shipping agent who shared our dangerous voyage to Shanghai. We left him in Yokohama.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. 5th day aboard the General Grant. Once or twice I've checked on Fogg and his party from a distance. Otherwise it seems best to keep out of their way. An accidental meeting in San Francisco will suffice.
Mr. Fix! You villain! Don't you dare run away!
Hello, Passepartout.
I promised my master to keep out of trouble, but I shall give you a boxing lesson all the same. Oh!
All right! Passepartout! Am I not battered enough?
For the time being, maybe.
Hey, the winner!
Thank you for your interest, ladies and gentlemen, but this is a private matter. I think it's time to explain my actions.
I have guessed it all. You are sent by the members of the Reform Club to try and make Mr. Fogg lose his bet.
Oh, I don't believe in this wager for 1 minute. Your master is a bank robber.
Another word and I'll punch you again.
Punch away, but it doesn't stop my being a detective sent from London. I have here A warrant for Mr. Fogg's arrest for stealing £55,000 from the Bank of England.
So why haven't you arrested him?
I got hold of the warrant too late. It only has value on British territory. That's why I tried to delay your party from leaving Hong Kong.
I don't believe you or your piece of paper. Mr. Fogg is determined to get back to England.
Listen, in order that justice may proceed, I want your master back on British soil.
So?
So if I can help in any way to speed his journey, I shall. Does that suit you?
Better than when you were trying to hold us up.
Exactly. But I should prefer you not to tell Mr. Fogg who I really am.
I would not wish to distract him with such a fairy story.
Good lad. Now, are we friends again?
Not friends. Allies, maybe. But if all this is a trick and you try to hold us up for half a second, I shall break your neck.
Apologies, Miss Aouda. I should not have led you into such a scene of rowdiness.
I have never seen an election before. Do voters always fight each other?
Not in England. Well, not like this. We must find a way through.
If I may be of assistance.
Mr. Fix! But how can you be in America?
We must have taken the same steamer. How extraordinary that we never met.
Quite baffling.
We are on our way to the railway station. The cabs are all taken.
I'm going that way myself. May I aid you, Mr. Fogg, in protecting the lady from this rabble?
This way, boys! You want to deal with a bunch of scum before they vote?
Well, what have we here?
A lady, and you will keep your soiled hands to yourself. Or pay dearly.
Hear that, boys? An Englishman dares to threaten Colonel Stamp Proctor.
I am Phileas Fogg. And I issue a formal challenge.
Anytime, any place. Though for the moment I'm busy, so I'll give you this on account.
All aboard the Central Pacific! All aboard!
I'm already aboard. Where are the others?
Maybe they got caught up in the election. There's a big rally today.
Is there?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see it. I only carried out my duties. For the rest, I almost went through the city with my eyes closed.
Oh, crying shame. Frisco's real beautiful.
Please, I don't wish to know. Oh, at last!
Miss Aouda. Oh, Passepartout! We were caught in a riot, but Mr. Fix came to our aid. A horrible man with a great red beard tried to hit Mr. Fogg.
I put myself in the way and the scoundrel dented my hat with his fist.
There's a great bruise on your forehead.
I'm used to bruises.
It was quite unnecessary. I should have parried the blow quite well. If I see the ignorant fellow again, I shall demand satisfaction. If necessary, I shall return from England to settle the matter. So, Passepartout, you arrived on time.
Yes, monsieur, and without a single adventure. I have purchased the Colt revolvers and Enfield rifles, as you requested.
Oh, what are they for?
The railway runs through hostile Indian territory.
But why are they hostile?
The railroad company did not exactly seek permission from the tribes to go that way.
Oh.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. After days on the train, I had become fond of travelling on what they call the observation platform, an end section of the carriage open to the air.
Passepartout, we're very worried.
Madame? We've left Mr. Fogg asleep. He mustn't know.
Further down the train, I saw that vicious man with the red beard.
Colonel Proctor.
How far away?
4 carriages. But if Mr. Fogg should also decide to take a walk and see him, you know how very determined he is to fight a duel.
We must keep Mr. Fogg up this end of the train.
You could get him to play cards. He has not played for a long time.
Let us go to it. Why are you waiting, Passepartout?
Can you not play whist with 3 people?
With a dummy, yes.
Then I shall stay here, on guard.
You have never seen Colonel Proctor.
I shall simply tell any approaching red-bearded man that this carriage is in quarantine.
With luck, he'll get off at the next station. Goodbye for now, then.
Au revoir.
Now listen here. My name is Colonel Stamp Proctor, and I demand to know what the devil's going on.
At least I have now seen my man.
Well, it looks perfectly safe to me.
Why has the train stopped, please?
The Medicine Bow Bridge is not safe. It'll never bear the weight of the train. Yesterday's blizzard loosened rocks at the top of the ravine, and they broke some of the lowest struts.
Parbleu, like a human pyramid with a man gone from the bottom row.
Why is everybody talking rubbish? Why, you're just a signalman.
Yeah, but I sure
Yeah, and
know what to do.
I don't know what you are, but you ain't an American.
I am French and proud of it.
I'm the engineer of this train and damn proud of it.
Yeah, what else do you say?
I say, if we get up to top speed, we could get across that bridge.
Yeah?
Even if there was no bridge there at all.
That's the American spirit. Go at it full tilt.
Damn right.
Wouldn't it be better to have the...
Nothing would be better than what we're gonna do, Frenchie.
Everyone back on the train.
Hey, come on.
All I was going to suggest was that the passengers walk across the bridge first. That way the train would be lighter. Don't you think so, Monsieur le Signalman?
I think you're all going cheerfully to your death.
One solitary trick again. I'll need 2 dummy hands to play with before I win.
Once more, you played immaculately, Miss Aouda.
Whist was part of my English education.
We seem to have got a very great speed up.
Don't let it distract you from dealing.
Stop my train!
The bridge does not sound happy.
Who cares? We're all on the right side of her.
Damn! Looks like I will have to jump the gap next time. But never mind. All aboard, folks. We got authority to speed our way through.
Get to it. How are your nerves holding up, Frenchie?
My nerves are fine.
Passepartout, so this is where you've been hiding. My. Looky who's here.
I was only taking fresh air while Monsieur played at whist. Was the game not satisfactory?
It was fine, apart from some distracting movements by the train. But I see you, Miss Aouda, and Mr. Fix have been playing a game too, to keep me from shooting this ridiculous individual.
You shoot me? Ha!
Now is as good a time as any. Conductor, will you kindly clear our carriage for this person and myself to fight a duel? It will only require a few moments.
Sure, go ahead. Half a minute's long enough to rid the world of another hoity-toity Englishman.
To the car. There's going to be a shootout. Quick, come on,
You have a pistol?
I have a Colt revolver.
This is madness.
I should be the one to fight. You ruined my best hat, sir.
Fix, will you leave the matter to me? Passepartout, you stay. Keep out of my way.
I'll try, monsieur, but how will you do this?
The carriage must be 50 feet long. Shall we start back to back and turn after 10 paces, which my servant shall count out?
Suits me. Outcome will be just the same, whatever way.
Very well. Let us start.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
night.
Damn things got me before I had my chance.
Just one more hour!
Oh, no, please!
Damn and blast you! Excuse my language, miss.
I share the sentiment, Mr. Fix, but we're stranded at Fort Kearney all the same.
Take it easy there. You folks don't need a train.
I beg your pardon.
That train should have waited out of gratitude and compassion.
There's a search party out looking for our friend Passepartout.
He fell from the carriage while bravely fighting off our attackers.
Well, most likely he's dead.
No!
Passepartout is a wily Frenchman. I don't think he is easy to kill, Mr.
Mudge is the name. Byron J. Mudge, inventor.
Mr. Fogg and the soldiers will find him soon.
You're an inventor.
Of the patent Byron J. Mudge sailing sledge, which will get you across that snowbound prairie faster than any train.
How so?
'Cause she don't have to twist and turn her way to catch all them other stations. She can go in a straight line to Omaha.
You're very kind, Mr. Mudge. But first, we have to wait for the rescue party.
Yes, you do, Mom. Unless they've all been killed, too.
Mr. Fix, I think it's them. Yes, Mr. Fogg and Passepartout, both alive.
Just as we predicted, Mr. Mudge.
Now you can tell them about my invention.
I'm most grateful for your help, Major.
And we appreciate the reward money. Have a safer journey this time.
Merci.
Troop, wheel about.
Au revoir.
Mr. Fogg.
Mr. Fogg.
As you can see, I've found him.
Imagine the scene. There I was, out of bullets, boxing with my fist and my feet. The Indians are closing in with rifles, bows and spears. And then the sight of Monsieur Fogg and the soldiers suddenly makes my captors run far away.
I wonder you didn't talk yourself free. Where is the train?
Gone. They refuse to wait.
Oh, no.
A bunch of ungrateful, heartless baboons. But you must meet Mr. Mudge here.
I have caused another disaster. Better if I had been shot on the train.
What rot. How do you do, Mr. Mudge?
I'm mighty fine.
He's invented a sledge which is powered by a great sail.
My sledge will carry 5, and you'll be in Omaha in a few hours. No diversions.
You will pilot it for us?
Definitely. So as I can bring her back.
He means the sledge, not Miss Aouda.
Oh, I definitely shan't be coming back. What lies beyond Omaha?
Chicago and New York. Will you show us your invention, Mr. Mudge?
This speed we're going at.
What about it?
Is it safe?
Safer than going slower, son.
Look at those dogs. They are being very playful, trying to keep up with us.
Are they dogs?
No, wolves. I should have known this would be an insane way to travel. What if we were to hit a tree stump or a rock buried by the snow?
We'd most likely be dead before the wolves got to us. So relax, my boy.
The Journal of Jean Passepartout. I have written in odd places like the top of an elephant, but Mr. Mudge's sailing sledge is the most exhilarating. The prairie is like a flat white ocean, and as promised, Mr. Mudge is piloting us at great speed in a straight line.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. Written while hiding, for duty's sake, under a pile of buffalo hides. Why on earth did I introduce Fogg to Mudge? We are almost certain to perish. Either smashed to pieces or eaten by wild beasts, or else by freezing to death. all in a mad dash to reach New York by the 11th of December.
To have missed our steamer by only 3/4 of an hour. Oh, Mr. Fogg, it is so unfair.
There is a French ship over there.
It doesn't leave for 3 days.
I could persuade the captain with my Colt pistol if necessary.
I don't think piracy is the answer.
Speaking as a shipping agent, I must agree.
But that trading vessel across the dock looks ready to sail.
Captain, may we come aboard?
Be quick! We put to sea in 60 minutes! Lord above! What are you? Tourists looking around the docks?
We are travellers with an urgent need to reach Liverpool.
You just missed the quickest steamer.
We know that.
Will you take us, please?
I'm bound for Bordeaux, not Liverpool. And I don't take passengers. They're nothing but a hindrance.
Who are the owners of the Henrietta?
I am the owners.
There is no way you will be persuaded to carry me and my party.
Not if you were to offer me $200.
I had in mind 2,000.
2,000 apiece?
As you say.
$8,000 all told.
Your arithmetic is correct.
It's too much, far too much.
I'll take it. But you're to keep from under my feet. And we still sail in an hour.
We are ready now. Passepartout, pay and dismiss the oarsman who brought us over.
Oui, monsieur.
And Captain Speedy, if you wish to depart ahead of time, don't let us deter you.
Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. For 30 hours we have been heading out into the Atlantic at a terrible, a lunatic cost. Fogg seems willfully bent on squandering huge portions of the money he stole, and we're heading for France, not England. So much for his pretense of a wager. He never intended to get back to London 80 days after his departure.
Mr. Fix, come and meet the captain.
Why should I wish to see the captain? He is odious, stubborn, greedy.
He's a greatly changed man. Follow me.
This is mutiny, nothing less. You criminals will hang. Let me out of here.
What a racket.
Especially that confidence trick there.
What's going on?
Steady as fog.
Just ignore him. That's only the old captain.
Captain Speedy is also owner of the boat. To lock him up is a double crime. And what of the crew?
Mr. Fogg has been busy with his money.
Bribery!
If you like.
With stolen funds!
Not that again. Mr. Fogg is an honest man.
Who disapproves of piracy. Ha!
Oh, come on, come on!
Ah, Mr. Fix, you'll be glad to know we've changed course.
I'm not glad that you've stolen Captain Speedy's ship.
Stolen? Not at all. We've merely borrowed it for the duration.
You can hardly expect me, as a
shipping agent,
to approve of such a borrowing.
Would you prefer, then, to be put adrift in a small boat?
I simply wish my disapproval to be noted in the ship's log.
I don't keep such a thing, but Passepartout can always note it in his journal.
Oui, mon capitaine.
And I believe you yourself occasionally make a note or two.
A shipping agent is bound to.
Poor Mr. Fix. It must be a difficult situation for you.
And you, miss.
But perhaps it will all turn out well in the end.
That I very much doubt. Notebook of Sergeant Fix, Detective. From what I know of maritime law, I could arrest Fogg right now on grounds other than bank robbery. The trouble is, apart from the locked-up Captain Speedy, the whole ship's company is in Fogg's pay. No, to be fair, Miss Oda is bound only by emotional ties. Though what she sees in such a cold fish is beyond me. This afternoon I had a quiet word with the ship's engineer.
I've never kept her so long at full speed ahead.
Isn't this how you'd have gone to Bordeaux?
Ah! Whatever his boast, Captain Speedy was always one for chugging across the ocean. Why, we've a short supply of coal. What's so special about Liverpool, by the way?
Liverpool! If you think we're headed for Liverpool, you must be mad!
We haven't the fuel to go farther, man. Why, we've barely enough for that if the storm drives against us any longer.
What is happening to our speed?
The engineer needs to speak to you, monsieur.
That's no good news.
Tell me.
Going at top speed, it may be 2 days to Liverpool, but at top speed we'll run out of coal in the 1 day.
I see. Is coal the only fuel?
Aye. It wouldn't do as well, except it takes up so much room.
Captain Speedy's curses have stirred a response from the heavens above.
Mr. Fix, this is merely a problem of physical science. But I must talk to the captain. Fetch him up on deck, Passepartout. Tell him I want a calm discussion.
I hope he will come without a fight.
I'll go with you to try and keep the peace.
I feel sorry for Mr. Fix. He has always wanted to be our friend, but now he has to act like a policeman.
He does a fine impersonation of one. Let's hope it impresses Captain Speedy. And Mr. Engineer,
sir,
return to your post and get us up to top speed.
Yes, sir. And when the coal runs out...
room for this!
I intend to solve that problem.
You'll none of you live to tell the tale. Mutiny is still a capital crime.
Hold on now. I've spoken in your defense from the start.
So why have these pirates let you live, huh?
Because we are not pirates.
Thieving scum is what you are.
Hold your tongue and listen to my final offer.
Pah!
Once more, I ask to buy your boat.
Go to hell.
But I'm about to burn what I can afford.
Burn the Henrietta?
Any part of the superstructure which is combustible. We are 2 days from Liverpool and nearly out of fuel.
Liverpool?
Liverpool, Mr. Fix.
How dare you think of burning a ship worth $40,000?
I hold in my hand $50,000. Will you take it, Captain?
What is it? 50,000?
Mr. Fogg has no right. This is blackmail.
Blackmail when I'm giving the man more money than the vessel can possibly be worth?
My poor Henrietta. She's been my floating home these 20 years.
Considerably more than she is worth.
Burn away, sir. Where's my crew? We can all lend a hand.
Reserves, engineer.
Are all the upper decks stripped?
As far as I know.
Then we might just make it. Or we might not.
I would rather not have the uncertainty. We will have to burn our personal effects as well. This, for instance.
What was that, monsieur?
Bradshaw's Guide. A fat volume. Not unlike that journal of yours, Passepartout.
But, sir...
If we fail, you'll have little to write about anyway.
Don't expect me to... Not my notebook.
A shipping agent's secret, eh?
Important details. Information gathered for my employers, as you would expect.
I am sure they'll be very understanding.
Give it back! Don't you dare!
Please excuse my servant, Mr. Fix. I shall reimburse you, of course.
That won't be necessary.
What about our carpet bag, monsieur?
It has served us well, and I have our remaining funds on my person. Consign it to the flames.
The Personal Diary of Aouda. Mr. Fogg has not invited me to join the hectic burning party down in the boiler room. Thus, my diary survives. I had thought to offer it as a sacrifice, but I would not want Mr. Fogg to be embarrassed by catching accidental sight of my most private thoughts. Thoughts about him. I have just been told we are off the coast of Ireland. There is now hardly any deck to stand on, but I must go up and see for myself.
Mr. Fogg, your servant spilled the beans about this great wager of yours. I admire a gambler, and I'm going to give you some tough advice.
Most kind.
For all that's been burned, we shan't reach Liverpool, not at full speed.
I see.
But there's another way. Those lights over the water mark the port of Queenstown. Queenstown, where there are trains.
I know, express trains to Dublin.
From where there are fast ferries to Liverpool. Even with a mountain of coal, the Henrietta wouldn't get you to the mainland as quick.
Is that really Ireland?
It is, and on the sound advice from Captain Speedy, we shall dock there.
Passepartout, Mr. Fix. We're to go ashore at last.
We aren't due in Liverpool until tomorrow.
We will land in Ireland first.
And travel overland to the Dublin ferry.
I've been told there is very beautiful countryside in Ireland.
You'll see it from an express train.
I expected no more, monsieur.
Cheer up, Mr. Fix. You're nearly home.
I'll be happier when we reach the mainland.
The personal diary of Aouda. Mr. Fix has continued to travel with us, both on the train and now here on the ferry boat from Dublin. But all the way he has hardly said a word, and he has looked exceedingly glum. I wonder, is it because he will soon be parted from us?
Ah, Liverpool at last! I shall find a cab to take us to the railway station.
One moment. Mr. Phileas Fogg?
Yes?
You admit that is your name?
Of course. And as a detective, you ought to know it, even without your notebook.
Mr. Fix, a detective?
Monsieur, he confessed this to me, and I could not take what he said seriously.
Mr. Phileas Fogg, I arrest you in the Queen's name.
How can you do such a thing?
Because he's a complete idiot.
Because I have carried this warrant more than halfway round the world.
While I easily guessed your trade, your motivation still baffles me completely.
I have reason to believe you stole £55,000 from the Bank of England.
Ridiculous! If I was the criminal you sought, and guessed you were a policeman, why should I come back to these shores?
Regardless of your itinerary, the warrant stands.
What on earth can we do, Mr. Fogg?
I still have 9¼ hours to reach the Reform Club, and the train journey from Liverpool only takes 6 hours. I offer up 2½ hours for British Justice and Inspector Fix to come to their senses.
It's Sergeant Fix, actually.
You should not even be a corporal.
Constable. But let's not waste time on lesser details. Where am I to be held?
In the Custom House for the moment.
Very well. Take me there quickly, before you go and discover the error you've made.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ralph.
Afternoon, Clancy. Fine day.
That it is, sir. One to gladden the heart of a club doorman, even in December.
I must admit I came from a holiday atmosphere in Threadneedle Street.
Christmas has arrived early, with your bank robbers safely under lock and key.
Most of the stolen money is safely back in our vaults.
Our servants of the Reform Club are relieved too.
Oh, yes.
I know we relish a scandal too, but we never like to think of Mr. Fogg as the guilty party.
Most loyal of you, Clancy.
We miss him, you see, with his regular ways.
I expect you'll see him soon, but not too soon, I hope.
Monsieur! Mr. Fix has
Mr. Fogg, sir, I immediately contacted my superiors by telegraph. They regrettably took their time in replying, but how can I begin?
Would you ever finish?
Sir, forgive me, it was all down to your unfortunate resemblance to a man who was arrested in London 3 days ago. You are free, sir.
Free?
Free to go.
And free to do this?
Oh! Yes! What a blow! To down him with one punch! Monsieur, you must have French blood in you.
Foolish fellow. Where is Miss Aouda?
Waiting at the station.
Very good. We must hire a special train.
Shall we not get out? Mr. Fogg?
There is no rush. It is 10 minutes to 9 on Saturday, the 21st of December, 1872. I should have arrived at the Reform Club exactly 5 minutes ago.
But, monsieur, according to my timepiece, it is only 8:46.
You see, Passepartout, even your family heirloom cannot save me.
What shall we do?
We'll take a cab to number 7 Savile Row.
Where I shall quickly turn off my gas fire.
That is up to you. But I feel a cold night is about to greet us.
The personal diary of Aouda. This is a terrible time. Passepartout waited outside his master's door all night. He is determined to stop Mr. Fogg killing himself because of financial ruin. Mr. Fogg has asked if I might do without his company until early evening. He says only that he has various business matters to sort out. I can hardly bear to wait.
I apologize for leaving you so much on your own.
Passepartout has looked in on me now and then.
It must still have been unsettling. Miss Aouda, will you forgive me for bringing you to England?
Forgive you? I wish to come.
But it turns out I misled you. When we snatched you from danger in your own homeland, I was wealthy. Whether or not your relative in Holland awaited us, I expected to offer financial security, but now I'm ruined.
I mind that, not for myself, but because you are very dear to me.
Obviously, I shall do all I can to deliver you into your uncle's care, but
I do not wish to be delivered to my uncle.
How else can you hope for a decent life?
By staying by your side, whatever your level of fortune. You are the most decent man in the whole world. Mr. Fogg, give me your hand.
My hand?
Your hand, please. Will you have me for your wife?
Do you know what you are saying?
I'm asking for the second time, will you have me for your wife? You need only answer once.
I love you. Yes. By all that's holy, I love you. I'm entirely yours.
Oh, my dearest Mr. Fogg.
There is no time to lose.
Of course not. Otherwise you would not be my Mr. Fogg. But what's the hurry this time?
You will see. Passepartout, come quickly.
Yes, monsieur. What has happened?
I wish you to go and make the acquaintance of our parish priest.
With pleasure.
Ask him if he will perform a wedding ceremony. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Excellent.
You don't mind a Monday wedding, do you, my dear?
I insist on it.
Master, you cannot get married tomorrow.
What the devil? I won't stand for this.
Dear Mr. Fogg, can't you see Passepartout is all smiles?
What are you up to?
I do not understand it, but I think it must be the most wonderful news, except that the wedding must wait a day. But I've arranged that.
Now calm down and start at the beginning.
The vicar refuses to marry anyone on a Sunday. Tomorrow is Sunday. Today is Saturday.
Does that mean?
Today is Saturday, 21st of December, 1872. Because we travelled constantly in an easterly direction, we gained a day, which means the deadline hasn't passed.
Oh, a miracle!
Is this why my watch got later and later, monsieur?
Yes, and fool that I am. I should have remembered this phenomenon last night, when you revealed that the heirloom was back to being only 4 minutes late.
My dear, please go to your club straight away.
There's plenty of time. We have a new situation to discuss. I'm rich again, thanks to you, my dearest Aouda.
In that case, shall we still marry?
You have to. It's arranged for the real Monday.
Where I do miss Fogg is when we sit at whist.
I agree. That cool gentleman could occasionally make his tricks with a set fire.
In 3/4 of a minute we can relax and actually look forward to his return.
At what hour on Monday should we present his checkered bearings?
Oh, whenever you like, and shouldn't want to make an unseemly rush about it.
A bet is a bet, Ralph.
Our friend Stuart is a practical soul.
In 15 seconds I shall be content to purr like a kitten.
10, 9, 8.
It cannot possibly be.
Good evening, gentlemen. I sincerely hope I'm not late.
The Personal Diary of Mrs. Phileas Fogg. Monday, 23rd December, 1872. This morning, our wedding took place, with Passepartout as best man. The vicar had to persuade him not to turn somersaults until we were outside the church. In addition, my husband cashed cheques to the value of £20,000, but nearly 19,000 was spent on his journey. Since, however, his object was not to win money, but to prove a point, he is going to divide the remaining £1,000 between Passepartout and the unfortunate ex-Sergeant Fix.
This is to show, Fix, that I bear no grudge.
I accept in the same spirit, sir. Thank you.
You still have a nasty black eye.
Not to worry, miss. I mean, madam. Time and money are great healers.
Meanwhile, Passepartout, for the sake of regularity, I've deducted from your share the cost of 1,920 hours gas.
After all the other expenses I caused, I am grateful, monsieur.
Those I happily discount because you saved Mrs. Fogg's life. She is my one true prize in all that has happened.
And you are mine, my dear.
Monsieur, you realize this came about only because we took the long route through India. Why didn't we save an extra day and go by sea?
That, mon ami, is a wonderful mystery.
Travelling around the world in 80 days were Leslie Phillips as Phileas Fogg, Diana Quick as Princess Aouda, Yves Aubert as Passepartout, and Jim Broadbent as Sergeant Fix. Peter Marinka was Captain Speedy, Terence Edmund, Byron J. Mudge, Mark Straker, the doorman, Jonathan Adams, Mr. Ralph, John Church, Mr. Stewart, and Ronald Herdman, Mr. Flanagan. The music was composed and performed by Wilfredo Acosta, and the director was Janet Whittaker.
If the sun, that morning, had not been burning so warmly in the brassy sky of Figerinodon II, Bill might have paid more attention to his ploughing and would have driven his furrow to the far side of the hill before the seductive music sounded along the road. He might never have heard it, and his life would have been very, very different. But he did hear it, and dropped the handle of the plough that was plugged into the robo-mule, turned, and gaped. It was indeed a fabulous sight. Leading the parade was a one-robot band, 12 feet high and splendid in its great black busby that concealed the hi-fi speakers. Martial music poured out in wave after inspiring wave, and even Bill's thick peasant feet stirred in their clodhoppers as the shining boots of the squad of soldiers crashed along the road in perfect unison, while to their rear marched the sergeant, gorgeous in his braid and brass. Then the little legion was passed, and Bill climbed clumsily over the split-rail fence and ran after them. There were no more than 2 interesting events every 4 years here, and he was not going to miss what promised to be a third. A crowd had already gathered in the market square when Bill hurried up. A tri-dye screen and refreshment booth had been set up, and the recruiting sergeant stood beaming a welcoming smile.
Now hear this!
Free drinks for all, courtesy of the Emperor, and some lively scenes of jolly adventure in distant climes to amuse you while you sip.
The cooling drinks were shared out by a robot, and Bill sipped his happily, while he followed the enthralling adventures of the space troopers in full color with sound effects and stimulating subsonics. There was battle and death and glory, though it was only the enemy, the Chingers, who died. Troopers only suffered neat little wounds in their extremities that could be covered easily by small bandages. And while Bill was enjoying this, Recruiting Sergeant Gru was enjoying him.
This is a one,
he chortled to himself. He could already feel the weight of the bonus money in his pocket. As the last chord died and the screen went blank, Bill was plucked from the audience by a powerful arm.
"You're a fine figure of a lad," said the sergeant. "Did you ever think of making your career in the forces?"
I'm not the military type,
Bill said.
My fondest ambition is to be a technical fertilizer operator.
"That's no job for a bright lad like you," the sergeant said. "Try a uniform on, tailor."
When Bill opened his mouth to protest, the sergeant put a large cigar into it, and before he could get it out, the robot tailor had rolled up, swept a curtain-bearing arm about him, and stripped him naked.
Hey,
He said. Then, ouch, as the tailor extruded a cold pointer and jabbed him with it, measuring his size. Something went chunk deep inside its tubular torso, and a brilliant red jacket began to emerge from a slot in the front. In an instant, this was slipped on to Bill, and the shining gold buttons buttoned. Luxurious gray moleskin trousers were pulled on next, then gleaming black knee-length boots.
Well, I just couldn't,
said Bill.
Thank you anyway for the offer, but...
The sergeant smiled, prepared even for this 11th-hour resistance, and pressed the button on his belt that actuated the programmed hypnocoil in the heel of Bill's new boot. The powerful neural current surged through the contacts. Bill's hand twitched and jumped, and when the momentary fog had lifted from his eyes, he saw that he had signed his name on the form that the recruiting sergeant held before him.
But...
"Welcome to the space troopers," the sergeant boomed. "Fall in."
What have they done to my son?
Bill's mother screeched, coming into the market square, clutching at her bosom with one hand and towing his baby brother, Charlie, with the other.
"Your son is now a trooper for the greater glory of the Emperor," the sergeant said. "Attention!"
With a clash of heels, the graceless recruits braced their shoulders and lifted their chins. Much to his surprise, so did Bill.
"Forward march!"
They moved in perfect rhythm as the command robot replayed the order to the hypnocoil in every boot. Bill's mother vanished behind him, and one last anguished wail cut through the thud of marching feet.
"I'm here to break your spirit!"
A voice, rich with menace, told the recruits, and they looked up and shivered as they faced the chief demon of the training camp, Petty Chief Officer Deathwish Drang. He began to pace grimly before the row of terrified recruits, then stopped before Bill, who was not shaking quite as much as the others, and scowled.
"I don't like your face. 1 month of Sunday pack drill."
"But, sir..."
"And a second month for talking back!"
He waited, but Bill was silent. He had already learned his first lesson on how to be a good trooper. Keep your mouth shut. Deathwish paced on.
"We will run to breakfast now, as soon as I have some volunteers for an easy assignment. Can any of you drive a helicar?"
2 recruits hopefully raised their hands, and he beckoned them forward.
"All right, both of you. Mops and buckets behind that door. Clean out the latrine while the rest are eating. You'll have a better appetite for lunch."
That was Bill's second lesson on how to be a good trooper. Never volunteer. The days of recruit training passed with a horribly lethargic speed. With each day, conditions became worse, and Bill's exhaustion greater. On the 3rd Sunday of their imprisonment, he was finally permitted to rest after 14 hours of drill. His legs vibrated with exhaustion as he dropped his jacket to the floor and dragged his shaver from his footlocker. In the washroom, he bobbed his head around, trying to find a clear space in one of the mirrors. All of them had been heavily stenciled in large letters, with such inspiring messages as, "Keep your wug shut, the chingers are listening," and, "If you talk, this man may die." He finally plugged the shaver in next to, "Would you want your sister to marry one?" and centered his face in the O in one. It took more than a minute for the meaning of the question to penetrate his fatigue-drugged brain.
I haven't got a sister, he grumbled peevishly. And if I did, why should she want to marry a lizard anyway?
It was a rhetorical question, but it brought an answer from the far end of the room.
It doesn't mean exactly what it says. It's just there to make us hate the dirty enemy more.
Bill jumped. He had thought he was alone. Eager Beager was so much a part of the washroom that you forgot he was there. A moon-faced, eternally smiling youth who had to be mad because he was always eager to help his buddies and had volunteered as permanent washroom orderly. Not only that, but he liked to polish boots for every man in the squad every night.
Well, if that's what they want to say, why don't they just say, hate the dirty enemy more?
Bill complained. He jerked his thumb at the far wall where there was a poster labeled, Know the Enemy. It featured a life-size illustration of a chinger, a 7-foot-high saurian that looked very much like a scale-covered, 4-armed green kangaroo with an alligator's head.
Whose sister would want to marry a thing like that anyway? And what would a thing like that want to do with a sister, except maybe eat her?
Well, you see, gee, it doesn't mean a real sister. It's just part of psychological warfare.
Bill unplugged his razor.
It still doesn't seem to make sense.
He pointed to the sign above the urinal that read, Button flies, beware spies.
How could a chinger possibly be a spy? What kind of makeup would disguise a 7-foot lizard as a recruit? Well, you couldn't even disguise one to look like Deathwish Drang, though you could get pretty close.
The lights went out, and as though using his name had summoned him like a devil from the pit, the voice of Deathwish blasted through the barracks.
Pack your bags!
He rasped.
A glorious space battle has just been fought to its victorious conclusion, and there are over 4 million casualties. Replacements are needed. You're shipping out, while I remain here in peaceful security to train your replacements.
The delivery tube plunked at his elbow, and as he opened the message capsule and read its contents, his smile slowly fell to pieces.
They're shipping me out, too,
he said hollowly. Up and up the shuttle ships shot towards the great fleet of deep spacers that darkened the stars above. A new fleet, the most powerful the galaxy had ever seen, so new, in fact, that the ships were still under construction. Welding torches flared in brilliant points of light, while hot rivets hurled their flat trajectories across the sky into the waiting buckets. The spots of light died away as one behemoth of the star lanes was completed, and thin screams sounded in the spacesuit radio circuit as the workers, instead of being returned to the yards, were pressed into service on the ship they had so recently built. This was total war. Bill staggered through the sagging plastic tube that connected the shuttle ship to a dreadnought of space and dropped his bags in front of a petty chief officer. The petty looked up. Name?
Bill? Spelled with 2 L's?
Bill,
the petty mumbled.
B-I-L. 2 L's for officers only, Bob. Learn your place. You are now a fuse tender, 6th class, unskilled. Bunk down in compartment 34J 89T001. Move.
No sooner had Bill found his quarters and thrown his bags into a bunk next to Eager Beager's than a dull buzzing sounded, grumbling through the air like a stifled eructation.
There's the chow call!
Eager said. Other troopers were going by in the corridor, and they followed them into the bowels of the ship and joined a line leading to a door labeled Consolidated Mess No. 2. Inside of it, a cook in soap-stained, greasy fatigues handed Bill a yellow plastic cup from a rack before him. Something went and a thin stream of yellow fluid gushed out of a spout, filling the cup halfway.
What is this?
Bill asked, peering into the cup.
What is this? What is this?
The cook raged, growing bright red.
This is your dinner, you stupid Bob!
This is absolutely chemically pure water in which are dissolved 18 amino acids, 16 vitamins, 11 mineral salts, a fatty acid ester, and glucose. What else did you expect?
Dinner? Bill said hopefully, then saw red as the soup ladle crashed down on his head.
Well, could I have it without the fatty acid ester?
He asked hopefully, but he was pushed out into the corridor, where Eager joined him. They walked slowly back to their quarters.
I wonder what's in there,
Bill said, pointing to a door with a large sign that read, Admittance to authorized personnel only.
Gee, I don't know. Maybe food.
They slipped through instantly and closed the door behind them, but there was no food there. Instead, they were in a long chamber with meters, dials, and controls. Bill bent over and read the label on the nearest one.
Mark IV Atomic Blaster. And look at the size of them. This must be the ship's main battery.
He turned around and saw that Eager was holding his arm up so that his wristwatch pointed at the guns and was pressing on the crown with the index finger of his other hand.
What are you doing?
Bill asked.
Gee, just seeing what time it was.
How can you tell what time it is when you have the inside of your wrist towards your face and the watch is on the outside?
Footsteps echoed far down the long gun deck, and they remembered the sign on the outside of the door. In an instant, they had slipped back through it, and Bill pressed it quietly shut. When he turned around, Eager Beager had gone, so that he had to make his way back to their quarters by himself. Eager had returned first, and was busy shining boots for his buddies, and didn't look up when Bill came in. But what had he been doing with his watch? This question kept bugging Bill all the time during the days of their training, as they painfully learned the drill of fuse tending. He worried whenever he had the time to do it, and finally decided he needed help. In the ship's directory, the chaplain was listed as being in compartment 362B on the 89th deck. Bill finally found this, and snapped to attention when he saw the officer behind the single desk that almost filled the tiny room. A sign on the desk read, Laundry Officer.
Excuse me, sir, he said, but I'm in the wrong office. I was looking for the chaplain.
This is the chaplain's office.
The officer reached out a finger and flipped the sign on his desk over. It read, Chaplain, on the other side. Then there was a slight whirring sound as his collar rotated, until it was on backwards, showing white and smooth to the front. The chaplain steepled his fingers before him, lowered his eyes, and smiled sweetly.
How may I help you, my son?
I thought you were the laundry officer.
I am, my son, but that is just one of the burdens that must fall upon my shoulders. There is little call for a chaplain in these troubled times, but much call for a laundry officer. I do my best to serve.
He bent his head humbly.
But I see you are troubled. You must tell me your problem, and do not fear. What I shall hear shall never leave this room, for I am bound to secrecy by the oath of my calling. Unburden yourself.
Well, I'm worried about one of my buddies. I think he's a Chinger spy.
The chaplain nodded, smiling.
How could he be a spy? To be a spy, he would have to be a Chinger, and Chingers are 7 feet tall with tails.
Yeah,
Bill mumbled unhappily.
But it still doesn't explain everything.
It satisfies me, and it must satisfy you. I feel that Satan man has possessed you to make you think evil of your comrade, and you had better do some penance and join me in a quick prayer before the laundry officer come back on duty.
The ritual was quickly finished, and Bill turned to leave.
Just one moment, my son,
the chaplain said with his warmest smile, reaching back over his shoulder to grab the end of his necktie. He pulled, and his collar whirred about, and as it did, the blissful expression was wiped from his face to be replaced by a surly snarl.
Just where do you think you're going, Bob? Get back in that chair.
But,
Bill stammered.
You said I was dismissed.
That's what the chaplain said, and as laundry officer, I have no truck with him. Now, fast, what's the name of this Chinger spy you're hiding?
But I told you about that under oath.
You told the chaplain about it, and he keeps his word, and he didn't tell me. I just happened to hear.
He pressed a red button on the control panel.
The MPs are on their way. Now, the name.
Eager, beager,
Bill sobbed, as heavy feet trampled outside and two red hats forced their way into the tiny room.
I have a spy for you boys,
the laundry officer announced triumphantly, and the MPs grated their teeth, howled deep in their throats, and launched themselves through the air at Bill.
Not him,
the officer gasped.
This is our informant. Let's go.
They marched to the fuse tender's quarters, where the laundry officer opened the door just enough to poke in his head.
Hi, gang,
he called cheerily.
Is Eager Beager here?
Eager looked up from the boot he was polishing, waving and grinning.
That's me! Gee!
Get him!
The laundry officer expostulated, and both MPs raised their clubs to give him a sound battering. At this moment, the top of Eager Beager's head flew open. Happening at any other time, this would have been considered unusual, but happening at this moment, it was spectacularly unusual, and they all, including Bill, gaped as a 7-inch-high lizard climbed out of the open skull and jumped to the floor, in which it made a sizable dent upon landing. It had 4 tiny arms, a long tail, a head like a baby alligator, and was bright green. It looked exactly like a chinger, except that it was 7 inches tall instead of 7 feet.
Chingers forever!
It said in a thin imitation of Eager Beager's voice, and charged across the compartment towards Beager's bunk. Bill bent over to grab the tiny creature, but small and powerful talons locked into his flesh, and he was pulled from his feet and went sailing through the air to crash against a bulkhead.
Gee, that's for you, you stooey!
The minuscule voice squeaked. Before anyone else could interfere, the lizardoid ran to Beager's pile of barracks bags, tore the tip, and escaped into space. The laundry officer said. As Bill got up, he saw that the top of Eager's head had split open just above his ears and was held at the back by a shiny brass hinge. Inside the gaping skull, instead of brains and bones and things, was a model control room with a tiny chair, minuscule controls, TV screens, and a water cooler.
Hey,
Bill said.
Eager is just a robot, worked by the little creature that escaped in the spaceship. It looked like a chinger, but it was only 7 inches tall.
7 inches, 7 feet. What difference does it make?
Said the laundry officer.
You don't expect us to tell the recruits how small the enemy really are. We got to keep the morale up.
Suddenly, the general quarters alarm sounded, and the speakers on the ceiling grated their nasal voices throughout the ship.
Now hear this. The orders direct from the old man himself, Captain Ezekiel, that you all have been waiting to hear. We're heading into action.
They stood in first position, opposite fuse racks, eyes intent on the red bands on the fuses that were called the fuse bands. Through the soles of his boots, Bill could feel a faint, distant tremor in the deck.
What's that?
He asked a trooper called Tembo out of the corner of his mouth.
Atomic engines. Means we must be maneuvering, doing something.
But what?
All the remaining fuses seemed to have shorted at once, and the screaming bolt of crackling electricity crashed the length of the room. In its eye-piercing light, and in a single eternal moment, Bill saw the flames sear through the ranks of the fuse tenders, throwing them about and incinerating them like particles of dust in an open fire. By chance, a mere accident, Bill was holding the solid bulk of the fuse before him when the flame struck. It washed over his left arm, which was on the outside of the fuse, and hurled its flaming weight against the thick cylinder. The force hit Bill and rolled him end over end, flat on the floor, while the all-destroying sheet of fire crackled inches above his head. Bill crawled painfully for the hatchway, and nothing else moved down the blackened and twisted length of the fuse room. He crawled on, over a sill, through a passageway. The compartment was familiar, yet unfamiliar. He blinked at it, trying to understand why. It was long and narrow, with a curved wall that had the butt ends of immense guns projecting from it. The main battery, of course, the guns Chinger's spy Eager Beager had photographed. Bill slid into the gunner's seat and stared with unseeing eyes at the screen before him. Little moving blobs of light. In large letters, just above the screen, was printed,
Green lights, our ships. Red light, enemy.
Bill started to slide sideways from the chair, To steady himself, he grabbed a large handle that rose before him, and when he did, a circle of light with an X in it moved on the screen. He jiggled it a bit, and it moved over to a red light, with the X right over the light. There was a red button on top of the handle, and he pressed it, because it looked like the kind of button that is made to be pressed. The gun next to him went "Ding-ding-ding" in a very subdued way, and the red light went out. Not very interesting. He let go of the handle.
"Oh, but you are a fighting fool!"
a voice said, and with some effort, Bill turned his head. A man stood there, with shreds of gold braid.
"A hero!"
the officer said, pounding Bill on the back. This caused a great deal of pain, and Bill passed out.
"I'm taking the bandage off now."
Bill managed to heave his eyes open, and saw before him a doctor who unclipped the wires that held up his arm and began to unwind the bandages.
How is my arm, Doc?
Bill was suddenly worried.
"Grilled like a chop. I had to cut it off."
"Then what is this?"
Bill shrieked, horrified.
"Another arm that I sewed on. There were lots of them left over after the battle."
The last bandage fell away, and the doctor awed with delight.
"Say, that's a mighty fine arm."
It really wasn't a bad arm. Bill bent it and flexed the fingers, still looking at it suspiciously. It felt all right. Then he looked closer at the hand and began to shout curses at the doctor.
"You stupid sawbones! You thought, Doctor! This is a right arm!"
"So it's a right arm, so what?"
"But you cut off my left arm! I have two right arms!"
"Listen, there was a shortage of left arms. I'm no miracle worker. Be happy I didn't sew on a leg. And you're lucky, Trooper. Captain Ezekiel says that upon dismissal from the hospital, you are to go to the imperial planet of Helior to receive the Hero's Award of the Purple Dart with Coalsack Nebula Cluster from the Emperor's own hand."
The door closed, and Bill was alone, looking at the blank wall and his future. He wished he could talk to some of his old buddies, then remembered that they were all dead, and his spirits dropped. He tried to cheer himself up, but could think of nothing to be cheery about, until he discovered that he could shake hands with himself. This made him feel a little better. He lay back on the pillows and shook hands with himself until he fell asleep. There were seats for 20 in the stubby shuttle ship, but only 3 of them, including Bill's, were now occupied. Sitting next to him, and he tried hard not to look too often, was a gunner first class who looked as though he had been blown out of one of his own guns. His face was mostly plastic and contained just a single bloodshot eye. He was a mobile basket case. His 4 missing limbs had been replaced by glistening gadgetry. The third man, a thick-set brute of an infantry sergeant, had fallen asleep as soon as they boarded.
"Bowbity-bow! Look at that!"
Bill elated, as the ship broke through the clouds, and there, spread before them, was the gleaming golden sphere of Helior, the imperial planet, the ruling world of 10,000 suns. The gleaming upper level was dotted with spaceships of all sizes, while the dark sky twinkled with others arriving and departing. Closer and closer swam the scene. Then there was a sudden burst of light, and the window went dark.
"We crashed!"
Bill gasped.
"Good as dead!"
"Oh, shut your wug,"
said the gunner.
"That was just the film that broke."
"Film?"
"What else? You think they're gonna build shuttle ships with great big windows in the nose, just where the maximum friction on re-entry will burn holes in them? It was a film. Back projection. For all we know, it's nighttime here."
Not only was it night when they landed, but it was raining, too. They were soaking wet in an instant and chilled by the icy wind. They shouldered their bags, except for the gunner, who dragged his on little wheels, and walked and rolled into the welcome warmth of the operations office. A clerk was seated behind the desk.
"You're in trouble,"
he said with sadistic relish.
"All 3 of you are supposed to get the Purple Dart in the ceremony with the Emperor, and they're filming in 3 hours. You'll never make it in time."
"None of your bob,"
the sergeant grated.
"We just got off the ship. Where do we go?"
Area 1257D, level K9, block 823-7, room 62. Ask for producer Rat.
How do we get there? Bill asked.
Don't ask me. I just work here.
The clerk threw 3 thick volumes onto the counter, each one over a foot square and almost as thick, with a chain riveted to the spine.
Find your own way. Here's your floor plan.
It took them an hour, by slideway, escalator, pneumocar, Shanks's pony, monorail, and greased pole to reach room 62. And while they were seated on the slideway, they secured the chains of their floor plans to their belts, since even Bill was beginning to realize the value of a guide to this world-sized city. At room 62, the sergeant pushed the door open to reveal an immense soundstage, humming with organized bustle. Cameras on motorized dollies rolled around the set, where flats and props simulated the end of a regal throne room. The stained glass windows glowed with imaginary sunlight, and a golden sunbeam from a spotlight illuminated the throne. Goaded on by the director's screamed instructions, the crowd of nobility and high-ranking officers took positions before the throne.
He called them nobles baobs, Bill gasped. He'll be shot.
Are you ever stupid?
The gunner said.
Those are all actors. You think they can get real nobility for a thing like this?
They rehearsed the ceremony twice, before there was a tremendous braying of bugles, and all the extras, cameramen, and technicians, even Director Rat, bowed low. The Emperor shuffled in, climbed the dais, and dropped into the throne.
Let's roll!
The director howled at the top of his lungs and staggered out of camera range. Music rose up in a mighty wave, and the ceremony began. The infantry sergeant was first, and Bill watched out of the corners of his eyes while the Emperor pinned a gold and ruby medal to the man's chest. The gunner was next, and then it was Bill's turn. Passion welled in Bill's bosom like great breakers thundering onto his shore. He snapped his snappiest salute. In fact, he snapped just about the snappiest salute possible, since there aren't that many people with 2 right arms. The Emperor, a little disturbed by the unusual salute, groped for the medal and plunged the pin through Bill's tunic squarely into his shivering flesh. Bill felt no pain, but the sudden stab triggered the growing emotion that had been rushing through him. Dropping the salute, he fell to his knees and seized the Emperor's knob-knurled and liver-spotted hand.
Father to us all!
Bill exulted and kissed the hand.
Cut!
Director Rat shouted.
Print that! It's unnatural, with that dumb hick going through the slobbering act.
As Bill struggled to his feet, he saw that the Emperor had not returned to the throne, but was instead standing in the midst of a milling crowd of actors. Bill blinked, bewildered, as a man whipped the Emperor's crown from his head, popped it into a box, and hurried away with it.
"Ah, here you are,"
a man said. He handed Bill a stamped metal copy of the medal he was wearing and whipped off the original. Then the heroes were pushed into the corridor, and the door slammed and locked behind them. His companions now returned to their quarters at the Transit Rankers Center, but Bill was determined to see the wonders of Helior and make the most of his 3-day pass. The sandwiches he had brought from a dispenser ran out before he was halfway to his destination, but by only eating candy bars and drinking carbonated beverages from the dispensers along his route, he kept himself awake and avoided missing connections. With black bags under his eyes and teeth rotting in his head, he stumbled from a grav shaft and with thudding heart finally saw a florally decorated and illuminated scent sign that said, "Hanging Gardens." They were everything he had ever dreamed of and more. As he walked down the gray cinder path inside the outer wall, he could see green shrubs and grass just on the other side of the titanium mesh fence. And there, tiny in the distance, were the rainbow fountains, almost visible to the naked eye. But even the heady pleasures of the gardens waned in the face of the soul-consuming fatigue that gripped him in iron hands. There were steel benches pegged to the wall, and he dropped into one to rest for a moment, and before he realized it, Bill was sound asleep. Other visitors scrunched by on the cinders without disturbing him, nor did he move when one sat down on the bench and whipped an atomic arc pencil from his pocket. The small, incredibly hot flame whispered briefly as it severed the chain that secured Bill's floor plan to his waist. Then the thief rose, plucked Bill's floor plan from his lap and strode quickly away. Bill swam slowly up out of his sleep, thick-headed, with the feeling that something was wrong. The book was gone. Retracing his steps to the entrance, he knocked on the cashier's window.
No refunds,
the robot said.
All I want to know is where the nearest police station is.
I am a cashier robot, not an information robot. That information is not in my memory. I suggest you consult your floor plan.
But it's my floor plan that has been stolen.
I suggest you talk to the police.
But...
Bill turned red and kicked the cashier's box angrily.
No refunds,
it said as he stalked away. Now what? He could barely find his way around this place with the plan. How could he do it without one? Through red-rimmed eyes, Bill blinked at the sign. Transit Rankers Center, it said. He had done it. He had only overstayed his leave by 8 days, and that couldn't matter too much. He dusted his scruffy uniform, then dragged his feet to the orderly room. The first sergeant was at his desk. He rolled his eyes towards Bill and scowled.
You're in bad trouble, Trooper, coming into the orderly room out of uniform like that.
I'm in worse trouble than you think, Sarge,
Bill said, leaning weakly on the desk. The sergeant stared at Bill's mismatched hands, his eyes flickering back and forth quickly from one to the other.
Where did you get that hand, Trooper? Speak up. I know that hand.
What belonged to another trooper, and I have the arm that goes along with it, too.
Bill held the hand out for the sergeant to look at, but he was horrified when the fingers tensed into a rock-hard fist, and the fist flew forward to catch the first sergeant square on the jaw. "Sergeant!" Bill screamed, and grabbed the rebellious hand with his other and forced it, not without a struggle, back to his side. The sergeant rose slowly, and Bill saw that he was smiling.
Thought I knew that hand. Belongs to my old buddy, Timbo. We always joke like that. You take care of that arm, you hear? Is there any more of Timbo around?
When Bill said no, the smile vanished, and the snarl reappeared.
You're in bad trouble, Trooper. Let's see your ID card.
He whipped it from Bill's nerveless fingers and shoved it into a slot in the desk. The mechanism hummed and vibrated, and a screen lit up. The first sergeant read the message there, and as he did, the snarl faded from his face and was replaced by an expression of cold anger.
This card must be stolen, because first-class fuse tender Bill shipped out of here 8 days ago. That is what the record says, and records do not lie. You've had it, Baub.
He depressed a red button labeled Military Police, and an alarm bell could be heard ringing angrily in the distance.
Hold him there, Timbo,
the sergeant snapped.
I want to get to the bottom of this.
Bill's left-right arm grabbed the edge of the desk, and he couldn't pry it loose. He was still struggling with it when heavy boots thudded up behind him.
"What's up?"
a familiar voice growled.
"Oh, sir!"
Bill laughed, spinning about and feasting his eyes on the long, loathed figure.
"Deathwish Drang! Tell them you know me!"
Deathwish squinted, rolling his eyes the length of Bill's body.
"I knew a 6th-class fuse fingerer named Bill, but both his hands matched. Something very strange here, Sergeant. We'll rough him up a bit in the guardhouse and let you know what he confesses."
Affirm, but watch out for that left hand. It belongs to a friend of mine.
"We won't lay a finger on it."
It could only have been fatigue that caused Bill to do what he did then. Fatigue, desperation, and fear combined and overpowered him, and he dived headfirst into a grav chute. As the MPs sprang in after him, the automatic cycling spaced them all out a good 15 feet apart.
"Oh, buddy,"
Bill sobbed.
"Why are you chasing me?"
"Don't buddy me, you Chinga spy! You're not even a good spy! Your arms don't match!"
As he dropped, Deathwish pulled his gun free of the holster and aimed it squarely between Bill's eyes.
"Shot while attempting to escape!
Have mercy!
Death to all Chingas!"
He pulled the trigger. The bullet plowed slowly out of the cloud of expanding gas and drifted about 2 feet towards Bill before the humming gravity field slowed it to a stop. The simple-minded cycling circuit translated the bullet's speed as mass and assumed that another body had entered the grav chute and assigned it a position. Deathwish's fall slowed until he was 15 feet behind the bullet. The gap between Bill and his pursuers was now twice as wide, and he took advantage of this and ducked out of the exit at the next level. After this, escape was simply a matter of muddling his trail. He used different means of transportation at random, and all the time kept fleeing to lower levels, as though seeking to escape like a mole by burrowing deep into the ground. When transport would take him no lower, he raced down stairs, ladders, and oily tubes, thinking only of escape. The air was dank and foul at times, and his fear-ridden course took him finally through a dark stone tunnel where nameless beasts fled before him with the rattle of evil claws. He stumbled down the passage until it ended in an immense sealed and bolted door. There was no way out of this. Then, while he watched, paralyzed with staring eyes, the door squealed and started to swing open. He turned to run and screamed aloud in terror as something grabbed him in an unbreakable grip.
Welcome,
a strange voice said, and Bill staggered as the restraining grasp was removed, then whirled about to face a small man in a white jacket.
I am Inspector Jays of the City Department of Sanitation. I can see you are in a bit of trouble, out of uniform, perhaps even your ID card vanished. But it doesn't have to be that way. Accept sanctuary. We will provide for you, give you a good job, even a new ID. We have a vast selection of cards to choose from.
You mean all I have to do is become a garbage man?
Bill gasped.
We prefer the term G-Man,
Inspector Jays answered humbly.
Okay,
Bill agreed. Inspector Jays took both of Bill's hands in his, and when he looked him directly in the eyes, his own were more than a little damp.
Go into research. Did you ever think how many newspapers 150 billion people throw away every day? Or how many plastic trays from prepared meals? I daren't tell you how many cubic feet of them we have piled up. I might better say cubic miles. We are working on this problem in research, day and night, but it's a nightmare. You can help. A fresh mind with fresh ideas.
I'll do it,
Bill said with determination.
Refuse research is the sort of work a man can get his teeth into.
Oh, good,
said Jays.
You'll never regret this.
It was a small office, but Bill was proud of it. He closed the door and admired the files, the desk, the swivel chair, and the lamp, all made from a variety of discarded bottles, cans, boxes, casters, coasters, and such. But there would be plenty of time to appreciate it. Now he had to get to work. He hauled open the top drawer in the file cabinet and stared at a black-clothed, matte-bearded, pasty-faced corpse that was jammed in there. Then the corpse opened beady, gummy eyes and stared at him intensely.
What are you doing in my file cabinet?
Bill asked, as the man climbed down.
I had to see you, privately.
Who are you?
Men call me X.
X?
You're catching on. You're the kind of man we need in the party. A man with promise.
What party?
Don't ask too many questions or you'll be in trouble. You hate the Emperor who enslaved you in his fascist army. You're ready to join the revolt. The glorious revolution that will free...
Out!
Bill shrieked, clutching him by the slack of his clothes and rushing him towards the door. X slipped out of his grasp and rushed behind the desk.
I shall return.
When Bill dived for him, X did something to the wall, and a panel swung open that he vanished through. It swung shut with a click, and when Bill looked closely, he could find no seam in the apparently solid surface. He decided to forget this encounter, so he threw himself into his labors. He was concentrating so hard that he never heard the door open, and was startled when a man spoke.
How come you didn't join the revolution?
Bill looked up and saw a ruddy face peering over a gun.
What are you talking about? I'm a loyal Emperor lover.
Yeah? Then how come you didn't report to the GBI that a man called X was here to enlist you?
Well, how do you know that?
It's our job to know everything. Here's my identification. Agent Pinkerton of the Galactic Bureau of Investigation.
He passed over a jewel-encrusted ID card with color photograph.
Are you an anarchist, boy?
His rapier eye pierced Bill through and through.
No, I can't even spell it.
I sure hope not. You're a good kid. and I'm gonna give you a second chance. When you see X again, tell him you changed your mind and you wanna join the party. Then you go to work for us. And when something happens, call me on the phone. My number is written on this candy bar.
He threw the paper-wrapped slab on the desk.
Memorize it. Then eat it.
The door slammed, and the man was gone. The more Bill thought about it, the more he sweated. The last thing he wanted to do was to get mixed up in a revolution. But there was still a chance that X would not come back, and as long as he wasn't asked, he couldn't join, could he? He grasped at this straw and hurled himself into his work to forget his troubles. He came up with an idea almost at once. It took him less than an hour to gather together the material he needed, and then he went to Inspector J's office.
You can forget your troubles. I found a new way to get rid of the plastic trays.
Jays lurched to his feet.
What is it?
He asked hoarsely.
Do you know what this is?
Bill asked, throwing a thick volume onto the desk.
The classified telephone directory for the city of Storhester Lortby on Procyon 3. So what?
So I'll show you. Do you have any plastic trays?
Are you kidding?
Jays threw open a closet, and hundreds of trays clattered forward into the room.
Great. Now, I add just a few things more, salvaged from the refuse dump, and we have everything we need.
Bill pointed at Jay's secretary robot.
To work, robot. Take 50 of those trays, wrap them in cardboard and paper, and tie them securely with a string.
The robot pounced forward, and a moment later, a neat package rested on the floor. Bill opened the telephone book at random and pointed to a name.
Now, address this package to this name. Mark it unsolicited gift, duty-free, and mail it.
The robot quickly copied the address onto the package and flipped it neatly through the door of the mail chute. Bill clinched the argument.
The robot labor for wrapping is free. The addresses are free, and so are the wrapping materials. Plus the fact that since this is a government office, the postage is free.
You're right. It'll work. We'll flood the inhabited galaxy with these damn trays.
Bill strolled back to his office, his ears still ringing with the words of praise. He slammed his office door behind him and seated himself at his desk. Then he noticed the eyes staring at him, and his heart sank as he realized that X had returned.
Change your mind yet about joining the party?
X asked.
I've been doing some thinking.
To think is to act. We must drive the stench of the fascist leeches from the nostrils of our homes and loved ones.
You talked me into it. I'll join.
Sign the form here. A drop of blood, there. Then raise your hand while I administer the secret oath.
Bill raised his hand, and X's lips worked silently.
I can't hear you,
Bill said.
I told you it was a secret oath. All you do is say yes.
Yes.
Welcome to the glorious revolution.
X kissed him warmly on both cheeks.
Now come with me. It is about to begin.
X rushed to the rear wall. There was a click, and the secret panel swung open. Bill looked in dubiously at the damp, dark staircase leading down.
Follow me.
There were torches in a niche in the wall, and X lit one and led the way through the dank and noisome darkness. Bill stayed close, stumbling over rusting rails in one tunnel, and in another, wading through dark water that reached above his knees. Then X pushed Bill through a door into a large torchlit room. Bill took one wild-eyed look around and tried to leave, but a dead white and hairless android was blocking the door.
Sit down,
it said, and Bill sat. He sat among as gruesome a collection of nuts, bolts, and weirdies as had ever been assembled. Revolutionary men with black hats and small round bombs with long fuses, and revolutionary women with short skirts, long hair, cigarette holders, and halitosis. There were revolutionary robots, androids, and a number of strange things that are best not described. X sat behind a wooden kitchen table, hammering on it with the handle of a revolver.
Order! I demand order!
Then he pointed with the barrel of his gun at a large map hung on the wall.
This is the objective of our cell, the Imperial Power Station on Chauvinistic Square. We will assemble nearby in squads, then join in a concerted attack at 0016 hours. Weapons and torches will be issued as you leave, as well as printed instructions of the correct route. Up the revolution!
Bill pocketed his printed instructions, shouldered his torch and flintlock ray gun, and hurried through the secret passages. There was barely enough time for the long trip ahead of him, and he had to report to the GBI first. He dialed the number and sighed with relief when Pinkerton's surly features filled the tiny screen.
What's up?
The revolution is to start at 0016 hours. I thought you might like to know.
Pinkerton yawned.
Is that all? For your information, that information is old information. You're not the only spy we've got, though you might be the worst. Now listen, your cell is to attack the Imperial Power Station. Stay with them as far as the square. Then look for a store with the sign, Quick Freeze Kosher Hams Limited. That is the cover for our unit. Get over there fast and report to me. Understood?
Affirm.
The line went dead, and Bill had to hurry. There was little time left before 0 hour, and a long distance to cover by a very complicated route.
You were almost late,
said the dead white and hairless android when Bill stumbled into the dead-end corridor, which was the assembly point. A moment later, Bill jumped as a shrill blast sounded. And then they were sweeping up the alley in a human and inhuman wave. This was revolution. Bill was carried away by the emotion and rush of bodies and cheered as loudly as the rest as they swept into the immense square that fronted on the power plant. An electric sign, blinking on and off, drew Bill's attention. Quick Freeze Kosher Hams Limited, it read. And he gasped as memory returned. He had forgotten that he was a spy for the GBI and had been about to join a raid on the power station.
Get over here, you stupid Bob!
A voice called, and he looked up to see the GBI agent Pinkerton standing at the corner of the building and beckoning to him angrily. Bill followed the agent around the corner of the building and found quite a crowd standing there. A number of heavily armed soldiers and GBI agents, as well as an even larger number of revolutionaries. Standing next to Bill was the dead white and hairless android.
You?
Bill gasped.
That's right. And keeping an eye on you for the GBI. Nothing is left to chance in this organization.
Pinkerton was peeking out through a hole in the false storefront.
Well, I think the agents are clear now,
he said.
At last count, there were 65 agencies involved in investigating this operation. These revolutionaries don't stand a chance.
The soldiers moved out into the square, but it was empty. Well, not really empty. Bill looked again and saw that one man was left in the square. He was running their way, but stopped with a pitiful screech when he saw the soldiers.
I surrender,
he squeaked, and Bill saw that he was the man called X. The power plant gates opened, and a squadron of flamethrower tanks rumbled out. Pinkerton shouted,
Fire!
And from all sides washed a wave of atomic shells, gouts of flame, bullets, and grenades. Bill hit the dirt, and when he raised his head, the square was empty, except for a greasy patch and a shallow hole in the pavement. Even while he watched, a street-cleaning robot buzzed by and swabbed up the grease.
Hello, Bill,
a voice said. He spun and looked at the squad of MPs that were standing there, and especially he stared at the large, loathsome form of the MP who led them.
Death Wish Drang,
he breathed.
The same.
Save me!
Bill gasped, running to the GBI agent Pinkerton.
Save you?
Pinkerton laughed.
I'm the one who called them. We checked your record, boy, and found out that you have been AWOL. We don't want any deserters on our team.
Oh! Bill moaned as the hated fingers sank into his arms again, and Deathwish dragged him away. Bill was sentenced to 104 years and 1 day's hard labor on the planet of Veniola, a fog-shrouded world of untold horrors, creeping in its orbit around the ghoulish green star Hernia. Veniola, swamp world, the lair of the hideous and unimaginable Venians. It was hot, and it was damp, and it stank. The wood of the newly constructed barracks was already soft and rotting away. You took your shoes off, and before they hit the floor, fungus was growing out of them. Once inside the compound, Bill's chains were removed, since there was no place for labor camp prisoners to escape to, and Bill dropped down onto the nearest bunk. Instantly, a vine flashed up from a crack in the floor, whipped 4 times around the bunk, lashing him securely to it, then plunged tendrils into his leg and began to drink his blood. Bill croaked as a green loop tightened around his throat.
Never lie down without you got a knife in your hand,
a thin yellowish sergeant said as he passed by and severed the vine with his own knife where it emerged from the floorboards.
Oh, thanks, Sarge, Bill said. It's kind of rough here.
Rough is not the word for it. Fighting the Chingers is bad enough, but on this planet they have the natives, the Venians, on their side. Oh, these Venians look like moldy newts, and they got just maybe enough IQ to hold a gun and pull the trigger. But it is their planet, and they are murder out there in the swamps.
How do you get out of this outfit?
Huh? You get killed.
What about getting wounded?
Get sent to hospital, get well, get sent back here.
Couldn't we mutiny?
Well, it didn't work the last 4 times we tried it. They just pulled the supply ships out and didn't give us any food until we agreed to start fighting again. Wrong chemistry here. All the food on this planet is pure poison for our metabolisms. If you got any good ideas, though, I'll put you in touch with the Permanent Mutiny Committee.
Isn't there any other way to get out?
Suddenly, all the lights went out. At the same time, gunfire and bomb explosions broke out on every side. Something slithered close by. Bill grabbed the sergeant's gun, and he shot it. In the brief atomic flare, he saw the smoking remains of a dead Venian, as well as a large number of live Venians squelching to the attack. Bill dived aside instantly, so that their return fire missed him, and fled as far from the firing at the attacking enemy as he could. That this direction happened to be into the trackless swamp, he did not consider. He ran and ran until he was exhausted. He dropped onto a mud bank. And instantly, sharp teeth sank deep into his buttocks. Screaming hoarsely, he ran to a tree and climbed. High up, there were 2 branches that forked out from the trunk, and he wedged himself into the crotch, gun at the ready, and slept. It was the first gray light of dawn when he opened his gummy eyes and blinked around. There was a little lizard perched on a nearby branch, watching him with jewel-like eyes.
Gee, you were really sacked out,
the Chinger said. Bill's shot tore a smoking scar in the top of the branch. Then the Chinger swung back up from underneath and meticulously wiped bits of ash from his paws.
Easy on the trigger, Bill,
it said.
Gee, I could have killed you any time during the night if I'd wanted to.
I know you. You're Eager Beager, aren't you?
Gee, that's right. I recognized you, Bill, and I wanted to talk to you.
He groped about in his marsupial pouch and produced a tablet and tiny writing instrument.
You must realize that spying is not my chosen occupation, but rather I was dragooned into it through my speciality, which is exopology, the study of alien life forms. Seeing you here reminded me that there are a number of questions and problems still unanswered that I would appreciate your help on. Purely as a matter of science, of course.
Like what?
Bill asked suspiciously.
Well, gee, to begin simply, how do you feel about us Chingers?
Death to all Chingers.
The little pen flew over the tablet.
Yeah, but you've been taught to say that. How did you feel before you entered the service?
Well, I didn't give a damn about Chingers.
Out of the corner of his eye, Bill was watching a suspicious movement of the leaves in the tree above.
Fine! Then who is it that hates us Chingers and wants to fight a war of extermination?
Well, nobody really hates Chingers, I guess. It's just that there's no one else around to fight a war with, so we fight with you.
The moving leaves had parted, and a great smooth head with slitted eyes peered down.
I knew it! And that brings me to my really important question. Why do you Homo sapiens fight wars?
Fight wars? I don't know,
Bill said, distracted by the soundless approach of the giant snake.
I guess because we like to.
You like to? No civilized race could like wars. Your race can't be civilized.
The snake struck like lightning, and eager beager Chinger vanished down its spine-covered throat with only the slightest of muffled squeals.
Yeah, I guess we're just not civilized,
Bill said, gun ready, but the snake kept on going down. At least 50 yards of it slithered by before the tail flipped past, and it was out of sight.
Serves the damn spy right,
Bill grunted happily, and pulled himself to his feet. He was about to climb down when he heard voices coming through the jungle towards him. Human voices. Then figures loomed out of the fog. It was a long file of human prisoners, wearing the neck irons used to bring Bill and the others to the labor camp, all joined together by a long chain that connected the neck irons. Bill let them stumble by underneath, and kept a careful count of the Venian guards. There were 5 in all, with a 6th bringing up the rear, and when this one had passed underneath the tree, Bill dropped straight down on him, braining him with his heavy boots. Then he ran as fast as he could towards the head of the column, shouting as he ran,
"Hit the dirt! Fast!"
The soldiers dived into the mud, and Bill held his automatic rifle at his waist, fanning it back and forth before him like a water hose and holding down the trigger on full automatic. One guard got off a single badly aimed shot before Bill burned them all.
Not bad,
he said, stopping and panting.
6 out of 6.
There were low moans coming from the line of prisoners, and Bill curled his lip in disgust at the 2 men who hadn't dropped at his shouted command.
"What's the matter?"
he asked, stirring one with his foot.
"Never been in combat before?"
But this one didn't answer, because he was charred dead. He walked across to the other.
Hello, Bill,
a weak voice said.
I guess the old reflexes are slowing down. I should have hit the dirt like the others.
"You're damn right you should have,"
Bill said, looking down at the familiar, loathed face.
"You're dying, Deathwish. You've bought it."
I know,
Deathwish said.
So long, Bill.
"Wrap this line up in a circle,"
Bill shouted.
"I want the medic up here."
The chain of prisoners curved around, and they watched as the medic examined Deathwish.
"Dead as a herring,"
he said, after his professional examination. Bill grunted, then squatted down next to the medic.
I hear they aren't shipping any wounded out, just putting them back into shape and sending them back into the line.
"You heard right. This is going to be a hard war to live through."
"But some of them must be wounded too badly, like maybe a guy gets his arm blown off."
"Nah, they got an icebox full of old arms. Sew on a new one, and bingo, right back into the line."
What about a foot?"
That's right, I forgot. They got a foot shortage. So many guys lying around without feet that they're running out of bed space. They were just starting to ship some of them off the planet when I left."
"You got any pain pills?"
Bill asked, changing the subject. The medic dug out a white bottle.
3 of these, and you'd laugh while they sawed your head off."
Give me 3. And now we better get moving. The quicker we move, the better our chances of getting back to barracks.
Bill led the way until the first men could see the compound ahead. Then he called out,
"What's that?"
and ran into the heavy foliage.
"Chingers!"
he shouted, and sat down with his back to a tree and tied a tourniquet above his right knee. Then he took careful aim with his pistol and blew his right foot off.
"Oh, get moving fast!"
he shouted, and heard the crash of the frightened men through the undergrowth. Then he dragged to his foot. The automatic rifle made a good enough crutch to hobble along on, and he did not have far to go. 2 troopers, they must have been new to combat or they would have known better, left the shelter to help him inside.
"Oh, thanks, buddies,"
he gasped, and sank to the ground.
"War sure is hell."
Martial music echoed from the hillside, and around the bend, stamping proudly through the dust, came the magnificent form of a one-robot band. A small formation of assorted robots rolled and clattered in its wake, and bringing up the rear was the solitary figure of the grizzle-haired recruiting sergeant, striding along strongly, his rows of medals a-jingle. Though the road was smooth, the sergeant lurched suddenly, stumbling, and cursed with the rich proficiency of years.
Halt!
He commanded. And while his little company braked to a stop, he took a large spanner and tightened one of the bolts in the ankle of his artificial foot. When he straightened up, he noticed that a robo-mule was pulling a plow down a furrow in the field beyond the fence, while a husky farm lad guided it. By the time the furrow reached the limits of the field, there were 2 dew-frosted steins of beer resting on the fence.
"Join me in a beer,"
the sergeant said, sprinkling a white powder into it from a packet concealed in his hand.
"Thanks for the offer, but I gotta be plowing on now. Mama said I was never to talk to soldiers." "Your mama's right. A dirty, cursing, drinking crew, the most of 'em. Say, would you like to see a picture here of the new model robo-mule that can run 1,000 hours without lubrication?"
The sergeant held his hand out behind him, and a robot put a viewer into it.
"Why, that sounds nice."
The farm lad raised the viewer to his eyes and looked into it. The sergeant reached out swiftly and pressed a button on the top of the viewer. Something went inside of it, and the farmer stood, rigid and frozen. He did not move or change expression when the sergeant reached out and took the little machine from his paralyzed fingers.
"Take this stylo,"
the sergeant said, and the other's fingers closed on it.
"Now sign this form, right down there where it says recruit signature."
The stylo scratched, and the air was pierced by a sudden scream.
Ah! My Charlie! What are you doing with my Charlie?
An ancient gray-haired woman wailed as she scrambled down the hill.
"Your son is now a trooper for the greater glory of the Emperor,"
the sergeant said, and waved over the robot tailor.
No, no, please!
The woman begged, clutching the sergeant's hand and dribbling tears onto it.
I've lost one son, isn't that enough?
She blinked up through the tears, then blinked again.
But you're my boy! My Bill's come home! Ah! Even with those scars and 2 right hands and 1 artificial foot, I can tell. A mother always knows.
The sergeant frowned down at the woman.
"I believe you may be right," he said. "I thought the name Figurinodon 2 sounded familiar."
The robot tailor had finished his job. The red paper jacket shone bravely in the sun. The 1-molecule-thick boots gleamed.
"Fall in,"
Bill shouted, and the recruit climbed over the wall.
"Oh, Billy!
The woman wailed.
This is your own little brother, Charlie! You wouldn't take your own little brother into the troopers now, would you?"
Bill thought about his mother. Then he thought of the 1 month that would be taken off his enlistment time for every recruit he brought in.
"You bet I would," he said.
The music blared, the soldiers marched, the mother cried, as mothers have always done, and the brave little band tramped down the road and over the hill and out of sight into the sunset.
The game was stud. There were 7 at the table, which makes for good poker. Outside of Nick, who banked the game, nobody looked familiar. They all had the beat look of compulsive gamblers, fogged over by their individual attempts at a poker face. They were a cagey-looking lot. Only one of them was within 10 years of my age. "Just in case gamblers," the young one said. I looked up from stacking the chips I had just bought from Nick. The speaker was a skinny little guy with a sharp chin, and more freckles than I'd like to have. "If any one of you guys has any psi powers," the sharp-chinned gambler said sourly, "you better beat it. All gamblers here will recoup double their losses from any snake we catch using psi powers to beat the odds." He shot a hard-eyed look around a room not yet dimmed by cigar smoke. I got the most baleful glare, I thought. He didn't need to worry. I'd been certified normal by an expert that very evening. The expert was Dr. Sherry King, whom I had taken to dinner before joining the game at Nick's. It had gotten to be a sort of weekly date, although this night had given signs of being the last one. For a while that spring, desoxyribonucleic acid had begun to take second place in my heart. This is a pitiful admission for a biochemist to make. DNA should be the cornerstone of his life. But Sherry was something rare. A gorgeous woman, if somewhat distant, who was thoroughly intelligent. She had already earned her doctorate while I was still struggling with the tag ends of my thesis. "Poker, Tex?" Sherry had asked when the waitress was bringing dessert. "Is this becoming a problem? You've played every night this week." "No problem, Sherry," I said. "I'm winning, and I see no point in not pocketing all that found money." "Compulsive gambling is a sickness," she said, looking at me thoughtfully. She was wearing a shirtwaist and skirt that had the bright colors and fullness you associate with peasant dress. "The only thing sick about me is my bank account." I grinned, relishing her dark, romantic quality. "I need the dough, Sherry. I've got a thesis to finish if I ever want to get a job teaching." Her thick eyebrows fluttered upward, a danger signal I had learned to look for. "That's a childish rationalization, Tex," she said with a lot more sharpness than I had expected. "There are certainly other ways to get money." "So I'm not as smart as you," I told her. "Smart?" She didn't think I was tracking. "I wasn't as shrewd as you were in picking my parents," I said. "Mine never had much, and left me less than that when they died." She threw her spoon to the table. "I'll remind you of how silly these remarks sound after you've hit a losing streak," she told me. I laughed at that one. "I don't lose, Sherry," I said, "and I don't intend to." Her lashes veiled her violet eyes as she smiled and said more quietly, "Then you are in even worse trouble than I thought. I hear a lot about what happens to these strange people who never lose at cards or at dice or at roulette. Aren't you afraid of winding up in the gutter with your throat slit? Isn't that what happens to people with psi powers who gamble?" she insisted. "What's your trick, Tex? Do you stack the deck with telekinesis? Or does precognition tell you what's about to be dealt?" "That crack isn't considered very funny in Texas," I growled. "Is it any more silly for me to think you might be a psi personality than for you to think you never lose at cards?" She nailed me. I could feel my face getting red. "Damn it," I started. "Nobody talks to a friend like that." "Pretty convincing proof," Sherry said tartly. "Of what?" "Of the fact that you aren't making any sense about this gambling kick you're on, Tex. You should have laughed my teasing off. Who would seriously suggest that you were a psi personality?" she demanded. "And most of all, with my background in psi, do you think I could be misled about it?" I shrugged, trying to cool down. Sherry's doctorate had been earned with a startling thesis on psi phenomena and psi personalities, and she had stayed on at Columbia as a research fellow in the field. In egghead circles, she rated as a psi expert, all right. "Guess not," I said, trying to kill the subject. She wasn't going to let it die. "I don't think you're a psi, Tex. You're a normal." The way she said it, it didn't sound like a compliment. "Worse than that," she insisted. "You're beginning to act like a compulsive gambler." She took a deep breath and let me have the clincher. "I could never marry a gambler, Tex." "You've never been asked," I reminded her. She had the last word. "Let's go," she snapped. Angry as I was about her acting as though I were a snake, I wished I could have thrown her certification that I was a normal in the freckled face of the sharp-chinned gambler at Nick's later that night. After Sherry's needling, I didn't take very kindly to his popping off with the law of the pack. It's understood wherever people gamble that psis aren't welcome. Nick didn't like it any better than I did. "All right, Lefty," he said to the sharp-chinned gambler. "Calm down, huh, kid? What kind of game you think I run, huh?" I didn't let the sour start spoil my game. I was lucky right from the start and hit big in several hands. Lefty, the gambler who had yelped about psi powers at the game, dealt the 10th hand. He gave me the 8 of spades in the hole. By the 4th card I had 3 other spades showing, which gave me 4/5 of a rare flush in stud poker. But by the 4th card, Lefty had given himself a pair of jacks. That drove all the other gamblers to cover. Lefty raised, of course, and it cost me $500 to see my 5th card. It was a classic kind of standoff in stud, and the waiter stopped with his tray of drinks to press in among the other kibitzers and watch the payoff. Lefty shucked out the last 2 cards carelessly, as if they didn't really matter. His own 5th card made no difference. His jacks already had a busted flush beaten. His smile was just a little too sharp as he tossed me my last card face up, and reached for the pot with the same left-handed gesture. I took the poker panatella out of my teeth. "All blue," I said, turning up my hole card with the other hand. Lefty threw the unused part of the deck to the center of the table. "That does it, you snake!" He swore at me. It took a second for his accusation to sink in. I started across the table after him. If they hadn't stopped me, I would have torn his lying throat out. Funny, but there were kibitzers on my shoulders before I could rise an inch out of my chair. "Down in Texas, you could get shot for a crack like that, Lefty," I said. I guess I really yelled it. "And in New York, you can and probably will get your rotten throat slit for a trick like the one you just pulled," he replied. He turned to the other gamblers, most of whom had their hands on the edge of the table, ready to jump to their feet if it got any rougher. "I stacked the deck this last deal," he said coolly. He held a palm up at their surprised mutter. "Tex's 5th card was stacked to be a heart, gamblers. You saw him get a spade and take the pot. I won't sit at the same table with a guy that can do that. Telekinesis has no place in poker."
"Pretty near as bad as stacked decks,"
one of the gamblers rasped. But the others weren't with him. I only had to take one look at Nick's face. I stood up slowly, and the hands on my shoulders didn't hold me down any longer. "Lefty says he stacked the deck," I told them. "I say he lies. You know there's nothing to choose between our statements. Lefty is a cheap grandstander, and I'll settle with him myself. Nick, I won't embarrass you tonight. This isn't your fault, but I'll be here tomorrow night, and you had better be glad to see me." "Sure, Tex," he said uncomfortably, rising with me. "Take my seat, Shorty," he directed one of the kibitzers. He walked around to grab me by the elbow and steer me as far away from Lefty's truculent face as he could. At least the sharp-chinned little rat had quit the game, too. Both of us had left our chips on the table. Nick wanted me to leave. "Pay me off," I insisted. He said yes a lot quicker than I thought he would. The other gamblers could have squawked that my chip should go into the next pot, but apparently none of them did. Lefty sidled out as Nick was paying me off. "Wait outside for me," I said to him. "Why not?" he said, sticking his chin out at me and walking out. Nick grabbed me again. "Don't get hot, Tex," he warned me. "I don't want a killing on my own sidewalk. Take it someplace else, huh, kid?" "Sure," I said. There wasn't any danger Lefty would hang around. I was big enough to break him in two, which is exactly what I planned if I caught up with him. It had been dark for some hours by the time I hit the street and waved for a skim copter. Nick's games start late. "You asked me to wait," somebody said. I spun around and saw Lefty standing in the alleyway beside the building. I went for him, charging hard. He scuttled back into the alley out of what little light there was that far downtown. Just as I reached for him, somebody slugged me in the gut. I went down on a knee, gasping. I hadn't seen his sidekick. The alley was pretty dark. I heard Lefty's breath suck in sharply as I came up out of my crouch, diving for him. After all, it was only pain, something inside my head. It wasn't as though I had been really crippled. My fingers clawed at his jacket and would have held him, but the other guy grabbed at my ankle and threw me down on the slippery cobbles again. I came up slower that time. I'd bunged up my kneecap more than I wanted to think about. Lefty was still out of reach. I called him a name that was always good for a fight in Texas and started after him, but slower than before. I wasn't fast enough to avoid the hard thing that rammed against my spine. Even down in Texas, a gun in the back freezes you up. Lefty was all guts now that I was hung up on the gun barrel. It might as well have been a meat hook.
I warned you not to use Sci in the game, he snapped. Now you'll have to talk to Pete.
One of us isn't going to live through this, I promised him, starting to reach for his throat. The gun jabbed a reminder to watch my manners.
Do you come quietly?
Lefty asked shrilly.
Or do we?
The sudden shrillness of his voice scared me more than anything else. He was worked up worse than I was. Quietly, I conceded, trying to get some saliva to flow again. The pressure against my spine eased off. Lefty stepped out of the alley to the curb and flagged down a cruising copter. He made me get in first, which gave me a chance to turn when I sat down and see who had been holding the gun on me from behind. The gunman had sure drifted in one awful hurry. There wasn't a soul except Lefty around. He hopped in after me. The turbine howled as the driver gunned us up on the air cushion and sent us skimming away. The trip lasted only 4 or 5 minutes through the thinning traffic of late evening. We pulled up in front of a brownstone house in the upper 80s that reared up 4 stories among a string of 3-story neighbors. I limped to the top of the steps after Lefty. He let us in with a key. We were in a dimly lit hall that had a staircase against its left wall and an open door at its right, leading into a darkened room. A tall, skinny girl was sitting about a third of the way up the carpeted flight of steps. Her face was drawn out to a point by a long, thin nose. "Here they are," she called up the stairway, showing braces on her teeth. She stood up and came down the hall. She was clad in a shorty wrapper that showed off her racehorse legs. "Billy Joe," she said to Lefty, "I told them you were coming."
"Hi, Fiola," he said. "Good for you."
He sounded pleased. There were steps above, and 2 others joined us. First came a short, square man with gray hair and bushy gray eyebrows. He was wrapped up in a flannel robe that had once been maroon and was now rusty with age and wear. It only served to confirm that he had just been yanked out of bed. He hadn't bothered to put anything on his bare feet or to comb his hair. A pretty wild-looking old man. Behind him stumped a chunky woman crowding 50. She was in a worse state of dishabille. She hadn't quite made it to bed and was still in her slip. Her stockings had been unhitched from her garters and hung in slack transparency around her fat calves like the sloughed-off skin of a snake. "I told you," Fiola said to the gray-haired man.
"It's nice that you're right once in a while,"
he said in a scratchy, sleepy voice, walking past her to switch on the ceiling of the room on the right side of the hall. She didn't like that. Lefty stopped her reply.
"Will it be PC?"
he asked her. "No," she said.
"You missed that one," Lefty said.
"Didn't neither."
"Well, sit in with us and see," he suggested.
"What for?" she asked. "I know what's going to happen in there. You'll be along to bed right soon, darlin' Billy."
He looked over at me.
"Go on in, Tex," he said.
"Darlin' Billy," I sneered.
"Don't pay any attention to her," he said. "She's in another space-time continuum."
I pointedly ogled the girl's pretty legs going up the stairs and whistled softly.
"My wife,"
he said, blushing.
"A powerful PC, or one day will be."
"You're kidding," I said. His arm on my elbow pushed me into the lighted room. It had been the front parlor of the old brownstone in its prime, and was now fixed up as an office. The place held an executive desk, with several buttons and enough other controls to put it in orbit. There were a number of cushioned, straight-backed chairs and a comfortable leather couch under the window. Only the fact that it was getting on toward midnight made me willing to believe that the couple who had walked down the stairs expected to be taken seriously.
"This is George Robertson, the poker whiz,"
Lefty said briefly to the 2 sleepyheads.
"They call him Tex. Tex, this is Peter Maragon, Grand Master of the Lodge."
The gray-haired man gave me a tired nod.
I imagine you're a pretty angry young man, Mr. Robertson,
he said in his scratchy voice. I started to tell him quite a little bit about how I felt, but he held up his hand.
I've had a hard day, he complained, and I got out of bed solely to adjudicate your case. Now, this will go a lot more quickly if you listen.
He smacked his lips a couple times as if he wondered where he had left his partial plate. I hoped he had swallowed it.
Sit down,
he said irritably, pointing at the chair across the desk from him. I debated it, but took the chair, grinding my teeth.
You aren't stupid, or you wouldn't be a scientist,
he said, revealing that he knew a lot more about me than I did about him.
Let's start out with a couple of facts.
He pointed a gnarled finger at Lefty.
Wally Bupp stacked a deck of cards on you tonight, he said gruffly. What you don't know is that he stacked them with telekinesis. He's a TK.
A snake? I gasped.
Watch your lip,
Maragon croaked.
Everybody in this room is a Sci. Snake is a dirty word around here, Mr. Robertson. Mr. Bupp has a special aversion to it.
What's the purpose? I began hotly.
Ah,
Maragon barked.
A good word.
He cackled a laugh at me.
Purpose? Exactly, Mr. Robertson. Well, the Lodge has a purpose, and you'll act a lot more sensibly if you know it. You,
he said to me,
are a TK.
You, I yelled right back, are a liar. He ignored me completely.
We can't afford to have you gambling and cheating normals, he went on. One of the Lodge's fundamental rules is that no Sci may use his powers to the detriment of normals. Lefty's big scene at Nick's fixed it so you won't be welcome in a big-time poker game anywhere in town. We did that deliberately, and we're telling you to quit gambling as of this minute.
You say you are a TK, I interrupted.
Somewhat,
he said.
I have Sci powers, but I'm not mainly a TK.
Whatever your powers are, I said, they don't make you supermen immune from the laws of libel. If you or anybody I can catch breathes one false word about my being a snake, you'll be on the receiving end of the roughest lawsuit you ever heard of.
The silliness of that statement will occur to you in a while, he said dryly. And truth is a defense against a claim of libel. But, to get back to purpose, our second purpose tonight is to get it through your thick head, Mr. Robertson, that the Lodge insists on its right to control your actions insofar as they involve the use of your Sci powers. We mean business, Mr. Robertson, and before you are through with our heartless Mr. Bupp tonight, you'll know it. That's all that's behind our little charade.
He came to a stop and took a deep breath. I'm going to make one statement and rest on it, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and level. He shrugged.
Your turn,
he said. I'm a normal, I said. I flatly deny that I have the slightest shred of Sci power. I accuse that freckled snake over there of lying deliberately. I'll make him pay for it, and he'll be lucky if it isn't with his blood.
That's all?
Isn't it enough? He laughed harshly and grinned over at Lefty.
Some of you maverick Scis scream like a gelded porker, he said. I figured you'd tell me we'd cost you a fortune in prospective poker winnings, to say the least.
My stomach dropped. I hadn't thought of that, not as much as I should have. It was my only income. Something a darn sight more important than money is involved, I said.
Maybe you aren't such a bad guy,
he decided. He looked over at the woman standing silently in her slip beside his desk, her bare arms folded over her ample bosom.
How about it, Millie?
He asked her. She shrugged. He believes what he says, she told him. He honestly doesn't think he has any Sci powers.
That mitigates the affair,
Maragon said.
Still, our purpose demands an object lesson. I have to find you, Mr. Robertson. You've broken one of our rules by using TK to stack a poker deck. Because you weren't aware of it, though, half of your fine will be remitted if you join the lodge within a week. Accordingly, I assess you, how much, Millie? He asked.
He's got 8,000 and some in his breast pocket, she said with fiendish accuracy. Every penny he has in the world.
Assess you $8,000,
Maragon concluded. He got wearily to his feet and started to pad past me toward the door.
Mr. Bop will collect,
he said. The woman followed him, her hose hanging down around her ankles, and climbed the stairs stolidly behind him. Lefty, whom Maragon had called Wally Bupp, walked around behind the desk and took the swivel chair that the older man had just vacated.
I'll take the 8,000 now, Tex,
he said, poking his chin at me belligerently. You'll take 4, I said, getting my feet under me. He frowned.
4?
He repeated. 4 knuckles, I gritted and started for him. The gun barrel rammed me in the kidney harder than it had in the alley. They'd smuggled in some protection. I really slammed on the brakes halfway across the desk. Lefty hadn't bothered to flinch, but sat there with his legs crossed, looking idly at his fingernails.
Look behind you,
he said. I did. The gun eased off my kidney as I turned. There wasn't anybody there.
TK,
Lefty said.
I also used it to trip you up when you went for me in the alley, after I TK'd a left right in your gut. You're a hard guy to stop, Tex, but don't overdo it.
Mere pain never stopped a guy who really meant it. I went for him again. Then it hit me. A deep and sickening pain throbbed from my breastbone down my left arm. The light started to dim and I sagged down on the desk.
How'd that feel?
Lefty asked, apparently not expecting an answer.
I clamped your coronary artery shut for a few seconds. A post-mortem would never be able to tell it from the real thing if I held down tight.
His grin had a viciousness in it I hadn't seen before. He held out his hand. I struggled erect and handed my wallet to him. He only took out the big bills and tossed it back across the desk to me.
Thanks,
he said.
You'll get half of this back if you decide to join the lodge within a week.
What's all this about a lodge? I tried weakly. What lodge?
Why, this lodge,
Lefty said, waving a hand around loosely.
It's an organization of folks with psi powers, guys like you and me, Tex.
I'm no TK, I growled. I didn't manipulate those cards in any way.
Funny you say that,
he said, looking interested and leaning his elbows on the desk.
You're right. I hadn't actually bothered to stack the deck, Tex. Just kept a light TK touch on it to see if you were moving cards. You weren't, but you were hitting them right all the time. I haven't had time to tell Maragon the boys on the crap patrol were wrong. It wasn't telekinesis, Tex. It was precognition. You're a PC, Tex.
He stood up and pointed toward the door. I was shaking so badly from the heart attack the snake had induced that I got up helplessly and allowed him to steer me out by the elbow.
Remember,
he said at the head of the steps that led down to the street,
you've got a week to make up your mind about joining the lodge. In the meantime, don't gamble.
Great, I said bitterly. You sapped me down and rolled me for my poke, or the next thing to it. And now you tell me not to get in a game and try to get whole again? Why should you care?
You don't listen,
he said sourly.
Look, Psi's are supermen in spite of your sneers. And whether you like it or not, Tex, you've got some Psi powers. Normals resent, fear, and hate us. We can't afford to have you making a killing at a poker table and then get exposed as a snake. We Psis are a tiny minority. We all get blamed for things any one of us does.
I'm a normal, I said a little hollowly.
You're more fortunate than that, he assured me. Just so you understand the origin and purpose of the lodge, we find strength in union. Strength to resist the pressure of the majority.
And membership in the lodge gives us control. Control over size like you who might bring the wrath of the normal majority down on us by their short-sightedness. I shook my head. You don't have to dress it up like this, I protested. This is blackmail or extortion, I'm not sure which. I'm not joining anything you bunch of creeps are a part of. You won't find that practical, he said, turning to go back inside. And remember, stay away from guards. You're supposed to have nightmares at night. I had mine the whole next day. No, I wasn't a TK, Lefty had said. I was a PC. You don't have anemia, Tex. It's leukemia. I made a farce of trying to get some work done in the lab. After letting the third test tube slip through my fingers and shatter on the lab bench, I gave it up. How would you have acted if you had gotten that kind of news? That first gut-twisting admission that you really may be a snake. Then sharp awareness of what it means. A guillotine couldn't cut you off more sharply from normal humanity. But the spirit struggles and refuses to accept it. You can't be a snake. Take action, I said aloud, getting a worried look from my lab assistant, busy mopping up my last shattered culture. Don't spin around like this. Do something. I did the only thing I could think of and dialed Sherry at her laboratory. She refused to accept the call at first. Finally, she tore herself away from a delicate experiment, long enough to look at me angrily in the screen. "We don't have anything to say to each other," she said coldly. "There are delicate experiments." "Can you test me for psi powers?" I interrupted. "Whatever for?" "To settle whether I have any," I snapped. "It's important to me." "Not necessary," she said. "Do you think I'd be successful in the psi field if I weren't sensitive to this sort of thing? Don't worry, Tex. You're a normal." "Thanks," I said. "So you've told me. Now prove it to my satisfaction." "We shut up shop at 5 o'clock, she said. "I'll be here for about an hour after that. My dinner date isn't until 7. "Betty doesn't gamble," I said, trying to win a little sympathy. "You bet he doesn't," she sniffed. Sherry's laboratory was nothing more than a large, windowless office that could be cut into 2 soundproof parts with a movable partition. She had a whopper desk with full controls and other evidences of academic pelf. On a table against the short wall was her apparatus, if that's what you call decks of cards, a roulette wheel, a set of Rhine ESP cards, several dice, and so help me, a crystal ball. Sherry stood up behind her desk when I came in. It was something of a shock to find that her colorful peasant getup was antiseptically sheathed in a white laboratory coat. She was sure dressed for dirtier work than she would ever have to do in that lab. Her first look at me was one of surprise, but it softened to one of concern, which might have been cheering on some other occasion. "What has happened, Tex?" she asked. "Nothing," I said, keeping calm. "Not a thing." "Outside of seeing a ghost, eh?" she said. "Stop grinding your teeth like that. You'll give me the creeps. Sit down. Sit down, do you hear me? Relax." I guess I found the chair across from her at the desk. "Do I have psi powers?" I asked her. "Either TK or PC? Test me, Sherry." "What happened?" she insisted. I shook my head. "I'd rather not talk about it, not until I know the result of your test," I said. Sherry thought about it for a while, tapping her desk with an irritated finger, and finally got a set of cards from the lab table against the wall. She shuffled them slowly on her desk blotter. "Cards are your strong point," she observed. "If you have any psi powers, they're most likely to show up with cards. I take it you will do your utmost to be right?" "Who would double-cross himself?" I said tightly. "Most people," Sherry said, "when it comes to psi. But we'll assume for a starter that you are on the level." She stacked the cards in her hand. "We'll keep it simple," Sherry suggested. "I'll deal the cards one at a time. All you have to do is tell me whether the next card will be red or black. Fair?" "Sure," I said. "Deal." She was a lousy dealer, or maybe it was because it was a one-handed operation. She was scoring my hits and misses with a little counter in her other hand. She ran the deck 10 times for me. I got 38 right on my best attempt and 37 wrong on my worst. In total of 520 chances, I was right on 273, or 52.2% of the time, according to Sherry's slide rule. Oh no, I said dismally. I do have a little edge on the cards. As a statistician, you'll make a great biochemist, Sherry said, putting the deck away. That would only be true if I hadn't let you see your hits and misses as each deal proceeded. You made succeeding guesses in the knowledge of what had already been dealt. Actually, your score was below average for trained observers without psi powers. She heaved a sigh which somehow seemed to be of relief. And now, you crazy cowpoke, she said, tell me what this is all about. I'm not a psi, I demanded. Not if you were really trying, she said. Were you? You think I want to be a psi? I demanded. I told her all that had happened the night before, from the time Lefty had accused me of being a snake until he had let me out of the brownstone house and warned me against gambling. Guess how Sherry reacted? A big nothing. Well? I asked, as she sat silent with her elbows on the edge of her desk and her chin propped up on her knuckles. You're really quite naive, aren't you, Tex? She asked me. Let me give you an objective statement of what happened to you last night. She counted these things off on her fingers. You won some money at poker. A gambler said you used TK to win. He took your winnings and then some away from you as the price of silence. He warned you not to gamble anymore. He claimed he was part of an organization of psi personalities. Is that a fair statement? Except for one thing, I said. He used his psi powers on me in a pretty dramatic fashion. Try Occam's razor, she suggested. She was getting insulting. All right, I growled, feeling my face get red. Prefer the simpler explanation if you can find one. I was prodded in the back both in the alley and in the office at the brownstone house. Something hit me in the gut and tripped me up. I had a heart seizure. What's simpler than TK in accounting for the fact this was done without a soul around? I suppose I shouldn't be critical of you, she said. It's not your field and you haven't been exposed to the lengths to which charlatans go just to prove they are supermen. The simpler explanation is that there was someone else in the alley, carefully dressed in dull black to stay invisible in the darkness. The second prodding of a gun in your spine was pure suggestion. You'd been so well sold by that time you were ready to believe anything. And my heart attack? I can think of 10 poisons that would give you the symptoms, Sherry said. And don't tell me you let nothing pass your lips, she burst out hotly as I started to speak. I suppose you've never had a spray hypodermic? You'd never have felt it. Don't you see why they went to all this trouble? Honestly, I said, I can't. I'm simply not that important to anyone in the world. You're not, she said dryly, but your $8,000 was. I'd say if people can steal that much money and convince the victim he shouldn't go to the police, it was worth their while. You're not very likely to advertise the claim that you're a psi, are you? No, I admitted. And, she said wearily, standing up, there's always the angle that they'll con you by letting you into their imaginary lodge and extract some kind of dues out of you in return for keeping quiet about your so-called psi powers when you gamble. That would serve you right, she concluded. For what? I demanded, beginning to feel pretty icy. Being such an easy mark, for one thing, Sherry said. And for seriously thinking that you might be a PC? That, I must confess, I find the most comical of all. You, Tex, a PC? Why is that funnier than being a TK? I demanded, getting up. She waved her hand impatiently. We see a little TK here in the lab right along, she said. At least there are those who seem to have a small, genuine edge on the cards that we can explain no other way. It's small, but apparently exists. But precognition? That's not simply mechanical or kinetic like TK. PC is something terrifyingly different." Her voice hushed as she said it. "It's a kind of sensitivity that has nothing to do with mere kinetics. It defies time." She looked back at me. "I simply find it comical that you thought of yourself as sensitive to that degree." "So I've been a fool," I mused. "In a word, yes, you're a normal. They suckered you if you want the jargon." "Wait till tonight." I seethed, beginning to feel my anger grow as my fear dwindled. Let them try to pin the Sci label on me. I'll call their bluff. The TV phone on Sherry's desk rang, and she pressed the accept key. "Let me speak with Tex," a familiar, aggressive voice said. It didn't sound like it would stand for much nonsense. Sherry still had another look of surprise in her. "For you," she said, arching her romantic eyebrows and turning the instrument around so I was facing the scope and screen. Sure enough, it was Wally Bupp. "Don't do it, Tex," he warned me. "Don't do what?" "Don't play tonight. It won't be practical. We mean business." "So do the laws of libel," I said. "One crack about my having Sci powers." Yeah, he interrupted. "You told us about the lawsuit," he said. "You've got 6 more days." I could see his hand come up to cut the image. "Hey," I said, "how do you know where to reach me?" His sharp face split in that vicious grin. "I forgot to tell you," he said. "Maragon is a clairvoyant, too." The image faded. "See what I mean?" I said shakily to Sherry. "They sure talk a good game. I didn't tell a soul I was coming here. How'd they catch me?" "Occam's razor," she said. "How many wrong numbers did they try first? Come back to Earth." "That snake Lefty still worries me," I admitted, going to the door. "Sherry, I know I've acted nuts, but they nearly got me to flip. Thanks for helping me. I couldn't have stood it to know I was a snake. You got my mind back on track again." "Not enough to keep from going right back to the poker table?" she observed. There didn't seem to be any point to telling her how badly I needed the dough. Anyway, I had to prove a point. I was a normal. I left. There were already 7 at the table when I got to Nick's after dinner. He didn't want to deal me in.
"7's a full table, huh, Tex?"
he said. "Not for stud it isn't," I told him. "You can deal to 10 gamblers."
"Dealer's choice tonight,"
he protested, while some of the gamblers eyed me curiously.
"Can't deal to more than 7 for 3-card draw."
"I told you where I stood on this thing last night," I snapped.
"All right,"
Nick said warmly.
"So maybe I'd like the whole stink to cool down a little, huh?"
"Not with my dough in it, Nick," I told him, being pretty free with something I didn't have much of anymore. "You'll deal me in tonight, or I'll find another banker." A gink with a long, scrawny neck put down his highball and rose from the table. "Gosh, fellas," he said, "I'm sort of a fifth wheel around here, I guess. Here, neighbor," he insisted. "Take my place." He was all grins and teeth and bobbed his head around with a rural awkwardness.
"You don't have to do that, Sneed,"
Nick started to say.
"Just as soon kibitz,"
he insisted, drawing up a chair behind me as I took his seat.
"You don't mind, neighbor?"
he asked anxiously. I shook my head and yanked out my much-depleted wallet to pay for chips. It took all that the lodge hadn't. 4 hands were enough. On the first at stud, I had aces back-to-back and picked up a pair of 7s on the next 2 cards. 2 pair aces high will win about 99 out of 100 stud hands. I chewed down on the panatella in my teeth and bet them like I had them. The tilt of my cigar showed just a little too much confidence as a way to convince some of the gamblers that I was bluffing. Must have been a good act, for 3 of them stayed with me all the way. None of them had much showing, and regardless of what their hole cards were, by the time we had our 5th cards, I had them all beaten. It was raise against raise, but somebody finally called, and I turned over my ace in the hole. "Aces and 7s, gamblers," I grinned, reaching for the pot.
"I see the 7s,"
a fat-faced man across the table said around his cigar.
"But what's this jazz about aces?"
So help me, Hannah, my hole card was a 2. I tried to cover it up. You'll have to admit I bet them like aces, I said. Somebody laughed, but not very hard. I paid mighty close attention to what I was dealt the next hand and turned down a drink to make sure I was cold sober. Unfortunately, I got all screwed up over what one of the other gamblers had. It had been a bunch of spinach when I'd been betting my pair against it, but it was one good-looking straight when he flipped the card in the hole. The third hand I dropped out before the fourth card. After a gambler raked in that pot, my kibitzer asked me, "How much do you have to have on the first 3 cards to stay in the pot?" "Any pair would convince me," I said. "Why?" "What was the matter with the kings you had showing?" he asked. They were still on the table in front of me, King of Hearts and King of Clubs. I scarcely dared bet the fourth hand. We had switched a 3-card draw. I discarded 2 small diamonds, keeping a pair of 9s and an ace for a kicker. On the draw, I got 1 card that claimed to be the 14 of eagles, and one on which there was a message reading, "These hallucinations are sent to you with the courtesy of the Manhattan chapter of the Lodge. Are you finding it practical?" I threw the hand in and stood up shaking. "Since when don't you bet a full house?" my kibitzer demanded, after the hand was won. He picked up what I had thrown in. The 14 of eagles turned out to be a 9, and the card with the hallucination message, the other ace. "Got to confuse the other bettors," I said. "One of the fundamentals of poker." There really weren't enough chips left in front of me to bother cashing in. I just left them lying there and wandered down to the street, flat broke. Wally Bupp was right. I hadn't found it practical. All of a sudden I saw that it really didn't matter whether I were a Sci or not. The important question had always been whether Lefty and the others were Scis. If so, they might be on the level about my Sci powers, which meant I was right back being a snake again. And if they weren't, it was a simple case of blackmail, which at least let me rejoin the human race. On that basis, I was in tough shape. Occam's razor has no answer for hallucinations. Either you've had them, or you hadn't. I had. Nobody would change my mind on that score. That made Sneed and presumably Lefty a Sci. And me too. But what if they were mistaken? Sherry's tests looked conclusive to me. I saw that as the only way out. I had to insist on a test in their presence. And that meant I had to get in touch with Wally Bupp. My kibitzer came stalking out of the building, gangling and gawky. "Didn't mean to spoil your luck, neighbor," he said. "Don't give it a second thought, Sneed," I said. "Call me Mortimer," he said. "You mind a word of advice, neighbor?" he asked, bobbing his head around and grinning in a self-conscious way. "Next time, bet that 14. Highest card in the deck, beats all others." "You lousy snake," I gasped. I'd learned better than to take a poke at him. Lefty had taught me my lesson on that one. Sneed might turn out to be a TK as well as a hallucinator, and I wanted no more heart attacks. He handed me a card. "There'll be somebody at this number all night, neighbor. Gamblers Anonymous." He faded off down the dark street. The card merely said, Manhattan Chapter, NO5-5600. Sherry must have had a swell time at dinner with some guy who didn't gamble, because she didn't come home until nearly midnight. I know because I dialed her apartment every 10 minutes until I got her face on the screen. She was still dressed for dinner and had a sort of tiara over her thick tresses. "What is it?" she said. "I'm not a Sci?" I demanded. "No," she said. "Hasn't this gone—" "Well, then, am I crazy?" I cut in on her. Her lips compressed. "It's a lot more likely," she decided. "Why?" "Either I'm nuts," I told her, "or those characters really are Scis." She was reaching up to cut the image when I caught her interest. "Is there such a thing as a Sci who can induce hallucinations?" I demanded. "No," flatly. "They've got me sold that they can do it," I said. "What does Occam's razor say about that?" "You idiot!" she exploded. "They don't believe you are a PC any more than I do." She was sure sensitive about my having any precognition. "Okay," I said. "Then you make them eat it. Aren't you the one who knows all about exposing charlatans?" That was the right button. "Certainly," Sherry said. "I'll pick you up in 10 minutes," I said. "Now? Midnight?" "This is the payoff," I said, and cut the image. I dialed the number Sneed had given me. "Manhattan chapter," the operator cartoon said. "This is George Robertson," I said. "Mortimer Sneed told me there'd be somebody there to talk to me. Maybe Lefty?" "Sneed?" the cartoon said, frowning. "No one here by that? Oh, wait a moment. Dr. Wally Bupp will talk to you," the cartoon said, and Wally's face appeared on the screen. "It wasn't practical," I admitted. "6 days early," he observed. "Nuts," I said. "Look, you've got me convinced you are a Sci. That Sneed puts on a terrific show." "Sneed?" He frowned. "Oh," he laughed. "Yeah," he agreed condescendingly. "He's red hot every now and then." "But you haven't sold me that I'm a PC," I growled. "I've been tested, I'm not. Now I want you to get off my back. You and the rest of them, lay off." He shook his head. "The Lodge acts unilaterally on this," he said soberly. "You've got Psi powers. You'll accept our direction in their use, or else, Tex." "All I ask is a fair test," I said desperately, "under laboratory conditions." He gave me an address. "Come any time," he said. "That's me walking in," I told him. Sherry had to pay off the copter when we got there. It wasn't the brownstone I had seen the night before. This place was a medium-sized office building, say 100 stories or so, quite new. There was no identification on its front other than the street number. The directory in the silent and unpopulated lobby was names, all names. But Dr. Walter Bupp was one of them, in 7704. Sherry and I rode the elevator to 77 in chilly silence. The corridor was dim with its lights on nighttime setting. Stronger light came from an open door quite a way down the hall. It had to be Bupp's office, and it was. Wally certainly wasn't surprised to see Sherry. He shook hands with her briefly, pushing his sharp chin out at her in gamecock fashion. "Your mate?" he asked me. "Certainly not," she told him. "We're, colleagues at the university." "That's not what Fiola says," he told her sourly, pointing to chairs we could take. "Fiola?" Sherry questioned. "A powerful PC," Wally said. "She predicted you would accompany Tex tonight." "Oh, really?" Sherry said scathingly. "I was there," I told her. She really did. "Let's not be diverted by sideshows," Sherry said. "We're here to measure the psi powers of Tex Robertson, not to talk over the reputed clairvoyance of some dim and misty character." "Precognition," Wally corrected her. "Stick around, Dr. King. Fiola will be down a little later. She thinks Tex is something special." That was not going to make a good interchange, so I cut in. "Dr. King is a professional in this field," I started. Wally waved a disgusted hand. "We know all about Dr. King and her field," he said, "proving that psi powers don't exist, right, Dr. King?" Sherry bristled. It was hard to stay friendly in any talk with Bupp. "You know my field," she said, about 20 degrees below zero. "I accept any and all evidence, regardless what it proves. There's a lot of talk about psi powers, but precious little that can ever be detected under laboratory conditions." "Oh, well," Wally Bupp grinned. "That's not so strange. All members of the Lodge are cautioned to stay away from laboratories. You've been testing normals. What do you expect for results?" "Then you show me," she stormed. "Go on with you," he grinned. "I thought it was Tex's powers you wanted tested. Mine are irrelevant." "I thought so," she said triumphantly. "Charlatan!" For a moment the grin flickered off his face, and I tensed to catch Sherry if she should start to drop. But I guess he thought better of it.
"Some other time," he said. "Let's get this over with. Make it simple. You may have some statistical objections to my technique tonight, but I'm not looking for fringe effects. If this hot-eyed swain of yours is any good at all, he'll bat 1,000.
He got a deck of cards out of his desk drawer and fanned it out face up, so that he could pluck the 2 of spades and the 2 of hearts from the deck. The rest he put back in his desk. He put his hands under the desk with the 2 cards in them, produced the cards again, face down, and laid them in a thin stack on the desk before all of us.
"What's on top?" he said. "Red or black?"
"How will you score?" Sherry insisted. He scowled at her and tossed a squeeze counter across the desk.
"You score," he said. "It really isn't necessary. Tex will either be right all the time, or it won't matter."
But before I could call the top card, the office door opened behind us. I looked around expecting Fiola. Instead, it was Millie with the down hose. Only this time she was decently dressed in a dark 2-piece suit and wore makeup. She certainly was no more talkative than before, nor did Wally introduce her. Sherry was perfectly equal to the occasion, and looked through Millie with composure. This takes about 3 generations of overbreeding.
"Try it," Wally insisted. "What's on top?"
I hit it. Then I missed it. Then I hit 3 in a row. It wasn't fast work because Wally hid the cards under his desk after each guess, shuffled the 2 cards around, and then laid them before me again. This went on for about 20 minutes. At that point, Sherry spoke. "That makes exactly 300 tries," she said, looking at the counter in her hand. "Have you been keeping score, Mr. Bupp?"
"I thought you were."
"So I was," she snapped, throwing up her tiara'd head. He sure brought out the worst in people. "Tex has been right exactly 150 times. He's never been more than 5 tries to the good in the whole series."
"Interesting," Wally said.
I took my first decent breath in the day. "This ought to let me off the hook," I said to him. "Are you convinced?" He shrugged.
"How about it, Millie?" he asked.
"A random sample," she said. "He doesn't want to score. He didn't try." Sherry was ready for that one. She turned and spoke to Millie. "You have ways of knowing what Tex was thinking?" she asked sweetly. "Yes." "Name any 3." Sherry lashed at her furiously. The solid woman wasn't the least bit bowled over. "Read his mind," she said matter-of-factly. "Just like I can tell you're getting ready to screech charlatan at me, and like you think I got a cast-iron girdle and homely shoes. Well, they're comfortable, dearie, which is more than you can say for those high-heeled slippers of yours. That left little toe of yours is killing you, dearie." Sherry's lips moved, but her mouth was as empty of sound as her face was of blood. Millie had hit the bullseye.
"Everybody relax a moment," Wally said. "Tell me, Dr. King, what's your attitude toward PC?"
"I don't have any," she snapped. "It's a phenomenon. I have as much attitude toward it as I do toward osmosis or toward peristalsis. None."
"Would you consider a person fortunate to possess the power of precognition?"
Wally asked her. Sherry's head came up. "If there were such a thing," she said much more quietly, "yes, I should imagine that precognition would be a powerful talent."
"If you have no emotional bias against Psi as such," he went on smoothly, "you'd be happy for Tex if he were a PC."
Her eyebrows drew together. She looked at me, veiling her violet eyes as if to hide her thoughts from us. "I would consider Tex quite fortunate, but only if you could show that such a thing really existed," she said more loudly.
"How about you, Tex?"
Wally asked me. "Nuts," I said. "You can't make me like the idea of being a snake, no matter how you dress it up." I shook my head. Psi powers are the mark of a diseased mind for my dough. They're pure poison. What have they ever done for you?
I insisted rudely. Made me a surgeon, he said. Never, Sherry said hotly. Ask Tex, Wally suggested. He felt me put a lift on his coronary artery. I'm a TK surgeon. I've got enough TK to put clamps on inaccessible arteries and feel out mechanical disorders of the body. Check it. I'm on the staff at University Hospital.
And what are you doing here? She argued.
Meeting my obligation to the lodge, he said. This is where I got my training, right in this building.
I thought that brownstone house was the lodge, I said.
No, he said. That's just the Grand Master's residence. The lodge provides quarters for its brass. This building is the real chapter house.
He heaved a long sigh and dug into his drawer again.
You can beat it, Millie, he said. Thanks.
I know, she told him from the door. She had started out long before he spoke. Impressive stuff, but it got a sniff from Sherry. What Wally got out of his desk had a refreshing shape and color. It was oblong, it was green, it was money. It was, for a fact, a stack of $1,000 bills. Wally shuffled the 2 cards under his desk again and piled them 2 deep in front of Sherry and me.
You heard what Dr. King said, Wally reminded me. She'll love you no less for being a PC. Now we'll play the game a little more realistically. Every time you guess the top card right, Tex, I'm going to give you $1,000. No strings attached. When you miss, you give 1 back. But if you have none to give, you don't have to pay. You can't lose. Maybe you can win. All set?
1 minute, I demanded. Sherry, is this a fair test? She shrugged. Why not? Is it gambling? She smiled faintly, her first sign of relaxation. Hardly, she said. Then you don't mind if I win. She found a laugh this time. You can try, she corrected me. This could be our nest egg, I said. She blushed. If that's a proposal, she said tartly, the answer is no. I'll talk to you later, I growled, when I'm richer. I looked at the back of the card on the desk. Wally was leaning back in his swivel chair and wasn't within 4 feet of the pasteboards. If there was any hanky-panky, I couldn't see how he planned to work it. Heart, I said.
Why don't you turn it over, Dr. King? Wally suggested. Remove any possible chance of manipulation.
It was the 2 of hearts that Sherry turned over. I was $1,000 richer. I won the next, and the next. My stomach tightened up. Every $1,000 drove another nail into my coffin. Went that much farther to prove I was a snake. Well, I wasn't. I missed the 4th one.
Cut that out,
Wally snapped at me. I jumped a foot. I had tried to miss it. With a sickening realization of doom, I called the next 4 right. Stop it! Sherry screeched, grabbing at the cards. I'll shuffle, she announced. She hid the pasteboards from me with her body, and took care in putting them before me on the desk that I didn't see the face of the bottom card. Her eyes were violet pools of hate and rage as she spoke to me. Now try it. Spade. That made 8 straight. Even Sherry succumbed to the ghastly fascination of it. There had been $50,000 in the stack of bills Wally had taken from his desk. Soon all 50 of the bills were stacked in front of me. Except for the one time I had tried to, I had never missed. Lefty stuck his sharp chin at Sherry.
I'd call that a fairly convincing string, he said. Will you concede, Dr. King?
She gave him an awful mouthful of silence. A pitiless blackness descended over my spirit. I looked at the money in front of me. It had been like selling my soul to the devil. There it was, all that money. All I'd have to give up was any claim to being a human. I wasn't a normal anymore. I was a Sci. Then Sherry was talking in short, gasping bursts, half choking, half sobbing. No wonder Tex is in a whirl, she said. I've seen some good illusions worked by the best light-fingered operators in the country, but nothing to compare with this. Just let me see you match the charade in my laboratory with my apparatus. She meant her playing cards. Wally was sweet and reasonable.
You dealt and shuffled most of the hands yourself, he reminded her. I never touched the cards. How could I control them? He grinned a little more sharply. And you can't call it TK, he went on. Did you feel the cards move or twitch or resist you as you shuffled them? It has to be PC.
She blew her top on that one. It's sickening to see someone you love goaded past all endurance and break down into screams and wild gestures. "Ah!" she cried, shaking her head blindly. "Before I believe that Tex Robertson can feel things that I can't feel, I'll accept any other explanation. What are those cards? Are your small TV screens? Is this more electronic hokum?" Wally quietly tore one of the cards in two.
Now I understand, he said. That's the real reason.
I looked my surprise at him, and Sherry quieted down just a little.
Relax, Dr. King, he advised her. The possession of psi powers isn't a mark of moral superiority. Part of the problem in the Lodge is that psi powers are possessed as often by evil and stupid people as by the good and intelligent. Yes, I know that you think you deserve precognition, Dr. King. But that ain't the way the ball bounces. You're a normal, Dr. King, and that's all you'll ever be.
He got a face full of fingers for his trouble. Sherry leaped to her feet and really slapped him in the kisser. She stormed out of there. I started to follow, but a tug at my earlobe signaled me to stop.
Hold on a minute, Tex, Wally said sympathetically. You're one of us now.
I had to go after her. I love her, I said hopelessly. I can't see her hurt and upset like that. I've got to. But he was shaking his head.
You haven't got a chance, Wally said. She'll never forgive you for having precognition. That's why she made the study of psi her life work. She's wanted PC for herself, and was sure she was pure enough of heart to deserve to have the power. Well, she doesn't have it, and she'll hate you for having what she thinks she deserves. Forget her.
Talk about your cup brimming over. Well, if I had to get used to being cut off from the human race, perhaps Sherry was the place to start. That's what happens to superhumans. There was one desperate hope. This wasn't hallucination? I tried.
No, Tex, he said calmly. This was on the level, just for fun. He went on. Can you do it when there isn't any money riding on it?
Reluctantly, I came back to his desk and looked down at the back of the top card. Heart, I said dully. I hit 10 in a row for him. The spade was on top 4 times, the heart 6 times. And that was on the level? I asked. He scowled at me and chewed his thin lips. Yeah, he said. That settles it, I said, sagging back into my seat. I'm a snake. A rotten PC.
Don't you believe it?
Wally growled, lunging out of his chair. He started to pace back and forth across the office, his chin stuck way out ahead of him as he prowled.
I don't know what you are, Tex, he declared, but you're no PC.
I'm a normal after all? I gasped, feeling a surge of blessed relief. He swiped at the air with a hand.
Don't be silly, he snapped. You've got a psi power so incredible that...
He whirled on me while I died for good.
You explain it, he insisted. After your lovely Dr. King flew out of here, I shuffled the cards 10 times under the desk, and you hit 10 in a row, right?
Right, dismally.
I cheated on the shuffle, he told me. I used TK to make sure that I put the 2 of spades on top, all 10 times.
No, I insisted. 6 times the heart was on top. You turned them over yourself.
That's just it, he whispered, leaning toward me. I put that spade on top every time. I did. But when I turned it over, more than half the time, it was a heart. What did you do?
You mean I'm a hallucinator? I asked, Look, this is getting ridiculous. I was kidding myself, too?
Nonsense, it was real.
His face jerked in surprise.
You couldn't.
He gasped as the idea hit him.
But you did,
he reminded himself.
Wait till Maragon hears this.
And then he told me. It couldn't be, I knew. But it was. He proved it to me, or I proved it to us. At some stage you have to get excited about it, if it's no more than a grisly fascination. At that it was dawn before we could stop our intoxicated talk. Maragon had been yanked out of bed again, and when he heard the news, woke up a darn sight faster than the night before. Fiola, of the racehorse legs, joined us, and several other Scis as well. Before it was over, the Grand Master had put on a ridiculous piece of regalia and mumbled me into probationary membership in the lodge. There was nothing creepy about the ritual, only the way I felt. I guess if we hadn't gotten hungry, we'd be there yet. Wally had one last little wrinkle for me as I started down the corridor for the elevator.
"Fiola,"
he called. "Yes, darling Billy," she said, coming to his side.
"How's Tex going to make out with that overeducated iceberg he's hot after?"
he asked her. I flinched at the thought of Sherry. I was getting used to considering her a memory. Fiola looked into the corner for a moment. "Oh, yum," she said, smiling and showing the braces on her teeth. She kissed me. I think I was about as startled as Wally was. "Just so you let her be the only Cassandra," she said. "And you call that an iceberg?" She looked at me curiously. "You'd better start eating red meat, Tex," she told me, and would say no more. I had a heck of a time getting Sherry on the phone. An hour before lunch she caved in and accepted my call. She looked pale and shaken even in the black and white of the screen. "Please," she said, "I've had all I can stand. You stayed there all night, didn't you?" "I'm not a PC, Sherry," I said. Nothing else would have caught her ear. "Not?" "Proved it before I left," I said. "I can prove it to you, too." "Ridiculous. You can't prove a negative." "Well, in a manner of speaking. What I can do is show you how the card trick was worked." I had her hooked. "You mean it? It really was a trick after all?" she said, slumping. "It sure wasn't PC," I said. "Let me show you." "At the lab," Sherry said. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. A couple graduate students were there fooling around with Rhine cards when we arrived, and Sherry chased them out without ceremony. She locked the door behind them. We were to have privacy. She didn't bother with her lab coat this time. "Show me," she insisted. "The apparatus, Sherry." I grinned. She gave me a deck of cards and pulled out the 2 of hearts and 2 of spades. "We'll do it face up," I said, "so you can see how it's done." I laid the 2 cards side by side on her blotter, face up. "Now put a finger on each one," I directed, "and watch them like a hawk. What card is under your right forefinger?" "Heart," Sherry said. "Wrong," I told her. "Spade." They could have heard that shriek clear to Keokuk. Good thing we were in a soundproof laboratory. I got her calmed down after a while. "It didn't happen," she insisted, clutching at her temples. "If you won't holler," I said, "I'll do it again. Remember, it's just a phenomenon, like osmosis." "It is not," she gasped. But I did it for her, 10 times in a row. The cards changed under her fingers without moving. "So it's not PC," I said. "Oh, Tex, but what is it?" "You agree it's real?" Sherry nodded. "It's real. You can do it, whatever it is. What is it?" "TK," I told her. "Telekinesis." "Nonsense," she said. "Are you trying to make me believe I wouldn't have felt the cards move if you'd snapped them out from under my fingers? I was pressing hard on them every time." "I didn't move the cards," I explained. "But you said it was telekinesis." "Sure. I just moved the molecules of pigment in the printing ink and reassembled them in the opposite cards. You didn't expect to feel molecular movement, did you?" "No." Then it really happened? I nodded. What an incredible power, she said. A glow of satisfaction spread over me. Can you really test this molecular hypothesis? She asked. I told her of the hours of demonstrations I had made during the night. The perception on scanning part of it goes on at some subconscious level, Sherry, I said. But we had evidence that it can be made completely conscious. She shuddered and hugged her arms to herself. I hate to say this to you, she said, but you're a freak. I took a deep breath and smiled. Unique is the way the Grand Master puts it, I said, pleased with myself. He says it has terrific possibilities. And then it hit me, that delicious thought that I was among the elect, that I always had been. What possibilities? Sherry demanded, recoiling from me. Doing card tricks? To name a few, I said. They feel sure I can operate directly on the molecular chain in genes. This means we can alter heredity to suit ourselves. Next, why not rearrange the DNA molecule in a cancer? If you can change the genes in one cell, you can change them in another. Knock out the ability of cancer cells to reproduce their own kind, and the cancer disappears. A silly one. Maragon says I can be a one-man catalytic cracking station. Pipe a liquid through a tube within my TK range, and I can make an equilibrium reaction run uphill as the stuff flows past me. How about a one-step operation to produce those rare drugs that now take 49 separate reactions? This does have a significance for science, she admitted. The genetic part is right down your alley. And it's not PC, is it? Strictly TK, I told her. You're the only PC in the family. Family? She turned pink as I went around the desk after her. I told you the answer was no. I have inside information, I said, pulling her to me. One of the PCs up at the chapter house said this was what would happen. She didn't fight my kiss more than a couple seconds. Then it was a pure case of self-preservation for me. This girl was a tiger. Looks can be awfully deceiving. But she broke away from me. Tex, she gasped. Stop, honey. Suppose somebody walks in. A PC like you never gets that kind of surprise, I lied valiantly. Am I? She whispered. Am I really a PC? That's why you locked the door, I said. Remember? The game was stud. There were 7 at the table, which makes for good poker. Outside of Nick, who banked the game, nobody looked familiar. They all had the beat look of compulsive gamblers, fogged over by their individual attempts at a poker face. They were a cagey-looking lot. Only one of them was within 10 years of my age. Just in case gamblers, the young one said. I looked up from stacking the chips I had just bought from Nick. The speaker was a skinny little guy with a sharp chin, and more freckles than I'd like to have. If any one of you guys has any psi powers, the sharp-chinned gambler said sourly, you better beat it. All gamblers here will recoup double their losses from any snake we catch using psi powers to beat the odds. He shot a hard-eyed look around a room not yet dimmed by cigar smoke. I got the most baleful glare, I thought. He didn't need to worry. I'd been certified normal by an expert that very evening. The expert was Dr. Sherry King, whom I had taken to dinner before joining the game at Nick's. It had gotten to be a sort of weekly date, although this night had given signs of being the last one. For a while that spring, desoxyribonucleic acid had begun to take second place in my heart. This is a pitiful admission for a biochemist to make. DNA should be the cornerstone of his life. But Sherry was something rare. A gorgeous woman, if somewhat distant, who was thoroughly intelligent. She had already earned her doctorate while I was still struggling with the tag ends of my thesis. "Poker, Tex?" Sherry had asked when the waitress was bringing dessert. "Is this becoming a problem? You've played every night this week." "No problem, Sherry," I said. "I'm winning, and I see no point in not pocketing all that found money." "Compulsive gambling is a sickness," she said, looking at me thoughtfully. She was wearing a shirtwaist and skirt that had the bright colors and fullness you associate with peasant dress. "The only thing sick about me is my bank account." I grinned, relishing her dark, romantic quality. "I need the dough, Sherry. I've got a thesis to finish if I ever want to get a job teaching." Her thick eyebrows fluttered upward, a danger signal I had learned to look for. "That's a childish rationalization, Tex," she said with a lot more sharpness than I had expected. "There are certainly other ways to get money." "So I'm not as smart as you," I told her. "Smart?" She didn't think I was tracking. "I wasn't as shrewd as you were in picking my parents," I said. "Mine never had much, and left me less than that when they died." She threw her spoon to the table. "I'll remind you of how silly these remarks sound after you've hit a losing streak," she told me. I laughed at that one. "I don't lose, Sherry," I said, "and I don't intend to." Her lashes veiled her violet eyes as she smiled and said more quietly, "Then you are in even worse trouble than I thought. I hear a lot about what happens to these strange people who never lose at cards or at dice or at roulette. Aren't you afraid of winding up in the gutter with your throat slit? Isn't that what happens to people with psi powers who gamble?" she insisted. "What's your trick, Tex? Do you stack the deck with telekinesis? Or does precognition tell you what's about to be dealt?" "That crack isn't considered very funny in Texas," I growled. "Is it any more silly for me to think you might be a psi personality than for you to think you never lose at cards?" She nailed me. I could feel my face getting red. "Damn it," I started. "Nobody talks to a friend like that." "Pretty convincing proof," Sherry said tartly. "Of what?" "Of the fact that you aren't making any sense about this gambling kick you're on, Tex. You should have laughed my teasing off. Who would seriously suggest that you were a psi personality?" she demanded. "And most of all, with my background in psi, do you think I could be misled about it?" I shrugged, trying to cool down. Sherry's doctorate had been earned with a startling thesis on psi phenomena and psi personalities, and she had stayed on at Columbia as a research fellow in the field. In egghead circles, she rated as a psi expert, all right. "Guess not," I said, trying to kill the subject. She wasn't going to let it die. "I don't think you're a psi, Tex. You're a normal." The way she said it, it didn't sound like a compliment. "Worse than that," she insisted. "You're beginning to act like a compulsive gambler." She took a deep breath and let me have the clincher. "I could never marry a gambler, Tex." "You've never been asked," I reminded her. She had the last word. "Let's go," she snapped. Angry as I was about her acting as though I were a snake, I wished I could have thrown her certification that I was a normal in the freckled face of the sharp-chinned gambler at Nick's later that night. After Sherry's needling, I didn't take very kindly to his popping off with the law of the pack. It's understood wherever people gamble that psis aren't welcome. Nick didn't like it any better than I did. "All right, Lefty," he said to the sharp-chinned gambler. "Calm down, huh, kid? What kind of game you think I run, huh?" I didn't let the sour start spoil my game. I was lucky right from the start and hit big in several hands. Lefty, the gambler who had yelped about psi powers at the game, dealt the 10th hand. He gave me the 8 of spades in the hole. By the 4th card, I had 3 other spades showing, which gave me 4/5 of a rare flush in stud poker. But by the 4th card, Lefty had given himself a pair of jacks. That drove all the other gamblers to cover. Lefty raised, of course, and it cost me $500 to see my fifth card. It was a classic kind of standoff in stud, and the waiter stopped with his tray of drinks to press in among the other kibitzers and watch the payoff. Lefty shucked out the last 2 cards carelessly, as if they didn't really matter. His own fifth card made no difference. His jacks already had a busted flush beaten. His smile was just a little too sharp as he tossed me my last card face up, and reached for the pot with the same left-handed gesture. I took the poker panatella out of my teeth. "All blue," I said, turning up my hole card with the other hand. Lefty threw the unused part of the deck to the center of the table.
"That does it, you snake!"
He swore at me. It took a second for his accusation to sink in. I started across the table after him. If they hadn't stopped me, I would have torn his lying throat out. Funny, but there were kibitzers on my shoulders before I could rise an inch out of my chair.
"Down in Texas, you could get shot for a crack like that, Lefty,"
I said. I guess I really yelled it.
"And in New York, you can and probably will get your rotten throat slit for a trick like the one you just pulled," he replied.
He turned to the other gamblers, most of whom had their hands on the edge of the table, ready to jump to their feet if it got any rougher.
"I stacked the deck this last deal,"
he said coolly. He held a palm up at their surprised mutter.
"Tex's fifth card was stacked to be a heart, gamblers. You saw him get a spade and take the pot. I won't sit at the same table with a guy that can do that. Telekinesis has no place in poker."
"Pretty near as bad as stacked decks,"
one of the gamblers rasped. But the others weren't with him. I only had to take one look at Nick's face. I stood up slowly, and the hands on my shoulders didn't hold me down any longer.
"Lefty says he stacked the deck," I told them. "I say he lies. You know there's nothing to choose between our statements. Lefty is a cheap grandstander, and I'll settle with him myself. Nick, I won't embarrass you tonight. This isn't your fault, but I'll be here tomorrow night, and you had better be glad to see me."
"Sure, Tex,"
he said uncomfortably, rising with me.
"Take my seat, Shorty,"
he directed one of the kibitzers. He walked around to grab me by the elbow and steer me as far away from Lefty's truculent face as he could. At least the sharp-chinned little rat had quit the game, too. Both of us had left our chips on the table. Nick wanted me to leave. "Pay me off," I insisted. He said yes a lot quicker than I thought he would. The other gamblers could have squawked that my chip should go into the next pot, but apparently none of them did. Lefty sidled out as Nick was paying me off.
"Wait outside for me," I said to him.
"Why not?" he said, sticking his chin out at me and walking out. Nick grabbed me again.
"Don't get hot, Tex," he warned me. "I don't want a killing on my own sidewalk. Take it someplace else, huh, kid?"
"Sure," I said. There wasn't any danger Lefty would hang around. I was big enough to break him in two, which is exactly what I planned if I caught up with him. It had been dark for some hours by the time I hit the street and waved for a skim copter. Nick's games start late.
"You asked me to wait,"
somebody said. I spun around and saw Lefty standing in the alleyway beside the building. I went for him, charging hard. He scuttled back into the alley out of what little light there was that far downtown. Just as I reached for him, somebody slugged me in the gut. I went down on a knee, gasping. I hadn't seen his sidekick. The alley was pretty dark. I heard Lefty's breath suck in sharply as I came up out of my crouch, diving for him. After all, it was only pain, something inside my head. It wasn't as though I had been really crippled. My fingers clawed at his jacket and would have held him, but the other guy grabbed at my ankle and threw me down on the slippery cobbles again. I came up slower that time. I'd bunged up my kneecap more than I wanted to think about. Lefty was still out of reach. I called him a name that was always good for a fight in Texas and started after him, but slower than before. I wasn't fast enough to avoid the hard thing that rammed against my spine. Even down in Texas, a gun in the back freezes you up. Lefty was all guts now that I was hung up on the gun barrel. It might as well have been a meat hook.
"I warned you not to use Sci in the game," he snapped, Now you'll have to talk to Pete.
One of us isn't going to live through this, I promised him, starting to reach for his throat. The gun jabbed a reminder to watch my manners.
Do you come quietly?
Lefty asked shrilly.
Or do we?
The sudden shrillness of his voice scared me more than anything else. He was worked up worse than I was. Quietly, I conceded, trying to get some saliva to flow again. The pressure against my spine eased off. Lefty stepped out of the alley to the curb and flagged down a cruising copter. He made me get in first, which gave me a chance to turn when I sat down and see who had been holding the gun on me from behind. The gunman had sure drifted in one awful hurry. There wasn't a soul except Lefty around. He hopped in after me. The turbine howled as the driver gunned us up on the air cushion and sent us skimming away. The trip lasted only 4 or 5 minutes through the thinning traffic of late evening. We pulled up in front of a brownstone house in the upper 80s that reared up 4 stories among a string of 3-story neighbors. I limped to the top of the steps after Lefty. He let us in with a key. We were in a dimly lit hall that had a staircase against its left wall and an open door at its right, leading into a darkened room. A tall, skinny girl was sitting about a third of the way up the carpeted flight of steps. Her face was drawn out to a point by a long, thin nose. "Here they are," she called up the stairway, showing braces on her teeth. She stood up and came down the hall. She was clad in a shorty wrapper that showed off her racehorse legs. "Billy Joe," she said to Lefty, "I told them you were coming."
"Hi, Fiola," he said. "Good for you."
He sounded pleased. There were steps above, and 2 others joined us. First came a short, square man with gray hair and bushy gray eyebrows. He was wrapped up in a flannel robe that had once been maroon and was now rusty with age and wear. It only served to confirm that he had just been yanked out of bed. He hadn't bothered to put anything on his bare feet or to comb his hair. A pretty wild-looking old man. Behind him stumped a chunky woman, crowding 50. She was in a worse state of dishabille. She hadn't quite made it to bed and was still in her slip. Her stockings had been unhitched from her garters and hung in slack transparency around her fat calves like the sloughed-off skin of a snake. "I told you," Fiola said to the gray-haired man.
"It's nice that you're right once in a while,"
he said in a scratchy, sleepy voice, walking past her to switch on the ceiling of the room on the right side of the hall. She didn't like that. Lefty stopped her reply.
"Will it be PC?"
he asked her. "No," she said.
"You missed that one," Lefty said.
"Didn't neither."
"Well, sit in with us and see," he suggested.
"What for?" she asked. "I know what's going to happen in there. You'll be along to bed right soon, darlin' Billy."
He looked over at me.
"Go on in, Tex," he said.
"Darlin' Billy," I sneered.
"Don't pay any attention to her," he said. "She's in another space-time continuum."
I pointedly ogled the girl's pretty legs going up the stairs and whistled softly.
"My wife,"
he said, blushing.
"A powerful PC, or one day will be."
"You're kidding," I said. His arm on my elbow pushed me into the lighted room. It had been the front parlor of the old brownstone in its prime, and was now fixed up as an office. The place held an executive desk, with several buttons and enough other controls to put it in orbit. There were a number of cushioned, straight-backed chairs and a comfortable leather couch under the window. Only the fact that it was getting on toward midnight made me willing to believe that the couple who had walked down the stairs expected to be taken seriously.
"This is George Robertson, the poker whiz,"
Lefty said briefly to the 2 sleepyheads.
"They call him Tex. Tex, this is Peter Maragon, Grand Master of the Lodge."
The gray-haired man gave me a tired nod.
"I imagine you're a pretty angry young man, Mr. Robertson,"
he said in his scratchy voice. I started to tell him quite a little bit about how I felt, but he held up his hand.
"I've had a hard day,"
he complained,
"and I got out of bed solely to adjudicate your case. Now, This will go a lot more quickly if you listen.
He smacked his lips a couple times as if he wondered where he had left his partial plate. I hoped he had swallowed it.
Sit down,
he said irritably, pointing at the chair across the desk from him. I debated it, but took the chair, grinding my teeth.
You aren't stupid, or you wouldn't be a scientist,
he said, revealing that he knew a lot more about me than I did about him.
Let's start out with a couple of facts.
He pointed a gnarled finger at Lefty.
Wally Bupp stacked a deck of cards on you tonight, he said gruffly. What you don't know is that he stacked them with telekinesis. He's a TK.
A snake? I gasped.
Watch your lip,
Maragon croaked.
Everybody in this room is a Psi. Snake is a dirty word around here, Mr. Robertson. Mr. Bupp has a special aversion to it.
What's the purpose? I began hotly.
Ah,
Maragon barked.
A good word.
He cackled a laugh at me.
Purpose? Exactly, Mr. Robertson. Well, the Lodge has a purpose, and you'll act a lot more sensibly if you know it. You,
he said to me,
are a TK.
You, I yelled right back, are a liar. He ignored me completely.
We can't afford to have you gambling and cheating normals, he went on. One of the Lodge's fundamental rules is that no Psi may use his powers to the detriment of normals. Lefty's big scene at Nick's fixed it so you won't be welcome in a big-time poker game anywhere in town. We did that deliberately. And we're telling you to quit gambling as of this minute.
You say you are a TK, I interrupted.
Somewhat,
he said.
I have Psi powers, but I'm not mainly a TK.
Whatever your powers are, I said, they don't make you supermen immune from the laws of libel. If you or anybody I can catch breathes one false word about my being a snake, you'll be on the receiving end of the roughest lawsuit you ever heard of.
The silliness of that statement will occur to you in a while, he said dryly. And truth is a defense against a claim of libel. But to get back to purpose, our second purpose tonight is to get it through your thick head, Mr. Robertson, that the Lodge insists on its right to control your actions insofar as they involve the use of your Psi powers. We mean business, Mr. Robertson, and before you are through with our heartless Mr. Bupp tonight, you'll know it. That's all that's behind our little charade.
He came to a stop and took a deep breath. I'm going to make one statement and rest on it, I said, trying to keep my voice calm and level. He shrugged.
Your turn,
he said. I'm a normal, I said. I flatly deny that I have the slightest shred of Psi power. I accuse that freckled snake over there of lying deliberately. I'll make him pay for it, and he'll be lucky if it isn't with his blood.
That's all?
Isn't it enough? He laughed harshly and grinned over at Lefty.
Some of you maverick Psis scream like a gelded porker, he said. I figured you'd tell me we'd cost you a fortune in prospective poker winnings, to say the least.
My stomach dropped. I hadn't thought of that, not as much as I should have. It was my only income. Something a darn sight more important than money is involved, I said.
Maybe you aren't such a bad guy,
he decided. He looked over at the woman standing silently in her slip beside his desk, her bare arms folded over her ample bosom.
How about it, Millie?
He asked her. She shrugged. He believes what he says, she told him. He honestly doesn't think he has any Psi powers.
That mitigates the affair,
Maragon said.
Still, our purpose demands an object lesson. I have to fine you, Mr. Robertson. You've broken one of our rules by using TK to stack a poker deck. Because you weren't aware of it, though, half of your fine will be remitted if you join the Lodge within a week. Accordingly, I assess you, how much, Millie? He asked.
He's got 8,000 and some in his breast pocket, she said with fiendish accuracy. Every penny he has in the world.
Assess you $8,000,
Maragon concluded. He got wearily to his feet and started to pad past me toward the door.
Mr. Bop will collect,
he said. The woman followed him, her hose hanging down around her ankles, and climbed the stairs stolidly behind him. Lefty, whom Maragon had called Wally Bupp, walked around behind the desk and took the swivel chair that the older man had just vacated.
I'll take the 8,000 now, Tex,
he said, poking his chin at me belligerently. You'll take 4, I said, getting my feet under me. He frowned.
4?
He repeated. 4 knuckles, I gritted and started for him. The gun barrel rammed me in the kidney harder than it had in the alley. They'd smuggled in some protection. I really slammed on the brakes halfway across the desk. Lefty hadn't bothered to flinch, but sat there with his legs crossed, looking idly at his fingernails.
Look behind you,
he said. I did. The gun eased off my kidney as I turned. There wasn't anybody there.
TK,
Lefty said.
I also used it to trip you up when you went for me in the alley, after I TK'd a left right in your gut. You're a hard guy to stop, Tex, but don't overdo it.
Mere pain never stopped a guy who really meant it. I went for him again. Then it hit me. A deep and sickening pain throbbed from my breastbone down my left arm. The light started to dim and I sagged down on the desk.
How'd that feel?
Lefty asked, apparently not expecting an answer.
I clamped your coronary artery shut for a few seconds. A post-mortem would never be able to tell it from the real thing if I held down tight.
His grin had a viciousness in it I hadn't seen before. He held out his hand. I struggled erect and handed my wallet to him. He only took out the big bills and tossed it back across the desk to me.
Thanks,
he said.
You'll get half of this back if you decide to join the lodge within a week.
What's all this about a lodge? I tried weakly. What lodge?
Why, this lodge,
Lefty said, waving a hand around loosely.
It's an organization of folks with psi powers, guys like you and me, Tex.
I'm no TK, I growled. I didn't manipulate those cards in any way.
Funny you say that,
he said, looking interested and leaning his elbows on the desk.
You're right. I hadn't actually bothered to stack the deck, Tex. Just kept a light TK touch on it to see if you were moving cards. You weren't, but you were hitting them right all the time. I haven't had time to tell Maragon the boys on the crap patrol were wrong. It wasn't telekinesis, Tex. It was precognition. You're a PC, Tex.
He stood up and pointed toward the door. I was shaking so badly from the heart attack the snake had induced that I got up helplessly and allowed him to steer me out by the elbow.
Remember,
he said at the head of the steps that led down to the street,
you've got a week to make up your mind about joining the lodge. In the meantime, don't gamble.
Great, I said bitterly. You sapped me down and rolled me for my poke, or the next thing to it. And now you tell me not to get in a game and try to get whole again? Why should you care?
You don't listen,
he said sourly.
Look, Psi's are supermen in spite of your sneers. And whether you like it or not, Tex, you've got some Psi powers. Normals resent, fear, and hate us. We can't afford to have you making a killing at a poker table and then get exposed as a snake. We Psis are a tiny minority. We all get blamed for things any one of us does.
I'm a normal, I said a little hollowly.
You're more fortunate than that, he assured me. Just so you understand the origin and purpose of the lodge, we find strength in union, strength to resist the pressure of the majority. And membership in the lodge gives us control over Psis like you who might bring the wrath of the normal majority down on us by their short-sightedness.
I shook my head. You don't have to dress it up like this, I protested. This is blackmail or extortion, I'm not sure which. I'm not joining anything you bunch of creeps are a part of.
You won't find that practical,
he said, turning to go back inside.
And remember, stay away from guards.
You're supposed to have nightmares at night. I had mine the whole next day. No, I wasn't a TK, Lefty had said. I was a PC. You don't have anemia, Tex. It's leukemia. I made a farce of trying to get some work done in the lab. After letting the third test tube slip through my fingers and shatter on the lab bench, I gave it up. How would you have acted if you had gotten that kind of news? That first gut-twisting admission that you really may be a snake. Then sharp awareness of what it means. A guillotine couldn't cut you off more sharply from normal humanity. But the spirit struggles and refuses to accept it. You can't be a snake. Take action, I said aloud, getting a worried look from my lab assistant, busy mopping up my last shattered culture. Don't spin around like this. Do something. I did the only thing I could think of and dialed Sherry at her laboratory. She refused to accept the call at first. Finally, she tore herself away from a delicate experiment, long enough to look at me angrily in the screen. "We don't have anything to say to each other," she said coldly. "There are delicate experiments." "Can you test me for psi powers?" I interrupted. "Whatever for?" "To settle whether I have any," I snapped. "It's important to me." "Not necessary," she said. "Do you think I'd be successful in the psi field if I weren't sensitive to this sort of thing? Don't worry, Tex. You're a normal." "Thanks," I said. "So you've told me. Now prove it to my satisfaction." "We shut up shop at 5 o'clock, she said. "I'll be here for about an hour after that. My dinner date isn't until 7. "Betty doesn't gamble," I said, trying to win a little sympathy. "You bet he doesn't," she sniffed. Sherry's laboratory was nothing more than a large, windowless office that could be cut into 2 soundproof parts with a movable partition. She had a whopper desk with full controls and other evidences of academic pelf. On a table against the short wall was her apparatus, if that's what you call decks of cards, a roulette wheel, a set of Rhine ESP cards, several dice, and so help me, a crystal ball. Sherry stood up behind her desk when I came in. It was something of a shock to find that her colorful peasant getup was antiseptically sheathed in a white laboratory coat. She was sure dressed for dirtier work than she would ever have to do in that lab. Her first look at me was one of surprise, but it softened to one of concern, which might have been cheering on some other occasion. "What has happened, Tex?" she asked. "Nothing," I said, keeping calm. "Not a thing." "Outside of seeing a ghost, eh?" she said. "Stop grinding your teeth like that. You'll give me the creeps. Sit down. Sit down, do you hear me? Relax." I guess I found the chair across from her at the desk. "Do I have psi powers?" I asked her. "Either TK or PC? Test me, Sherry." "What happened?" she insisted. I shook my head. "I'd rather not talk about it, not until I know the result of your test," I said. Sherry thought about it for a while, tapping her desk with an irritated finger, then finally got a set of cards from the lab table against the wall. She shuffled them slowly on her desk blotter. "Cards are your strong point," she observed. "If you have any psi powers, they're most likely to show up with cards. I take it you will do your utmost to be right?" "Who would double-cross himself?" I said tightly. "Most people," Sherry said, "when it comes to psi. But we'll assume for a starter that you are on the level." She stacked the cards in her hand. "We'll keep it simple," Sherry suggested. "I'll deal the cards one at a time. All you have to do is tell me whether the next card will be red or black. Fair?" "Sure," I said. "Deal." She was a lousy dealer, or maybe it was because it was a one-handed operation. She was scoring my hits and misses with a little counter in her other hand. She ran the deck 10 times for me. I got 38 right on my best attempt and 37 wrong on my worst. In total of 520 chances, I was right on 273, or 52.2% of the time, according to Sherry's slide rule. "Oh no," I said dismally. "I do have a little edge on the cards." "As a statistician, you'll make a great biochemist," Sherry said, putting the deck away. "That would only be true if I hadn't let you see your hits and misses as each deal proceeded. You made succeeding guesses in the knowledge of what had already been dealt. Actually, your score was below average for trained observers without psi powers." She heaved a sigh which somehow seemed to be of relief. "And now, you crazy cowpoke," she said, "tell me what this is all about." "I'm not a psi," I demanded. "Not if you were really trying," she said. "Were you?" "You think I want to be a psi?" I demanded. I told her all that had happened the night before, from the time Lefty had accused me of being a snake until he had let me out of the brownstone house and warned me against gambling. Guess how Sherry reacted? A big nothing. "Well?" I asked, as she sat silent with her elbows on the edge of her desk and her chin propped up on her knuckles. "You're really quite naive, aren't you, Tex?" she asked me. "Let me give you an objective statement of what happened to you last night." She counted these things off on her fingers. "You won some money at poker. A gambler said you used TK to win. He took your winnings and then some away from you as the price of silence. He warned you not to gamble anymore. He claimed he was part of an organization of psi personalities. Is that a fair statement?" "Except for one thing," I said. "He used his psi powers on me in a pretty dramatic fashion." "Try Occam's razor," she suggested. She was getting insulting. "All right," I growled, feeling my face get red. "Prefer the simpler explanation if you can find one. I was prodded in the back both in the alley and in the office at the brownstone house. Something hit me in the gut and tripped me up. I had a heart seizure. What's simpler than TK in accounting for the fact this was done without a soul around?" "I suppose I shouldn't be critical of you," she said. "It's not your field, and you haven't been exposed to the lengths to which charlatans go just to prove they are supermen. The simpler explanation is that there was someone else in the alley, carefully dressed in dull black to stay invisible in the darkness. The second prodding of a gun in your spine was pure suggestion. You'd been so well sold by that time you were ready to believe anything." "And my heart attack?" "I can think of 10 poisons that would give you the symptoms," Sherry said. "And don't tell me you let nothing pass your lips," she burst out hotly as I started to speak. "I suppose you've never had a spray hypodermic? You'd never have felt it. Don't you see why they went to all this trouble?" "Honestly," I said, "I can't. I'm simply not that important to anyone in the world." "You're not," she said dryly, "but your $8,000 was. I'd say if people can steal that much money and convince the victim he shouldn't go to the police, it was worth their while. You're not very likely to advertise the claim that you're a psi, are you?" "No," I admitted. "And," she said wearily, standing up, "there's always the angle that they'll con you by letting you into their imaginary lodge and extract some kind of dues out of you in return for keeping quiet about your so-called psi powers when you gamble. That would serve you right," she concluded. "For what?" I demanded, beginning to feel pretty icy. "Being such an easy mark, for one thing," Sherry said. "And for seriously thinking that you might be a PC? That, I must confess, I find the most comical of all. You, Tex, a PC?" "Why is that funnier than being a TK?" I demanded, getting up. She waved her hand impatiently. "We see a little TK here in the lab right along," she said. "At least there are those who seem to have a small genuine edge on the cards that we can explain no other way. It's small, but apparently exists. But precognition? That's not simply mechanical or kinetic like TK. PC is something terrifyingly different." Her voice hushed as she said it. "It's a kind of sensitivity that has nothing to do with mere kinetics. It defies time." She looked back at me. "I simply find it comical that you thought of yourself as sensitive to that degree." "So I've been a fool," I mused. "In a word, yes, you're a normal. They suckered you if you want the jargon." "Wait till tonight," I seethed, beginning to feel my anger grow as my fear dwindled. Let them try to pin the Sci label on me. I'll call their bluff. The TV phone on Sherry's desk rang, and she pressed the accept key.
Let me speak with Tex,
a familiar, aggressive voice said. It didn't sound like it would stand for much nonsense. Sherry still had another look of surprise in her. For you, she said, arching her romantic eyebrows and turning the instrument around so I was facing the scope and screen. Sure enough, it was Wally Bupp.
Don't do it, Tex,
he warned me. Don't do what?
Don't play tonight. It won't be practical. We mean business.
So do the laws of libel, I said. One crack about my having Sci powers.
Yeah, he interrupted. You told us about the lawsuit, he said. You've got 6 more days.
I could see his hand come up to cut the image. Hey, I said, how do you know where to reach me? His sharp face split in that vicious grin.
I forgot to tell you, he said. Maragon is a clairvoyant, too.
The image faded. See what I mean? I said shakily to Sherry. They sure talk a good game. I didn't tell a soul I was coming here. How'd they catch me? Occam's razor, she said. How many wrong numbers did they try first? Come back to Earth. That snake Lefty still worries me, I admitted, going to the door. Sherry, I know I've acted nuts, but they nearly got me to flip. Thanks for helping me. I couldn't have stood it to know I was a snake. You got my mind back on track again. Not enough to keep from going right back to the poker table? She observed. There didn't seem to be any point to telling her how badly I needed the dough. Anyway, I had to prove a point. I was a normal. I left. There were already 7 at the table when I got to Nick's after dinner. He didn't want to deal me in.
7's a full table, huh, Tex?
He said. Not for stud it isn't, I told him. You can deal to 10 gamblers.
Dealer's choice tonight,
he protested, while some of the gamblers eyed me curiously.
Can't deal to more than 7 for 3-card draw.
I told you where I stood in this thing last night, I snapped.
All right,
Nick said warmly.
So maybe I'd like the whole stink to cool down a little, huh?
Not with my dough in it, Nick. I told him, being pretty free with something I didn't have much of anymore. You'll deal me in tonight, or I'll find another banker. A gink with a long, scrawny neck put down his highball and rose from the table. Gosh, fellas, he said. I'm sort of a fifth wheel around here, I guess. Here, neighbor, he insisted. Take my place. He was all grins and teeth and bobbed his head around with a rural awkwardness.
You don't have to do that, Sneed,
Nick started to say. Just as soon kibitz, he insisted, drawing up a chair behind me as I took his seat. You don't mind, neighbor? He asked anxiously. I shook my head and yanked out my much-depleted wallet to pay for chips. It took all that the lodge hadn't. 4 hands were enough. On the first at stud, I had aces back-to-back and picked up a pair of 7s on the next 2 cards. 2 pair aces high will win about 99 out of 100 stud hands. I chewed down on the panatella in my teeth and bet them like I had them. The tilt of my cigar showed just a little too much confidence as a way to convince some of the gamblers that I was bluffing. Must have been a good act, for 3 of them stayed with me all the way. None of them had much showing, and regardless of what their hole cards were, by the time we had our 5th cards, I had them all beaten. It was raise against raise, but somebody finally called, and I turned over my ace in the hole. Aces and 7s, gamblers, I grinned, reaching for the pot.
I see the 7s,
a fat-faced man across the table said around his cigar.
But what's this jazz about aces?
So help me, Hannah, my hole card was a 2. I tried to cover it up. You'll have to admit I bet them like aces, I said. Somebody laughed, but not very hard. I paid mighty close attention to what I was dealt the next hand and turned down a drink to make sure I was cold sober. Unfortunately, I got all screwed up over what one of the other gamblers had. It had been a bunch of spinach when I'd been betting my pair against it, but it was one good-looking straight when he flipped the card in the hole. The third hand I dropped out before the fourth card. After a gambler raked in that pot, my kibitzer asked me, "How much do you have to have on the first 3 cards to stay in the pot?" "Any pair would convince me," I said. "Why?" "What was the matter with the kings you had showing?" he asked. They were still on the table in front of me, King of Hearts and King of Clubs. I scarcely dared bet the fourth hand. We had switched a 3-card draw. I discarded 2 small diamonds, keeping a pair of 9s and an ace for a kicker. On the draw, I got 1 card that claimed to be the 14 of eagles, and one on which there was a message reading, "These hallucinations are sent to you with the courtesy of the Manhattan chapter of the Lodge. Are you finding it practical?" I threw the hand in and stood up shaking. "Since when don't you bet a full house?" my kibitzer demanded, after the hand was won. He picked up what I had thrown in. The 14 of eagles turned out to be a 9, and the card with the hallucination message, the other ace. "Got to confuse the other bettors," I said. "One of the fundamentals of poker." There really weren't enough chips left in front of me to bother cashing in. I just left them lying there and wandered down to the street, flat broke. Wally Bupp was right. I hadn't found it practical. All of a sudden I saw that it really didn't matter whether I were a Sci or not. The important question had always been whether Lefty and the others were Scis. If so, they might be on the level about my Sci powers, which meant I was right back being a snake again. And if they weren't, it was a simple case of blackmail, which at least let me rejoin the human race. On that basis, I was in tough shape. Occam's razor has no answer for hallucinations. Either you've had them, or you hadn't. I had. Nobody would change my mind on that score. That made Sneed and presumably Lefty a Sci. And me too. But what if they were mistaken? Sherry's tests looked conclusive to me. I saw that as the only way out. I had to insist on a test in their presence. And that meant I had to get in touch with Wally Bupp. My kibitzer came stalking out of the building, gangling and gawky. "Didn't mean to spoil your luck, neighbor," he said. "Don't give it a second thought, Sneed," I said. "Call me Mortimer," he said. "You mind a word of advice, neighbor?" he asked, bobbing his head around and grinning in a self-conscious way. "Next time, bet that 14. Highest card in the deck, beats all others." "You lousy snake," I gasped. I'd learned better than to take a poke at him. Lefty had taught me my lesson on that one. Sneed might turn out to be a TK as well as a hallucinator, and I wanted no more heart attacks. He handed me a card. "There'll be somebody at this number all night, neighbor. Gamblers Anonymous." He faded off down the dark street. The card merely said, Manhattan Chapter, NO5-5600. Sherry must have had a swell time at dinner with some guy who didn't gamble, because she didn't come home until nearly midnight. I know because I dialed her apartment every 10 minutes until I got her face on the screen. She was still dressed for dinner and had a sort of tiara over her thick tresses. "What is it?" she said. "I'm not a Sci?" I demanded. "No," she said. "Hasn't this gone—" "Well, then, am I crazy?" I cut in on her. Her lips compressed. "It's a lot more likely," she decided. "Why?" "Either I'm nuts," I told her, "or those characters really are Scis." She was reaching up to cut the image when I caught her interest. "Is there such a thing as a Sci who can induce hallucinations?" I demanded. "No," flatly. "They've got me sold that they can do it," I said. "What does Occam's razor say about that?" "You idiot!" she exploded. "They don't believe you are a PC any more than I do." She was sure sensitive about my having any precognition. "Okay," I said. "Then you make them eat it. Aren't you the one who knows all about exposing charlatans?" That was the right button. "Certainly," Sherry said. "I'll pick you up in 10 minutes," I said. "Now? Midnight?" "This is the payoff," I said, and cut the image. I dialed the number Sneed had given me.
Manhattan chapter,
the operator cartoon said. This is George Robertson, I said. Mortimer Sneed told me there'd be somebody there to talk to me. Maybe Lefty?
Sneed?
The cartoon said, frowning.
No one here by that? Oh, wait a moment. Dr. Wally Bupp will talk to you,
the cartoon said, and Wally's face appeared on the screen. It wasn't practical, I admitted.
6 days early,
he observed. Nuts, I said. Look, you've got me convinced you are a Sci. That Sneed puts on a terrific show.
Sneed?
He frowned.
Oh,
he laughed. Yeah, he agreed condescendingly.
He's red hot every now and then.
But you haven't sold me that I'm a PC, I growled. I've been tested, I'm not. Now I want you to get off my back. You and the rest of them, lay off. He shook his head.
The Lodge acts unilaterally on this, he said soberly. You've got Psi powers. You'll accept our direction in their use, or else, Tex.
All I ask is a fair test, I said desperately, under laboratory conditions. He gave me an address.
Come any time,
he said. That's me walking in, I told him. Sherry had to pay off the copter when we got there. It wasn't the brownstone I had seen the night before. This place was a medium-sized office building, say 100 stories or so, quite new. There was no identification on its front other than the street number. The directory in the silent and unpopulated lobby was names, all names. But Dr. Walter Bupp was one of them, in 7704. Sherry and I rode the elevator to 77 in chilly silence. The corridor was dim with its lights on nighttime setting. Stronger light came from an open door quite a way down the hall. It had to be Bupp's office, and it was. Wally certainly wasn't surprised to see Sherry. He shook hands with her briefly, pushing his sharp chin out at her in gamecock fashion.
Your mate?
He asked me. Certainly not, she told him. We're, colleagues at the university.
That's not what Fiola says,
he told her sourly, pointing to chairs we could take. Fiola? Sherry questioned.
A powerful PC,
Wally said.
She predicted you would accompany Tex tonight.
Oh, really? Sherry said scathingly. I was there, I told her. She really did. Let's not be diverted by sideshows, Sherry said. We're here to measure the psi powers of Tex Robertson, not to talk over the reputed clairvoyance of some dim and misty character.
Precognition,
Wally corrected her.
Stick around, Dr. King. Fiola will be down a little later. She thinks Tex is something special.
That was not going to make a good interchange, so I cut in. Dr. King is a professional in this field, I started. Wally waved a disgusted hand.
We know all about Dr. King and her field, he said, proving that psi powers don't exist, right, Dr. King?
Sherry bristled. It was hard to stay friendly in any talk with Bupp. You know my field, she said, about 20 degrees below zero. I accept any and all evidence, regardless what it proves. There's a lot of talk about psi powers, but precious little that can ever be detected under laboratory conditions.
Oh, well,
Wally Bupp grinned.
That's not so strange. All members of the Lodge are cautioned to stay away from laboratories. You've been testing normals. What do you expect for results?
Then you show me, she stormed.
Go on with you, he grinned. I thought it was Tex's powers you wanted tested. Mine are irrelevant.
I thought so, she said triumphantly. Charlatan! For a moment the grin flickered off his face, and I tensed to catch Sherry if she should start to drop. But I guess he thought better of it.
Some other time,
he said.
Let's get this over with. Make it simple. You may have some statistical objections to my technique tonight, but I'm not looking for fringe effects. If this hot-eyed swain of yours is any good at all, he'll bat 1,000.
He got a deck of cards out of his desk drawer and fanned it out face up, so that he could pluck the 2 of spades and the 2 of hearts from the deck. The rest he put back in his desk. He put his hands under the desk with the 2 cards in them, produced the cards again, face down, and laid them in a thin stack on the desk before all of us.
"What's on top?" he said. "Red or black?"
"How will you score?" Sherry insisted. He scowled at her and tossed a squeeze counter across the desk.
"You score," he said. "It really isn't necessary. Tex will either be right all the time, or it won't matter."
But before I could call the top card, the office door opened behind us. I looked around expecting Fiola. Instead, it was Millie with the down hose. Only this time she was decently dressed in a dark 2-piece suit and wore makeup. She certainly was no more talkative than before, nor did Wally introduce her. Sherry was perfectly equal to the occasion, and looked through Millie with composure. This takes about 3 generations of overbreeding.
"Try it," Wally insisted. "What's on top?"
I hit it. Then I missed it. Then I hit 3 in a row. It wasn't fast work because Wally hid the cards under his desk after each guess, shuffled the 2 cards around, and then laid them before me again. This went on for about 20 minutes. At that point, Sherry spoke. "That makes exactly 300 tries," she said, looking at the counter in her hand. "Have you been keeping score, Mr. Bupp?"
"I thought you were."
"So I was," she snapped, throwing up her tiara'd head. He sure brought out the worst in people. "Tex has been right exactly 150 times. He's never been more than 5 tries to the good in the whole series."
"Interesting,"
Wally said. I took my first decent breath in the day. "This ought to let me off the hook," I said to him. "Are you convinced?" He shrugged.
"How about it, Millie?" he asked.
"A random sample," she said. "He doesn't want to score. He didn't try." Sherry was ready for that one. She turned and spoke to Millie. "You have ways of knowing what Tex was thinking?" she asked sweetly. "Yes." "Name any 3." Sherry lashed at her furiously. The solid woman wasn't the least bit bowled over. "Read his mind," she said matter-of-factly. "Just like I can tell you're getting ready to screech charlatan at me, and like you think I got a cast-iron girdle and homely shoes. Well, they're comfortable, dearie, which is more than you can say for those high-heeled slippers of yours. That left little toe of yours is killing you, dearie." Sherry's lips moved, but her mouth was as empty of sound as her face was of blood. Millie had hit the bullseye.
"Everybody relax a moment," Wally said. "Tell me, Dr. King, what's your attitude toward PC?"
"I don't have any," she snapped. "It's a phenomenon. I have as much attitude toward it as I do toward osmosis or toward peristalsis. None."
"Would you consider a person fortunate to possess the power of precognition?"
Wally asked her. Sherry's head came up. "If there were such a thing," she said much more quietly, "yes, I should imagine that precognition would be a powerful talent."
"If you have no emotional bias against Psi as such," he went on smoothly, "you'd be happy for Tex if he were a PC."
Her eyebrows drew together. She looked at me, veiling her violet eyes as if to hide her thoughts from us. "I would consider Tex quite fortunate, but only if you could show that such a thing really existed," she said more loudly.
"How about you, Tex?"
Wally asked me. "Nuts," I said. "You can't make me like the idea of being a snake, no matter how you dress it up." I shook my head. Psi powers are the mark of a diseased mind for my dough. They're pure poison. What have they ever done for you? I insisted rudely.
"Made me a surgeon,"
he said.
"Never,"
Sherry said hotly.
"Ask Tex," Wally suggested. "He felt me put a lift on his coronary artery. I'm a TK surgeon. I've got enough TK to put clamps on inaccessible arteries and feel out mechanical disorders of the body. Check it. I'm on the staff at University Hospital.
And what are you doing here? She argued.
Meeting my obligation to the lodge, he said. This is where I got my training, right in this building.
I thought that brownstone house was the lodge, I said.
No, he said. That's just the Grand Master's residence. The lodge provides quarters for its brass. This building is the real chapter house.
He heaved a long sigh and dug into his drawer again.
You can beat it, Millie, he said. Thanks.
I know, she told him from the door. She had started out long before he spoke. Impressive stuff, but it got a sniff from Sherry. What Wally got out of his desk had a refreshing shape and color. It was oblong, it was green, it was money. It was, for a fact, a stack of $1,000 bills. Wally shuffled the 2 cards under his desk again and piled them 2 deep in front of Sherry and me.
You heard what Dr. King said, Wally reminded me. She'll love you no less for being a PC. Now we'll play the game a little more realistically. Every time you guess the top card right, Tex, I'm going to give you $1,000. No strings attached. When you miss, you give 1 back. But if you have none to give, you don't have to pay. You can't lose. Maybe you can win. All set?
1 minute, I demanded. Sherry, is this a fair test? She shrugged. Why not? Is it gambling? She smiled faintly, her first sign of relaxation. Hardly, she said. Then you don't mind if I win? She found a laugh this time. You can try, she corrected me. This could be our nest egg, I said. She blushed. If that's a proposal, she said tartly, the answer is no. I'll talk to you later, I growled, when I'm richer. I looked at the back of the card on the desk. Wally was leaning back in his swivel chair and wasn't within 4 feet of the pasteboards. If there was any hanky-panky, I couldn't see how he planned to work it. Heart, I said.
Why don't you turn it over, Dr. King? Wally suggested. Remove any possible chance of manipulation.
It was the 2 of hearts that Sherry turned over. I was $1,000 richer. I won the next, and the next. My stomach tightened up. Every $1,000 drove another nail into my coffin. Went that much farther to prove I was a snake. Well, I wasn't. I missed the 4th one.
Cut that out,
Wally snapped at me. I jumped a foot. I had tried to miss it. With a sickening realization of doom, I called the next 4 right. Stop it! Sherry screeched, grabbing at the cards. I'll shuffle, she announced. She hid the pasteboards from me with her body, and took care in putting them before me on the desk that I didn't see the face of the bottom card. Her eyes were violet pools of hate and rage as she spoke to me. Now try it. Spade. That made 8 straight. Even Sherry succumbed to the ghastly fascination of it. There had been $50,000 in the stack of bills Wally had taken from his desk. Soon all 50 of the bills were stacked in front of me. Except for the one time I had tried to, I had never missed. Lefty stuck his sharp chin at Sherry.
I'd call that a fairly convincing string, he said. Will you concede, Dr. King?
She gave him an awful mouthful of silence. A pitiless blackness descended over my spirit. I looked at the money in front of me. It had been like selling my soul to the devil. There it was, all that money. All I'd have to give up was any claim to being a human. I wasn't a normal anymore. I was a Sci. Then Sherry was talking in short, gasping bursts, half choking, half sobbing. No wonder Tex is in a whirl, she said. I've seen some good illusions worked by the best light-fingered operators in the country, but nothing to compare with this. Just let me see you match the charade in my laboratory, with my apparatus. She meant her playing cards. Wally was sweet and reasonable.
You dealt and shuffled most of the hands yourself, he reminded her. I never touched the cards. How could I control them? He grinned a little more sharply. And you can't call it TK, he went on. Did you feel the cards move or twitch or resist you as you shuffled them? It has to be PC.
She blew her top on that one. It's sickening to see someone you love goaded past all endurance and break down into screams and wild gestures. "Ah!" she cried, shaking her head blindly. "Before I believe that Tex Robertson can feel things that I can't feel, I'll accept any other explanation. What are those cards? Are your small TV screens? Is this more electronic hokum?" Wally quietly tore one of the cards in two.
"Now I understand," he said. "That's the real reason."
I looked my surprise at him, and Sherry quieted down just a little.
"Relax, Dr. King," he advised her. "The possession of psi powers isn't a mark of moral superiority. Part of the problem in the Lodge is that psi powers are possessed as often by evil and stupid people as by the good and intelligent. Yes, I know that you think you deserve precognition, Dr. King, but that ain't the way the ball bounces. You're a normal, Dr. King, and that's all you'll ever be."
He got a face full of fingers for his trouble. Sherry leaped to her feet and really slapped him in the kisser. She stormed out of there. I started to follow, but a tug at my earlobe signaled me to stop.
"Hold on a minute, Tex," Wally said sympathetically. "You're one of us now."
I had to go after her. "I love her," I said hopelessly. "I can't see her hurt and upset like that. I've got to." But he was shaking his head.
"You haven't got a chance," Wally said. "She'll never forgive you for having precognition. That's why she made the study of psi her life work. She's wanted PC for herself, and was sure she was pure enough of heart to deserve to have the power. Well, she doesn't have it, and she'll hate you for having what she thinks she deserves. Forget her."
Talk about your cup brimming over. Well, if I had to get used to being cut off from the human race, perhaps Sherry was the place to start. That's what happens to superhumans. There was one desperate hope. "This wasn't hallucination?" I tried.
"No, Tex," he said calmly. "This was on the level, just for fun." He went on. "Can you do it when there isn't any money riding on it?"
Reluctantly, I came back to his desk and looked down at the back of the top card. "Heart," I said dully. I hit 10 in a row for him. The spade was on top 4 times, the heart 6 times. "And that was on the level?" I asked. He scowled at me and chewed his thin lips.
"Yeah,"
he said. "That settles it," I said, sagging back into my seat. "I'm a snake. A rotten PC."
"Don't you believe it?"
Wally growled, lunging out of his chair. He started to pace back and forth across the office, his chin stuck way out ahead of him as he prowled.
"I don't know what you are, Tex," he declared, "but you're no PC."
"I'm a normal after all?" I gasped, feeling a surge of blessed relief. He swiped at the air with a hand.
"Don't be silly," he snapped. "You've got a psi power so incredible that—"
He whirled on me while I died for good.
"You explain it," he insisted. "After your lovely Dr. King flew out of here, I shuffled the cards 10 times under the desk, and you hit 10 in a row, right?"
"Right," dismally.
"I cheated on the shuffle," he told me. "I used TK to make sure that I put the 2 of spades on top, all 10 times.
"No," I insisted. 6 times the heart was on top. You turned them over yourself.
"That's just it," he whispered, leaning toward me. "I put that spade on top every time. I did. But when I turned it over, more than half the time, it was a heart. What did you do?"
"You mean I'm a hallucinator?" I asked. "Look, this is getting ridiculous. I was kidding myself, too?"
"Nonsense, it was real."
His face jerked in surprise.
"You couldn't,"
he gasped as the idea hit him.
"But you did,"
he reminded himself.
"Wait till Maragon hears this."
And then he told me. It couldn't be, I knew. But it was. He proved it to me, or I proved it to us. At some stage you have to get excited about it, if it's no more than a grisly fascination. At that, it was dawn before we could stop our intoxicated talk. Maragon had been yanked out of bed again, and when he heard the news, woke up a darn sight faster than the night before. Fiola, of the racehorse legs, joined us, and several other Scis as well. Before it was over, the Grand Master had put on a ridiculous piece of regalia and mumbled me into probationary membership in the lodge. There was nothing creepy about the ritual, only the way I felt. I guess if we hadn't gotten hungry, we'd be there yet. Wally had one last little wrinkle for me as I started down the corridor for the elevator.
Fiola,
he called.
Yes, darling Billy,
she said, coming to his side.
How's Tex going to make out with that overeducated iceberg he's hot after?
He asked her. I flinched at the thought of Sherry. I was getting used to considering her a memory. Fiola looked into the corner for a moment. Oh, yum, she said, smiling and showing the braces on her teeth. She kissed me. I think I was about as startled as Wally was. Just so you let her be the only Cassandra, she said. And you call that an iceberg? She looked at me curiously. You'd better start eating red meat, Tex, she told me, and would say no more. I had a heck of a time getting Sherry on the phone. An hour before lunch, she caved in and accepted my call. She looked pale and shaken, even in the black and white of the screen. Please, she said. I've had all I can stand. You stayed there all night, didn't you? I'm not a PC, Sherry, I said. Nothing else would have caught her ear. Not? Proved it before I left, I said. I can prove it to you, too. Ridiculous, you can't prove a negative. Well, in a manner of speaking. What I can do is show you how the card trick was worked. I had her hooked. You mean it? It really was a trick after all? She said, slumping. It sure wasn't PC, I said. Let me show you. At the lab, Sherry said. I'll be there in 10 minutes. A couple graduate students were there fooling around with Rhine cards when we arrived, and Sherry chased them out without ceremony. She locked the door behind them. We were to have privacy. She didn't bother with her lab coat this time. Show me, she insisted. The apparatus, Sherry. I grinned. She gave me a deck of cards and pulled out the 2 of hearts and 2 of spades. We'll do it face up, I said, so you can see how it's done. I laid the 2 cards side by side on her blotter, face up. Now put a finger on each one, I directed, and watch them like a hawk. What card is under your right forefinger? Heart, Sherry said. Wrong, I told her. Spade. They could have heard that shriek, clear to Keokuk. Good thing we were in a soundproof laboratory. I got her calmed down after a while. It didn't happen, she insisted, clutching at her temples. If you won't holler, I said, I'll do it again. Remember, it's just a phenomenon, like osmosis. It is not, she gasped. But I did it for her, 10 times in a row. The cards changed under her fingers without moving. So it's not PC, I said. Oh, Tex, but what is it? You agree it's real? Sherry nodded. It's real. You can do it, whatever it is. What is it? TK, I told her. Telekinesis. Nonsense, she said. Are you trying to make me believe I wouldn't have felt the cards move if you'd snapped them out from under my fingers? I was pressing hard on them every time. I didn't move the cards, I explained. But you said it was telekinesis. Sure. I just moved the molecules of pigment in the printing ink and reassembled them in the opposite cards. You didn't expect to feel molecular movement, did you? No. Then it really happened? I nodded. What an incredible power, she said. A glow of satisfaction spread over me. Can you really test this molecular hypothesis? She asked. I told her of the hours of demonstrations I had made during the night. The perception on scanning part of it goes on at some subconscious level, Sherry, I said. but we had evidence that it can be made completely conscious. She shuddered and hugged her arms to herself. I hate to say this to you, she said, but you're a freak. I took a deep breath and smiled. Unique is the way the Grand Master puts it, I said, pleased with myself. He says it has terrific possibilities. And then it hit me, that delicious thought that I was among the elect, that I always had been. What possibilities? Sherry demanded, recoiling from me. Doing card tricks? To name a few, I said. They feel sure I can operate directly on the molecular chain in genes. This means we can alter heredity to suit ourselves. Next, why not rearrange the DNA molecule in a cancer? If you can change the genes in one cell, you can change them in another. Knock out the ability of cancer cells to reproduce their own kind, and the cancer disappears. A silly one. Maragon says I can be a one-man catalytic cracking station. Pipe a liquid through a tube within my TK range, and I can make an equilibrium reaction run uphill as the stuff flows past me. How about a one-step operation to produce those rare drugs that now take 49 separate reactions? This does have a significance for science, she admitted. The genetic part is right down your alley. And it's not PC, is it? Strictly TK, I told her. You're the only PC in the family. Family? She turned pink as I went around the desk after her. I told you the answer was no. I have inside information, I said, pulling her to me. One of the PCs up at the chapter house said this was what would happen. She didn't fight my kiss more than a couple seconds. Then it was a pure case of self-preservation for me. This girl was a tiger. Looks can be awfully deceiving. But she broke away from me. Tex, she gasped. Stop, honey. Suppose somebody walks in. A PC like you never gets that kind of surprise, I lied valiantly. Am I? She whispered. Am I really a PC? That's why you locked the door, I said. Remember?
Can you hear me? I am Jan Rodericks, and I am witnessing the end of the earth. Why me? What are my credentials for this? I have to talk to you, Corella. Even if you can no longer hear me, I can't sit here in silence. Right. My father was a magician, a stage conjurer. My mother used to say that she married him because he made the world strange to her. She was born in Haiti and never grew used to the winds and the Scottish rain that cut through the hills and streets of Edinburgh. I was born in that great northern city where light and dark, science and magic command equal respect. I feel in some ways that it prepared me for this as much as anything can. I'm recording the end of the world for the benefit of history. I have to remember that there will still be a history, if not a human one.
The European Defense Minister has announced that troops from the European Federation are ready to move into the Islamic League of North African States, should civil order continue to break down. Floods are expected west to intervene as the Russian army continues to mobilize on the border. The Russian government claims the troop movements are simply maneuvers, but satellite pictures...
The American spy satellites confirm that the Russian army is massing. Secretary General...
I want to speak to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees.
I'll get her on the phone.
No, wait.
Secretary General, are you all right?
The world's erupting, Katerina. All my life, I've been a diplomat. It seemed to me to be an honorable profession, keeping conflict at bay. But to keep the faith, you must believe in human beings. I am losing my faith.
Excuse me. Yes? A what? Yes. Secretary General.
What is it?
It's NASA on the line.
Astronomers at the Royal Observatory have announced that they are tracking a large object which has entered the solar system and is apparently on a heading for Earth. The object is estimated to be at least 50...
We are not looking at a piece of space debris here. It's not an asteroid. Its course is centered directly on Earth. I honestly believe that we could be looking at mankind's first contact with another race of beings.
Theologen und Wissenschaftler, die ich haben über diese...
Theologians and scientists, such as myself, have debated this question for many years and have come to the conclusion that another life form does not negate the existence of God.
The Russian government claims the troop movements are simply maneuvers.
And they will find it difficult to integrate this discovery into their religious life.
I can give you no comfort. Last night I had a dream of a pale horse and a rider whose face was hidden from me. There was a high wind and the cold cut deep into the bone. And the sun did not rise, for there was no tomorrow, and all the comforts of love were...
This tiny church, St. Anthony's in the Valley in the middle of Wales, has become a magnet for many people in recent days. They believe that the aliens will manifest themselves here, heralding the end of the world.
A huge number of people have gathered here at Stonehenge, where more than one person has felt drawn by what they describe as the psychic energy of the site. Excuse me, how do you feel about the approach of this alien crowd?
I'm really sure that this is the beginning of a golden age for human beings. It's even in the Bible. Ezekiel was abducted by a UFO, and they're coming back now, but they've been here before. They're coming to save us from ourselves.
Ellen, I don't know how long your recording equipment will last. One of the monitors is already shut down. The final chapter. File under humans, the last 100 years. No story can be told in a single voice. It's my fate to chronicle the end, but I wasn't born when your ships first arrived in our skies, almost 100 years ago. You weren't known then as the Overlords. That name was given you when you began to establish your dominion over humans, when your ship hung in the night sky, a great disk like a new moon. One of the monitors is showing me a new chain of volcanoes being born in the mid-Atlantic. My God, this is so beautiful. It can't be long. I've no time to edit my thoughts, no time to get anything in order. And your ship in our skies. Yes, I suppose that's where the story begins, with your arrival, Corella. No, but there were other beginnings before you came. Perhaps Katerina is the real beginning. Katerina Golyapkin, 10 years old, from Archangel on Russia's White Sea coast.
Крест. Следующий. Круг. Следующий. Крест. Следующий. Квадрат. Next. Следующий. Circle. Do you see these pictures in your mind? In your mind? In my mind? Yes. In my mind. Memo from Dr. Valentina Ivanovna to Professor Alexander Koznishev. Subject 0 scores nearly 100% in tests under controlled conditions. I think she would have a perfect score if she concentrated more, but the girl becomes distracted and tired towards the end of the sessions. I cannot stress too highly the necessity of urgency and military response to my work. We are not the only workers in this field, and Others may be as close as we are to break through.
Katerina's parents must have been afraid for their daughter, because they removed her from the doctors and scientists. Secretly, they fled with her to America. She lost her powers as she grew older. Were her parents thankful? Corellin, was Katerina the first, but too early? Katerina still had a life to look forward to. I've seen photographs of her. She grew into a very normal young woman. Maybe her gift for languages was a remnant of the powers she once had. Did you meet her, Corellin, when she was personal assistant to Secretary General Stormgren, the man who became your friend, Corellin? The first man to hear an alien voice.
A small craft has detached itself from the alien ship, now in stationary orbit. The craft has come to rest at JFK Airport. After world leaders could not agree on precedents in making contact with the aliens, the UN finally delegated Secretary General Ricky Stormgren to approach the craft on behalf of the world community.
It's so beautiful.
Can you see a way into it?
No. Do you think there's a pilot in it?
Well, I hope they give us some sign. You think they want me to go in there?
I think so.
Well, here I go.
Secretary General.
Yes?
I was going to say, be careful.
I appreciate your concern, Katerina. But whatever happens now is up to them. We are all in their hands now. Hello? You want to speak with me? The people of Earth are concerned to know who you are.
Do not be afraid. We come in peace and offer friendship.
We do not seek conflict. We welcome it.
There will be those who do not. But we too do not seek conflict. I am Corellin. I command this mission. My title translates as supervisor.
Can you tell us where you are from?
It is too soon for this information. Besides, it would mean very little to you.
Can you tell us what your mission is?
It is too soon for this information.
May I see you?
It is too soon.
So many secrets.
Trust me.
I would like to trust you.
You and I shall speak many times, Secretary General. We must work through your organization. A new order must be established. Your world is in chaos. You do not fully realize how precious you humans are.
A new world order. What does that mean?
An end to the conflicts that beset your species.
I have spent my life working towards the same end.
All weapons, including personal weapons, will be destroyed. There will be no further need of them. The manufacture of certain chemical agents will not be permitted. Man will have no dominion over the animals with which you share the planet. As living species, they shall be respected. We shall provide you with food production technologies which will satisfy your requirements. We offer you new technologies for your transport system. More detailed provisions shall be made later. You shall announce these terms to the United Nations Supreme Council.
A new age for mankind.
Your species shall be free to do as it pleases beyond the general terms we set.
To make human beings do anything in their own best interest, they must be motivated.
I see that you are trying to teach me something about your species. But self-destruction is something we do not comprehend.
Then your task may be more difficult than you imagine.
Corellin! Corellin, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jan Rodrigues. For a little while, we shall be able to speak.
Just to hear another voice is good, even if it's...
Even if the voice is not human. What do you see?
Everywhere. The monitors show me the Earth in convulsion.
They are drawing energy from your planet.
How long do I have left?
Impossible to say. Until the great change is complete.
All this began with Katerina.
There were others. There always has been. But always the powers waned as the children grew to adulthood.
You knew how dangerous it was, the power. It's why you came.
It is why we came.
Humanity learned so much from you. But did you learn from us, too? Did you ever really understand us?
There is always mystery.
Did you understand why there was resistance to you? Your superior technology banished poverty, almost all disease, war. You offered mankind utopia, and most were only too willing to accept. But did you understand in the early days why some refused?
We were mistrusted.
And some were too fearful. Some had never sought utopia and saw in it the end of humanity.
Wainwright's going to speak now.
The last of the great demagogues.
How much support can he really count on, do you think?
It's surprising how often one hears at dinner parties one's fellow guests expressing support for the Freedom League.
I'm surprised that Corellin allowed it to exist.
What can he do? It is difficult to tell with Corellin, reading the nuances of a disembodied voice. But sometimes I think I catch a note of exasperation when he sees the ingratitude of humanity. The future will see man's full potential realized, free from petty disputes and cruelties. I thank God I've lived to see this, Katerina.
Why do you think Corellin won't appear in person?
Oh, I don't know.
Do you ever wonder what they look like? I picture them like angels. Is that ridiculous?
No more ridiculous than any other theory.
I don't mean that they are soft and gentle and fly around in those long, silly shirts. I mean powerful, like the angels out of William Blake with swords of fire, the servants of God.
The servants of God?
I'm being silly, aren't I?
No, not at all. Maybe you're right, Katerina. Perhaps the overlords are our guardian angels.
Behind me, in that building, traitors collude with the overlords to impose their alien dictatorship. The overlords have come, they say, to save us from ourselves. We cannot deny what they have brought us, how they've changed our lives, how they've revolutionized medicine. No one starves. Nations no longer go to war. But there is a price to be paid. To be human is to struggle. Conflict is central to our destiny. To remove conflict from human life is to demean us. Not even God has sought to do so. We are fighting for the right to be human. Let the struggle continue!
Why do people listen to this Wainwright?
He sees himself as a kind of Old Testament prophet. His quasi-religious rantings speak to something irrational in some people.
Many support the Freedom League.
You and your people are cloaked in secrecy. That doesn't help matters.
We have not won your trust.
I trust you, but others...
Why do you, Ricky?
You could have destroyed us by now.
Yes.
Corellon, you must understand that the whole basis for Wainwright's support is fear. If you would show yourself, tell us why you are here.
It is too soon.
Then it is you who do not trust us. It's difficult communicating with a disembodied voice.
I acknowledge your curiosity. I will have some news for you when we next meet.
We're ready.
Everything's in place.
We're preparing the mine shaft. No more. Reverend, you only have to say the word. What you do will not be done in the name of the Freedom League. I shall be asked many questions. The lie is a difficult thing to maintain. Better that I know as little as possible. Better that I know nothing of your activities.
We understand.
Do what you must, but do it in your own name. I shall never see you again. Future generations may vilify you or revere you as the struggle is lost or won. Those with eyes to see will understand. Those who are blind will attack you. Remember that what you do in the name of free humanity.
I feel blessed.
Yes, when I think of the small minds who want to vilify him.
A number of small explosive devices have gone off around the world at United Nations offices. There were no fatalities, but several UN officers have been badly injured. The authorities are taking the situation seriously and fear this may be the beginning of a concerted campaign by those opposed to the Overlord's world order. Supervisor Corellon has so far made no response. Llewellyn Wainwright was asked if these devices were the work of the Freedom League.
Who knows who planted these devices?
You can hear these bombings!
I condemn the dictatorship of the Overlords. I condemn the occupation of my planet by an alien species. A free people will resist.
The UN High Commissioner charged with overseeing the decommissioning of nuclear weapons has been severely injured in today's blast. Is your organization opposed to nuclear disarmament?
When will you people understand? Humanity has lived with the nuclear threat for generations. In living with it, we have made moral choices. And we have not destroyed ourselves. Now, the Overlords insist that we remove these weapons as if we can remove darkness from the human heart. It cannot be done. Humanity makes moral choices because we face that darkness. And we are human because we make those choices. If choice is taken away from us, we are rendered children again. Children are not moral beings. Better the slaves of our passions than the slaves of the Overlords. Now, if you will excuse me.
Mr. Wainwright! Do you think you're going to be taking things alive? แห่งสหภาพแปซิฟิกริมครั้งนี้เรียกได้ว่าเป็นการประชุมครั้งประวัติศาสตร์ประเหตุการณ์ทั้ง
Recientes eventos han demostrado que los asuntos particulares de nuestras naciones no tienen lugar en el futuro del Estado mundial.
N'aura plus d'intérêt dans l'état mondial de l'avenir, que nous allons construire avec l'aide de nos associés
the Overlord. As President of the Union of the Pacific Rim, I shall propose that we vote here to dissolve this assembly, looking forward to a future where the causes of friction between nations become a thing of the past.
A massive explosion rocked the assembly of the Union of the Pacific Rim today, killing the president and 37 delegates. Llewellyn Wainwright, head of the Freedom League, has been arrested and, in a statement from his prison cell in San Diego, said that he expected the...
I may be in prison on the orders of the dictator overlords, but the organization which I lead continues the struggle to maintain the independence of the human race. It is humanity which must determine its own destiny. It is not for another race of beings, no matter how advanced, to interfere. That is all I have to say. Let the struggle continue.
Wainwright has requested that you go and see him. He wants to talk to you.
What could Wainwright possibly have to say to me?
The prisoner governor conveyed the request earlier today. Will you go?
You think I could persuade him to repudiate his organization's violence?
I don't think you could persuade a man like Wainwright of anything.
No, you're probably right. It's only vanity to think otherwise. But I'm curious as to what he wants to talk to me about.
Maximum security. Yet I've never hurt anyone or anything in my life.
The Freedom League has murdered several people.
The refuseniks, not the Freedom League. Thank you for coming, Secretary General.
The refuseniks are closely allied to the Freedom League. Please do not insult my intelligence. If you told them to stop their killings, they would.
People always credit me with more power than I have. I should be flattered.
What would it take to stop the violence?
That is why I asked to see you. I have a proposal. You know the overlords.
I have only spoken with Karelen.
Is it your opinion that they are open to negotiation?
Beyond the general principles, Karelen has assured me that there shall be no restriction on human freedoms.
That is like saying beyond the ball and chain, a prisoner may go about his life as he chooses.
Freedom from destruction and cruelty cannot be portrayed as a prison.
I want you to ask Karelen this. Why cannot part of the earth be set aside from overlord rule, for free men and women to go about their lives not subject to the general principles?
And what kind of lives would they live on this reservation?
That is not for you or I to decide.
Free to practice the same cruelties that man has always done, to prey on each other, perpetuate mindless atrocities.
If that is what they choose, so be it. But I am not suggesting that this free state will have no law. It will simply be outside overlord control. Those who wish to live under the overlord dominion are equally free to do so, but they will become weak without the need to struggle.
Or they will develop in ways we cannot imagine. Freed from this need to be ever contending with disease and poverty and endless conflicts. Those are the things that hold mankind back. Not ease, not contentment.
When the overlords came, I began to have dreams. In my dreams, I saw that they brought death. At that time, I imagined they would simply destroy us. The same fears that many people had. But I asked myself, why would God, the God I had always believed in, allow his children to be destroyed? I was in a pit of darkness. Then Karelen spoke to you, and what comfort it was that he talked of peace. And those who had listened to me turned from me and mocked me, saying that I had been wrong to make them fear the overlords. But I could not forget my dreams. I knew that God had spoken to me. Then I perceived his message, and all was clear. I saw that life spent in the ease and contentment that the overlords promise is death.
conflict and struggle are life. And I knew that God had thrown me into a pit of darkness and confusion to show me that cruelty and terror and the struggle to overcome those demons are what makes us human. God will not allow us to die, but we must resist. In the resistance, we show ourselves to be his children. In acquiescing to the overlords, we lose our souls. Tortured logic.
You have chosen unreason.
No. I have chosen freedom.
I cannot agree to this.
I've been thinking over his proposal. Would it be so impossible to allow a group of humans to live as they please, outside the general principles?
We do not seek to control you. Under the new order, you may continue to run your social and political systems as you please. Wainwright's free state would be a threat to the rest of the world, a haven for chaotic forces.
I understand your position, and I agree with it. But perhaps if I could enter a period of negotiations with Wainwright.
There comes a time when talking must cease, for there is no more to be gained. To enter into negotiations with Wainwright is to lend acceptability to his position.
I shall convey your words to him.
A sea of fire is moving across the Pacific. They're taking all the energy from the Earth. It's feeding them. Berryman, I feel so alone. How can I be the last human? What kind of fate is that? I'm watching the end of my planet. How did this happen? I'm frightened, Corellis. I'm frightened.
I can offer you no comfort, human.
Then say nothing! What good's a voice in the darkness if you can offer me no comfort?
I have a few more papers here. Secretary General.
No more work tonight, Katerina. Come for a walk with me.
It's good to be out of the city. I have grown used to cities, but I don't like them. The lake here reminds me of my home in Finland. I was born in the far north. My father was a surveyor in the army. He was stationed there, drawing up new maps. My mother was Swedish. She only stayed there a couple of years before going home to Stockholm. She could not bear the loneliness. My father brought me up. He taught me how to survive in the Arctic. A strange training for a diplomat, but useful. You learn to be alone. There are no sides to be taken up there. I like America. But when I retire, I shall go home. No one should die far from home.
You're thinking about retiring?
Of course. I'm 60. I have spent my whole life as a diplomat. I want a little time for myself before I die. I am sorry. It depresses the young to talk of such things.
You are the single most important man alive. It is through you that Corellin works.
If not me, it would be someone else. Besides, I hate all that stuff in the papers about being the father of the New World Order.
Oh, that's how people see you.
I have never been a father. Never wanted to. Too much responsibility.
How can you say that? You are the Secretary General.
Oh, that's a different kind of responsibility. It's abstract. I was never good when it came to the personal. That's why I never married.
You know, you must have been born just across the White Sea from Archangel. That's where I grew up. I don't remember much about it. My father worked in the naval dockyards. I always imagined Finland to be a magical place. I saw Lapsworth in the streets of Archangel driving a herd of reindeer.
Oh, they still do that. The New World Order will mean very little to them. If you could read my mind, what do you think you would see? Forget I asked that question.
I see a man who suffers the loneliness of office.
Ah.
I don't think of you as the papers do. I don't think of you as a father figure to humanity. Just as a man.
Is there someone in your life?
A man? No.
There will be. You will meet some young man and marry him and have children.
Actually, I have always preferred older men.
Katerina, working with you has been... I
know. I feel it too.
I'm nearly 40 years older than you. Don't let anyone ever tell you that wisdom and age go together. I should be able to accept my place in the scheme of things. I've had a wonderful life. Met wonderful people. Had what no other human being has ever had. The chance to encounter an alien mind. To establish a friendship with a being from across the galaxy. To see the beginning of an age of peace and progress for the human race. Yet, here I am, still wanting more. I am greedy.
What more is it that you want?
You are too young, Katerina. Each generation has its time, then it must give way to the future. I must go to my lake in Finland and fish. That's my small destiny.
Hurry! Get him into the van! What about the girl? Bring her too! Come on! Come on!
Where are we?
I don't know. An old mine shaft, I think.
Will they kill us?
If that was their intention, they would have done so by now. Katerina, I'm so sorry. You are here because of me. If I hadn't asked you to come to the house for the weekend...
I wanted to come.
I didn't ask you there to work. I am a selfish old man. I wanted to be with you, Katerina. I have allowed myself to fall in love with you.
Secretary General,
I am sorry.
I have always loved you. Before I became your assistant, I admired you, but working beside you, I have come to love you.
I am an old man.
You are a great man. If you go home to your lake in Finland, I want to come with you.
It would be a prison for you there.
Compared to here?
What do you two have to laugh about? Nothing you would understand.
Bring the girl.
Right.
For God's sake, be happy for her, Secretary General. She's being released.
John Rodri. John Rodri.
Yes. Still here.
Our monitor still functioning.
Yes.
What do you see?
My father sawing my mother in half. He used to do it for the children at birthday parties. For me and my sister Maya. My mother played his assistant. It was always a relief when she reappeared complete. It was the only trick he revealed to her. He would never reveal the secrets of his tricks to us children. Life must have some mystery, he said. I hated mystery. I always had to know.
where that got me. For my last trick, I shall make the Earth disappear.
It is clear that Karellan and the overlords will not listen, proving, if proof were needed, that they do not understand human needs and aspirations. They seek only their own ends. I regret that you have been inconvenienced.
Inconvenienced?
Freeing you is a token of our good faith.
If you hurt the Secretary General in any way...
I don't want to hurt him.
This won't help your cause. The overlords will not change their minds.
They must eventually listen to the people of this planet.
Kidnapping him will not make them reconsider. They will consider the actions of your organization irrational.
Good. It is the overlord's inability to understand human irrationality that is at the heart of the problem. Perhaps this will teach them something.
What arrogance to believe that you can take on the overlords.
You are young. One of the idealists who work for the UN. You have a great faith in human progress. But progress is an illusion. You think because we prevent war that human beings do not need conflict anymore. Struggle is constant. War is our heritage. The overlords want to remove conflict from the human world. That spells death.
Who are you to speak for humanity?
I did not seek to become leader of the Freedom League. I was chosen. Followers came to me.
Oh, megalomaniacs often affect humility.
I can live without your approbation, young woman.
What is it? What's wrong?
Mr. Wainwright, I am Supervisor Karellan. Your pain will continue until you reveal the whereabouts of the Secretary General. You will suffer no long-term effects, but be in no doubt I am determined to secure his release. We have watched you for a long time, Mr. Wainwright. The Freedom League and the Refuseniks will be crushed. Now, please, tell us where the Secretary General is being held.
Where am I now?
You don't have to know that.
Oh. Throughout history, people like you have used violence. And history shows that terrorism fails.
First, you cannot dismiss the Refuseniks by calling us terrorists. Second, your history is poor, Secretary General. History is written by the so-called terrorists who win. Third, I do not intend to engage you in debate. Eat. What's going on?
It's found him! Give yourselves off! It's useless to resist anymore! It's too late for grand gesture!
Too late for you, Secretary General!
No, please! Secure the area! Urgent message. Medical aid required immediately. Target 1 has suffered gunshot wounds to the body.
I am told that I shall survive.
Yes.
The nurse said that you sat with me.
You don't have to say anything. Better that you don't talk now.
I'd still like to show you my lake in Finland.
I'd like that. I always wanted to live by a lake.
Liar. Why would a young woman choose to come to a remote lake in Finland to live with an old man?
She would have to love him.
Do things like that happen?
So, I believe.
I am so tired.
Please, go to sleep.
We had to wait until they made a move. We did not know the membership of their organization until now. I regret that you were hurt.
Wainwright is broken. What did you do to him?
We did what had to be done. And you, Ricky, you are recovered?
I am becoming a little stronger every day.
And you will soon be a father.
How did you know that? I'm told that it will be a girl.
I am pleased for you. We have a saying at the birth of a new one. May it be strong to carry the burden of the parents' dreams. We shall not meet again, Ricky.
I had hoped that we could say goodbye, face to face.
It is too soon.
Will you ever reveal yourselves?
It has been decided that we shall make ourselves known, but not until humans have grown used to our presence. In 50 years, a new generation will have grown to maturity. It will be easier, perhaps, for humans to accept us then. Your children will be less afraid of us, so their children will not inherit fear.
Why do you believe it will be so hard for us?
If you saw us now, you would not accept us. Who knows what damage could be done? We need your trust.
We cannot match your technology. We cannot harm you.
You might harm yourselves. That is what we fear.
50 years. I will be long dead.
I shall never forget you, Ricky. And the memory of an overlord is long.
Nor I, Carolyn.
Goodbye, human.
The sea is boiling, Reliving. I've lost another monitor.
Soon I shall no longer be able to speak with you. The destruction of your planet is already beginning to affect our communication. We can still receive you. Please continue to tell us what you see.
Stormgren was your friend, wasn't he?
Yes, he was my friend.
We touched you, didn't we?
We did what we had to do.
Katerina and Stormgren. Yes, they are the story. And their child, Katya. Did she have something of her mother's gift? Katie used to tell me that her mother had second sight.
The daughter of Katerina has no gift as far as we were aware.
It's everyone's story. Katerina's and her daughter Katya. And Katya was the mother of Katie, my Katie. And Katie was the mother of Jeffrey, too. Sounding like an Old Testament prophet. Berryman. Berryman, you still there? Can you hear me? I was 12, sitting in our home in Edinburgh, watching events on TV, the day that you revealed yourselves, the day that humanity first saw an alien race.
Supervisor Carellin has confirmed that his ship will make its way to the central Australian desert within the next few days. Luther?
Television coverage will be shared between the BBC, the Asian TV network, and CBS. The coverage will, of course, be pooled with the other broadcasters.
Mark?
Well, despite our best efforts to control the crowds who are descending on Australia, we estimate that 10 million people will be present. The urge to actually be there is too strong. Kind of makes you proud to be an Australian.
First sight of an alien race. Who can blame them?
What kind of sight can those at the back of the crowd expect?
Oh, well, 157 large screens are planned within the surrounding area.
And the children?
Oh, they'll just have to sit on their parents' shoulders.
I mean the children who will take part in the welcoming ceremony.
Yes, I know. I was just kidding. Sorry, Sir Kenneth.
100 children have been chosen, and they've undergone a whole battery of psychological testing to prepare them for the event.
Can anyone be prepared for such an event?
Well, they've been exposed to the weirdest images the psychologists could come up with. Not having any idea what overlords actually look like, the psychologists have been working hard to make sure the kids won't be thrown when Corellon and his colleagues actually appear. Those kids they suspect couldn't cope have been weeded out.
I haven't seen my own daughter since she started the tests. Nothing ever seems to faze Katie.
I understand Corellon asked for her personally to be present?
As the granddaughter of Secretary General Stormgren, Corellon seemed particularly interested in her being there.
Very fitting, I think.
Are we done here today?
Oh, I think so.
Yes. Then I shall take my leave. Shall we reconvene in 2 days' time?
Sure.
I think so, yeah.
Good night, Sir Kenneth.
Good night, Sir Kenneth.
Good night.
We also have this strange tale of a Greek woman stalked by her former husband, and from Japan, the samurai revivalist who killed himself and 14 members of the family of the woman who refuses his advances. The human heart laid bare. First this week, to Verona, for the story of a real-life Romeo and Juliet.
Why do you watch that rubbish?
It's a popular program.
It's rubbish. To think that in the modern world people are so interested in petty little domestic disputes. It's pathetic.
Some people still take an interest in each other.
When you think of how life has changed since the overlords came, and we still make TV trash like that.
It's because of those things that people need TV programs like that.
Don't be stupid, Katya.
Passion reminds us we are human.
That's not passion, that's degrading. It's out of the gutter. Do you have to drink quite so much?
You drink?
Not to excess.
I had that dream
Put
again.
it out of your mind.
I try to.
You have that Russian trait of your mother's, a tendency to wallow in melancholy.
It frightens me.
It's a dream. It's nothing.
It was different this time.
Well, it's not the same dream, then, is it?
I mean, there was more of it. I see our Katie walking towards a wall. Then the wall opens, and she is swallowed up.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, please let me talk about it. It's so frightening. She is with other children, and they all walk into this opening in the wall, and then this opening begins to close, and I can't reach her. And there are other people trying to reach their children, and they can't. The dream usually ends there, and that's bad enough. But this time the dream went on. All the adults waited for a long time, but we knew the children were not coming back. And then there are screams, and people turn on each other, and someone attacks me. This ceremony tomorrow.
What about it?
I don't want Katie to do it.
Supervisor Corellon has asked that Katie be present. I have no intention of snubbing the Overlord Commander by refusing.
My mother had powers.
Oh, not that old story.
As a child, she was tested. She could read minds.
Your mother never claimed any special power.
She lost them as she grew older. My dreams are so real.
Oh, so now you're a visionary.
I'm frightened.
Everything frightens you, Clarke.
Katie was 10 that day. That was the first time I saw her on the television. A little girl amongst 10 million people waiting in the desert, watching the great screens which would relay the first news pictures. They waited for hours, watching your ship, a great disk of bronze reflecting the desert sun. What did we expect to see when you came out of the craft? What could we have expected?
Aide-moi cesse. Ana Lena Sami fi Ura.
Aquí estamos todos en el desierto de Australia.
Plus de 10 millions de personnes sont rassemblées ici dans le désert australien aujourd'hui pour attendre.
There's a carnival atmosphere, here and for many miles around the Overlord ship. That great disk which continues to hover miraculously just meters above the ground. The ceremonial welcome, as I understand it, will begin when we get some sign from the ship that Corellan and a number of his companions are ready to exit.
Yes. The granddaughter of the former Secretary General of the UN... hold on. I think something may be happening. Yes? No, sorry, false alarm.
Well, the tension is, people are so keyed up here, and indeed everywhere. Is there anyone on the planet who's not watching this event on TV?
As I was saying, John, the granddaughter of the former UN Secretary General, Ricky Stormgren, young Katie Long, will walk forward from the gathered representatives of the UN.
Something is happening now. Is opening in the underside of the Overlord craft. It's difficult to see inside. Oh, what a moment to witness. The children are stepping forward, led by young Katie Long. 100 children, each with a flower in their hands. A field of sunflowers moving towards the Overlord craft. A ramp is emerging from the opening towards the ground, and Katie is walking purposefully towards him. The other children behind her. And Katie is, well, she's walking straight up the ramp. The other children have stopped. They're looking at each other. I don't think anyone knows what to do now. Katie has gone into the craft. I'm not sure she was meant to go so far, but, yeah, I can see her mother holding on to Sir Kenneth. She's trying not to look concerned, but wait. Something is moving. Something is emerging from the craft. It's... My God.
We knew that our appearance would disturb humans.
Of course. When Satan himself flew from the craft, the long, elongated body, just human enough to make your appearance the more frightening by its difference. The thick armored scales, the horns, the eyes obscured by a visor to protect you from the sunlight. And those small, leathery wings. You hung in the air and extended your arms, the image of a crucified Satan. Even then, the strangest thing was the children's reaction. It was the adults who fainted, collapsed, screamed. Katie, like the other children, simply looked up at you, hovering in the air, accepting, smiling.
You do not be afraid of us. You are no longer children to fear the dark, to fear what you do not understand. Take courage from your own children. This child is the granddaughter of my friend Secretary General Stormgren. He trusted us blindly. Now you must continue to trust us in full sight of us. Today is a new dawn. We shall face the day together.
And so we grew up with you, and you became part of our lives. But still, you kept your deepest secrets. You remained an enigma to us, refusing to answer the basic question, why were you here? Why were you so concerned with us? You took an interest in us, in our cultures, in our philosophies, in everything that made us human. Your own tragedy you couldn't share with us.
We live without war, poverty and disease. No desires go unfulfilled, no needs unsatisfied. And yet, look around you. Look at the faces of the people you see every day. Are people really happy?
Jules, we should be going.
Ask yourself, is this all? If you do, perhaps you're one of those people who should consider relocating to New Athens. New Athens is a self-regulating community. With the Overlord's consent, New Athens was founded 10 years ago on a Pacific atoll. We place the arts at the center of human activity. We think we live in a
Off. Is this a big party?
No, just a few college friends. Rupert's got the chair of eccentric phenomena at Harare. He's the youngest professor to hold the position.
Eccentric phenomena?
ESP, telepathy, telekinesis, that kind of thing.
Oh, I see.
Please don't be difficult.
A charlatan is a charlatan. It makes no odds that they carry the title of professor or not.
Oh.
Who else is going?
Rupert's wife, Maya. She was at college with me. And I think Sully's going to be there too. Marco Sullivan. He's a marine biologist. And Jan might be there too. Does that bother you?
Why should it? Let's go.
Dan Rodericks, you will be able to hear me no longer.
No. Don't leave me alone.
Continue to speak. We shall hear you.
No! My sister Maya had been married to Rupert for a year, and they were throwing a party now that he'd landed his new post. Sully was there too. Rare for him to spend any time on the surface. We used to say that Sully was half fish. I knew Katie would be there. That's why I accepted Maya's invitation. And because I wanted to meet George, her new husband, the artist. My Katie married.
Professor of Eccentric Phenomena.
Thanks. And no one, may I say, Rupe, has more qualifications than yourself for such a post. For you are surely the most credulous bastard I've ever known.
Credulous is a synonym for open-minded.
The only thing stranger than your belief in ESP and telepathy and all that nonsense is how someone as beautiful as Maya would marry you.
Perhaps it's all in my stars.
I hear you spend most of your time underwater.
That's right. 13 miles west of Easter Island, at a depth of 3 kilometers.
Best place for him. Keeps him out of the way of civilized people.
You live at that depth?
Oh, yeah. This is the first time I've been topside for nearly a year now.
Sully's been working closely with the Overlords.
I send them models of marine life. They tell me that it's for some museum back on their planet. I'm working on my biggest commission yet at the moment. A tableau of a giant squid and a blue whale in combat. What do you do, George?
I paint. Oh, well, no, actually, I teach. Those that can.
What's your opinion? Do you think there's been a decline in the arts since the Overlords arrived?
I think that's generally accepted. A lot of classical art was born out of struggle and conflict. The Overlords removed a lot of that from human life.
So where do you look for your inspiration?
If I was inspired, I'd be painting, not teaching.
You think Reshaverek's into art?
I don't think so.
Who?
The Overlords have no conception of it. They don't understand why human beings have this restless urge to create, to reshape the world. It's a bit of a blind spot in them.
Rupert's got a tame Overlord. He's upstairs in the library.
What? Here?
He's doing research.
Research into what?
I have some pretty rare books dating way back. Better than the university library, in fact. He's reading his way through it.
The only question is why.
I imagine they find it as fascinating as I do. You do know, George, that Katie's grandmother was a telepath?
According to who?
To whom? According to Dr. Valentina Ivanovna, a pioneer in my field.
Yes, Katie mentioned it once. It's an old family story.
You know why I married George? Because he didn't ask me to believe in anything. That's why it didn't work out with me and Jan.
Jan can be oppressive.
He has such curiosity about the world, life, everything. It's wonderful.
It's wonderful as long as you share his obsessive enthusiasms.
I envy him. He's always searching. I've never known why I was alive. Life can seem so empty.
When I feel low, I go shopping. Now that Rupert's on a full professor's salary, I expect I shall get depressed more often.
George and I are thinking of applying to go to New Athens.
New Athens? They're cranks. They go about on bicycles. Be like living in a museum.
George thinks he might find some kind of inspiration there.
Hello.
Jan. Maya said you might come.
Darling brother.
How are you?
I'm well.
Hello, Katie. It's been a long time.
Yes.
I'm not standing here playing gooseberry. Why don't you two catch up?
Is your husband here?
Yes.
I hear he's an artist.
Yes.
This is a stimulating conversation. Still a lady of leisure?
Leisure is all anyone has. The overlords have seen to that.
You still affect that melancholy pessimism, I see.
If you're going to be mean to me, I'm going.
Stay. Sorry.
You're not married, then?
No. You know how it is. You fall in love with someone completely unsuitable, they break your heart, you know that they're completely wrong for you, but you can't get them out of your head.
I am completely wrong for you. Can we just talk about something else?
Of course. Sorry. I meant to be cool, calm, pleasant.
Tell me what you're doing.
Well, I've just come back from the moon.
Was that exciting?
Seeing the Earth from space, it's the most amazing thing. It made me want to go further. But of course, the overlords refuse to share the technology that drives their own ships, so that ambition will never be fulfilled.
The moon's not enough for you?
No, of course not. What's funny?
You haven't changed.
Rashavrak, are you joining us?
If I may.
Can I get you anything? A drink?
No, thank you. Alcohol affects us badly.
Us humans, too. That's why we drink it.
Jan, George, I think you're the only two who haven't met Ambassador Rashavrak. Jan Rodricks, George Gregson.
I've never met an overlord face to belly.
I meet few humans.
Pleased to meet you.
I hear you're doing research. May I ask what your interest is in the paranormal?
Everything contributes to greater understanding.
Of us humans?
Of course.
Why do you want to?
Jan, it's bad manners to ask all these questions.
Do not underestimate how interesting you are as a species.
How flattering. How do we get to find out more about you?
We have already shared much knowledge with you.
Technical knowledge. We know virtually nothing about you. For instance, where you come from, what your home planet is like, how your society is structured.
Jan!
I'm sorry, am I being rude?
I am not offended by your questions, but I am not able to answer them. Forgive me if I am being rude.
My God, look at these.
Jan brought them. Horrible, dusty old things.
I haven't seen these things outside of a museum.
My father collected them.
How do they work?
On this.
Dad used to have one of those.
I managed to track one down in an antique shop. They're not cheap. It plays the discs. You put this needle into the grooves.
Primitive.
I like the sound.
Madam Gregson, may I join you?
Yes, of course.
You find my presence unsettling.
I'm just not used to being so close to an overlord.
I understand.
We call you overlords, but what do you call yourselves?
We call ourselves the... It translates many ways. The ones who bring forth. It also means ones who serve.
Servant people? That's strange, considering your powers.
Yes, it must seem so to you. May I ask you a question?
Of course.
Your grandmother, Katerina, did you know her?
I remember meeting her as a child. She lived in Finland even after my grandfather died.
How did she seem to you?
I was always a little frightened of her. She had very blue eyes. When she looked at me, I always thought she knew what I was thinking.
Interesting.
Why are you so curious about my grandmother?
You know that she underwent tests as a child. She may have been a telepath.
Oh, yes, that story has always been told in the family. That's probably why I thought she could read my mind. But telepathy has never been proven. Are you saying that it's real? You're not a
Oh, we do not possess that ability.
You hardly need to. Your technology allows you to do so much.
Yes.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ruth.
It'll be fun. Come on.
Oh, what do you call this?
A Ouija board. I had it made for me in a market in a small village in the Moroccan Atlas.
My father used to do that kind of thing on stage. Give the audience some specious story about having learnt his tricks from an old man in an oriental monastery.
You're not falling for that, old tad, Rook.
It'll only work if you keep an open mind.
Well, it's doomed to failure then.
I'll give it a shot.
There speaks the artist.
Come on, Katie.
No, I'm sitting this out.
It's just a game.
I don't like this kind of thing.
That's because you sense some power in it. Rishabrak, will you join us?
I shall watch with interest.
Okay. How it works is this. We all put one finger on this glass in the middle and empty our minds.
Some will find that easier than others. Then what?
We don't know. We wait and see. If we make contact...
Make contact with what?
The power.
The power.
Then the glass will move around the board and spell out a message for us by moving to one of these letters or numbers around the edge of the board. I shall prompt it by asking a question.
Shall I change the music?
No, leave it. It's quite atmospheric.
Atmosphere is everything.
As Dad used to say.
Your father would have treated the Ouija board with respect.
Dad was an illusionist.
So was Ruth. Quiet, everyone. Now, clear your minds. Put your skepticism to one side. I have a question.
So do I.
Quiet! I have a question. Will it rain tomorrow?
What?
Y E D.
A dyslexic Ouija board.
Maybe it hath a cod.
N O.
It's saying it doesn't know if it will rain?
It's saying it's a stupid question.
Someone is manipulating the glass.
I don't think so.
I've got a question. What is my favourite colour?
It doesn't know.
Wait. B L U E. Is that right?
Rupert, you did that.
I didn't move it. And I don't even know what her favourite colour is.
Is your favourite colour blue?
Why don't you know what my favourite colour is?
I can't be expected to know everything about you, darling.
I'm rather disappointed you didn't know that.
Now. Leave the bickering until we've all gone home.
I have a question.
Oh, Jan. Surely you don't believe in all this nonsense.
Which star does the Overlord planet orbit?
I G S 5 4 9 6 7 2. What does that mean?
Katie. Katie!
What did you make of the message?
Oh, I don't know.
Does it make you less skeptical?
That's probably a coincidence. Roshavarag didn't react.
How can you tell? There's no expression on those hellish features.
Are you going to check it out?
Of course. IGS 549672. It could be a star number from the International Geographic Survey.
Let me know what you find.
You're pregnant. That's wonderful. Isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it really is wonderful.
You look so well. You know, I had a feeling when you came to the party.
I didn't know then.
Aren't you happy?
I feel for the first time in my life that I have a real reason for being on this planet.
You don't sound it. I envy you.
Oh, it will happen for you and Rupert.
Well, we keep trying.
I have some more news. George and I have been accepted to live on New Athens.
Are you sure about this?
More than ever. Ever since I found out that I was pregnant, I've had this feeling of apprehension.
Oh, Katie.
No, I'm really thrilled about the baby. But I've been having these dreams.
What kind of dreams?
I couldn't describe them. I forget them as soon as I wake up. But I'm always left with this sense of desolation. Maybe New Athens is far enough away.
I have completed scanning Rupert Boyce's collection. It is a most tedious task. Human beings have an almost infinite capacity for self-deception.
Have you found anything positive?
No current cases of telepathy. The last cluster was more than a generation ago.
We have seen this before. An outbreak, then nothing for a generation before re-emergence.
Yesterday I was introduced to the granddaughter of Katerina Golyadkin. During a game, it was clear that there was a presence manipulating events.
You think this woman has any of her grandmother's abilities?
Perhaps the woman, perhaps the child she carries. Yet the child is barely conceived.
Both the woman and the child must be monitored. Now we can only watch and help them through this time.
If the great change has begun, how will humans react?
As other races have, with confusion at first, perhaps violence, but in the end they will learn that they cannot prevent their destiny.
5,000 fathoms. 5,010. 5,020. Angelfish to sea urchin, come in, sea urchin.
Sea urchin to angelfish, you're clear to dock at 2100 hours. Mark.
2100, Mark. Right on time.
Welcome to the depths of the Pacific.
What a journey!
You didn't find it too claustrophobic. Some people can't hack it.
No, the descent was fascinating. We saw a giant squid on the way down.
Ah, that's Lucifer.
Lucifer, right.
He's the model for my latest commission.
Yes, I want to see that.
It's the biggest one we've done yet. Giant squid and blue whale in a fight to the death. I've never had the privilege of witnessing such an event myself, so I'm having to use my imagination. They'll be moulded in a new plastic that the overlords have licensed us to develop.
Why do the overlords want these models, do you think?
Oh, they tell me they have a vast museum back on their home planet. God knows what they must have on display there from other planets they've visited. Well, it just goes to show that the urge to collect things is truly universal. So, are you going to tell me?
I suppose it's safe here. I couldn't tell you on the comlink. You never know what the overlords are monitoring. I checked in the star catalogue. IGS 549672 is a binary star at the heart of the Carina system, older than our own sun.
And you think it's the home of the Overlords?
Yes.
But you can't be sure of that. Well, it might be a coincidence, considering the medium of communication.
I intend to try and find out.
But how? Well, they won't confirm it. They never answer questions about themselves.
I'm going to go there.
Now, I'm a marine biologist, not an astronomer. But I suspect that this star isn't exactly just around the corner.
It's about 40 light years.
You're going to ask them to give you a ride there?
In a way, yes.
And why should they do that?
I don't think they would if I asked them. There's only one way. I'd have to stow away on one of their supply ships. The one taking your latest tableau, for instance.
Stow away?
Yes.
I see.
I was thinking that I might do a Jonah, travel in the belly of a whale.
In the belly of my whale?
I've made some rough drawings. If you could incorporate a small, self-contained cabin inside the blue whale's body.
Whoa!
Look, technically, I don't see much difficulty. Whatever propulsion system the Overlords use, it clearly allows for transportation of your models to their planet without them being crushed by the propulsive forces. It stands to reason, therefore, that I could survive within one of them.
But you don't know how long it would take. How long you'd have to survive in one of their ships.
From what little we do know, and having observed their supply ships coming and going over the years, about 3 months, I reckon. I'm going to knock myself out with narcosamine. The only thing is that I shall probably be travelling at speeds where I shall age less quickly than people back on Earth.
Well, by the time you get back, assuming that the Overlords bring you back, your friends and family will all be long dead.
When sailors used to leave on voyages around the world, they never knew when they'd be back or what would be waiting for them. I know what I'm asking you. When the Overlords find out that you helped me... You're a scientist as I am. You understand my curiosity. I'll understand if you refuse.
You've obviously thought this through.
I want to see where they come from. I want to see an alien world. You have yours down here under the sea.
At least I have shipmates. You'll be alone.
We're all alone.
Let me have a look at those drawings.
When the time came to enter into the mouth of Sully's whale, I felt only excitement. I saw tears in Sully's sentimental Irish eyes when he saw me off. Corellan! What I did, it was my decision. He didn't deserve to be punished. Thank God I won't have to live with the guilt of that for much longer. When I woke up, I discovered that I'd been asleep for 2.5 months. I left the belly of Sullivan's whale and found myself in a cargo hold. It took me hours to find the control room of the ship, manned by 3 pilots. I now know how Overlords look when they're surprised. Not much different. Eventually, they showed me to a room where I was to spend the rest of the trip. But they allowed me out to watch them land on your planet. A great red ball, studded with the lights of your cities. Your home, Corellan.
I am Vince
Jan Rodrigues.
Yes. I am to be with you during your stay.
I see. Will I be allowed outside?
Yes.
Corellan, you denied this sight of your home to any other human being. Then, I knew why. The air was full of demons. Some at rest, hovering, their leathery wings beating a slow rhythm. Others flew across the vast city, a city without buildings. Great towers, like the nests of termites, stretching into the sky, some reaching into the cloud line. And from those towers, other demons emerged from huge openings. It was a scene that would have taxed the imagination of a medieval painter trying to portray hell. Do you have many such cities here on this planet?
Many?
What are they all doing? So much activity.
Each has a purpose.
Yes, but what? Will you show me more of your planet?
If you like, I can carry you. Do not be afraid.
I saw caravans of small craft making their way across seas of red dust, suddenly disappearing into great dunes. Above me, 2 moons, making a slow transit across a violet sky, double eclipsing the pale red sun once every day. And all around, the hovering demons, overlords asleep in the sky, now and again suddenly waking and moving off to some distant tower. And inside the towers, huge caverns, glimpses of forms which could be animal or machine. Everything here was a mystery, and Vindarton answered few questions, as if any explanation was useless to my inferior brain. I felt disorientated. It was difficult to breathe. There was nothing there I recognized. I began to panic. I kept expecting to see human souls being tortured, but there were only demons on my guided tour of hell. I clung to Vindarton, hundreds of meters above the surface of that terrible place. The touch of his harsh skin began to nauseate me. His wings beating above my head. No! No! No!
You are fatigued, human. Are you rested?
Yes, thank you.
You have turned away from your right destiny to come here. This disturbs you. You must return home.
Yes.
A ship returns to Earth soon.
Vindarton.
Yes.
What will I find when I return to Earth?
I can offer you no comfort, human.
Home. Jan Rodrigues. I am Supervisor Karelin.
I hope you will forgive my actions.
It was human.
Where is this?
This was New Athens.
New Athens? It's nothing but ruins. Where is everyone? What happened here? Did the colony fail?
We have established a monitoring station here.
Monitoring what?
There have been many changes on Earth since you left. This recording is for you. It was made by Katie Long. Her words will tell you what has happened. This house is at your disposal. Our equipment is automatic.
What equipment? Karelin?
We shall speak again.
What's happened?
Jan, I've recorded this letter and left it for Overlord Ambassador Tantalaresco. You will receive it when you return. I shall be dead by then. I can't bear the thought of you alone. I want to talk to you so much. I miss you, Jan. So far away across the galaxy. How could could you be so far away? George and I left for New Athens shortly after you stowed away on the Overlord ship. I was pregnant. I was excited. Yes, me. But it won't surprise you to hear that even in my happiness there was something not right. A feeling, a dread. But life on New Athens was peaceful. And Geoffrey, my son, was a normal little boy. I almost forgot to be afraid. When he was 9, I had another child, Kate.
Little darling, Kate. Yes, you are, a little darling.
Geoffrey! Careful!
She's gorgeous. Oh, it really is a paradise here.
I feel safe here.
Safe from what?
I don't know. When I was pregnant with Geoffrey, I felt uneasy about something. Perhaps it's a natural instinct. I'm sorry. It's thoughtless of me talking like this.
Don't worry. I've got used to the fact I can't have children. Or as much as you do get used to such things.
How is Rupert?
Becoming more the eminent professor every day. Rupert's one of those people who are born old. I think he's relieved. Children would just have got in the way of his career. I don't know if I still love him. Is that terrible?
No.
How is George?
George has never got over the fact that he isn't a great painter. He can't forgive himself. Just recently he's become more distant. I think it's got something to do with Geoffrey. I want to show you something. Look at these.
Wow. These are some of the best things George has done. What are they? Fantasy landscapes?
George didn't do them. Geoffrey did.
But Geoffrey's only 9.
Yes. Oh, these are better than anything George could ever do. You see, Geoffrey's a talented artist. Maybe a genius. Everything his father ever wanted to be. George is jealous of him.
Quite a setup here, isn't it? I mean, it's impressive. Everyone seems very laid back.
What did you expect?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I expected a colony dedicated to art to be full of troubled souls.
We have our share of troubled souls.
I should have come before. You know what it's like, pressure of work. The women are very,
It's the tropical sun. Healthy diet.
Is it true about the,
Yeah, sexual freedom is one of the traditions that's grown up here. If that's what you're getting at.
For the women as well as the men?
Of course.
So, do you and Katie?
Katie doesn't. As far as I know. She spends all her time with the kids.
But you?
When it's on offer, it's not as exciting.
I find that hard to believe.
Do you know why I came here? I thought maybe here, away from much of the Overlord influence, I could feel life more keenly. I thought that's what you have to paint, to produce anything of value. Instead, I feel as dead here as I did before.
What's that?
The local news broadcast. On?
It has just been announced that an Overlord representative with the full title of Ambassador will arrive on New Athens within the next few days. Ambassador Thantalaresco will remain in the colony for 1 week to observe life here. News of the outside world now. In the Siberian Republic, a mass grave has been discovered containing the bodies of nearly 50 children. The authorities have declared that...
What's that all about?
Strange, isn't it? It's not the only outbreak of child murder recently. There was a spate of children being killed in South
this
Africa.
Visit from an Overlord ambassador.
It's terrible, isn't it? These murders.
I saw one of the parents who murdered their child in the Johannesburg killings. He was interviewed on TV. He said he was frightened of his child. Oh, he wouldn't say why.
He talked about witchcraft.
In this day and age?
Rupert has a theory. It's a kind of psychosis.
Isn't that a word that academics use when they've got no idea what's going on?
We didn't know then what the child murders meant. It was a story from the outside world. It didn't seem to have any relevance to us. But they touched me. Those terrible crimes. And the visit of the Overlord Ambassador, too, was strange. Why now? Before the Ambassador came, we had another visitor. Sully. He wasn't the man you left behind. The Overlords had punished him, banning him from his lab on the seabed.
Corellan! Why did you punish him? Children never understand parents, do they?
Sully had promised to take Geoffrey diving when he was old enough. I watched them set off. I wasn't worried. I trusted Sully more than anyone.
Now, you stay close to me at all times, you understand?
Uh-huh.
Remember what I told you. Underwater, you take everything nice and easy so you conserve energy. Now, there's a communicator built into the mask so we can talk to each other, you see? Right. Let's put the masks on now.
You hear me okay?
Oh, I can hear you.
And I can hear you fine. Okay, buddy?
Okay.
Okay. Now, we just roll off like I taught you. Let me go first. Okay. In you come. You okay?
Yeah.
We check the signal. You ready? And let the air out of our BCDs. Oh, take nice easy breaths. And down we go.
That was the day I lost my son. When I watched him leave with Sully for the beach, he was still my little boy. Oh, Jan. You can't know what it's like. The sirens went at 3:30.
On.
This is an emergency broadcast. Pacific Sea Watch report an earthquake in Northern California measuring 6.5 on the Richter scale. This is expected to result in a tsunami which will reach New Athens and neighboring islands within 20 minutes. The tidal wave will affect all areas of the island lying up to 30 meters above present sea level.
Oh, God.
Evacuation of those areas will commence.
How you doing, buddy?
Can we go over that way?
Well, check your SPG like I taught you.
I have half my tank left.
Okay. Another 10 minutes, and then we'll surface.
Geoffrey, you must go towards the cave. Go towards the cave.
Jeff? Where are you going? Jeff?
Down, Geoffrey. A little further.
I don't want you diving that deep.
Now swim alongside the coral for 3 meters. Now up, through the gap, quickly.
Jeff! Don't ever do that again when you dive with me.
We have to go up further.
You do as I tell you. What?
The voice is telling me to go up here. It's safer.
Jeff, what are you talking about?
Hurry, Uncle Sully.
What's going on?
Get out of the water. It's all being sucked out.
Where the hell's the water going?
We'll be all right up here.
My God!
Up here. Put your mask on. The voice told me we'd be safe here.
He was talking about a voice.
What voice?
He said someone was speaking to him, telling him what to do. He couldn't have known about that cave. It's only accessible from under the coral.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Thank you, Sully.
I know. Jeffrey saved my life.
How's little Kate?
Asleep?
Kid sleeps all the time. Nothing disturbs her. Have you noticed something?
What?
None of the children are crying. None of them.
Ambassador Tantalaresco, allow me to welcome you to New Athens. We are a colony dedicated to the human arts. And the arts have always been, throughout human history...
She never cries.
No. She's a happy baby.
All babies cry.
What are you getting at?
It's not right. Katie, there's something wrong.
I don't want to talk about it.
Maybe we should have her examined.
Why? She's not ill.
She doesn't cry. Ever.
She doesn't need to. I'm a good mother.
Yes, I know that. And Jeffrey's been very quiet. Ever since that day he went diving.
He had a scare.
He doesn't look like a kid who's had a scare.
He's fine.
He's not fine. All he does is paint.
Is this because he paints better than you?
I'm worried. He scares me.
You always were jealous of him.
This isn't about me. And she scares me.
Oh, our baby scares you.
Will you put that bloody rattle down?
Oh.
Katie! At the School of Fine Art, we run classes for gifted children. This is one of the studios. Jeffrey, I want you to meet Ambassador Tantalaresco.
Good morning, Jeffrey. I am very happy to meet you.
You're the voice.
Are these your paintings?
What did you say?
Yes.
Fascinating.
Yes, Jeffrey likes to paint landscapes, but he gives them an abstract twist. These are landscapes of the imagination.
They're real. Real places.
Oh, of course, they're real to you, Jeff.
They're real.
May I see any others that you have done?
Over here.
The child is advancing at an astonishing rate. He manufactures paintings demonstrating techniques associated with some of their greatest artists.
And the subject matter?
1. A sky with a blue sun. Distant mountains, sulphur-coloured. I have visited the planet myself.
And you can identify this planet?
Hexanorax. Only our most extended expeditionary ships have reached it.
The great change is underway.
I pity them, these humans.
I have sometimes hoped that the change would not come, that they would be spared.
We are the servants only.
They think themselves inferior to us. How wrong they are. How magnificent the human destiny, how barren our own.
Stop it! Mummy?
Katie.
Oh, my darling, I'm sorry. Jeffrey!
Katie.
Why won't you let me hold him?
Katie, they don't need us. They don't need us anymore.
I'm afraid of him. I'm afraid of my own child. And Kate. I'm frightened to go into the nursery. What's happening?
Verne. They took the children. All the children. All the children.
Recent events demonstrate
that children are at risk from their parents and adults who do not understand the changes that are taking place in your species. We have no choice but to isolate all children under the age of 10 years.
Poor Katie.
Thank God we never had children.
A great change has begun. This is why we came here many years ago, to keep watch. Without the peace that we have overseen, your species would have channeled these new developments into war. This new stage in the evolution of your species would have become destructive. You would have sought different ends for these pirates.
I've played the wild rover for many a year.
Species like yourself undergo the great change.
And I've spent all my money on whiskey and beer.
Some we have arrived too late to help, and they have become extinct. Some species, despite their highly evolved intelligence, never make the great change and remain in stasis, lacking the ability to evolve further. That is the tragedy of my own people. Your race is one of the fortunate to make the leap. Only your children will fully understand. Eventually, they will shed their material bodies. Their minds will meld together into one.
I can't bear it.
Become more powerful than you.
I can't bear it.
As you know it, without children.
It's just us now, Katie.
Oh, no.
We have to care for each other.
Immortal. Now, we must occupy ourselves with your children, who will be evacuated to the continent of Africa, where they will be monitored and cared for, free of adults. Do not grieve for them. They are your legacy to the universe. Be proud of your achievement, humans. That is all.
One day the Overlord ship arrived, and the children, as if they knew what they had to do, made their way down to the beach. They walked on board the ship without looking back at the parents gathered there. There was no future for us. No future for anyone. Women no longer conceived. Suddenly, every human being faced the inevitable death of the species. Each of us had to find our way.
I went to an alehouse I used to frequent, and I told the landlady me money was spent.
Sullivan, is that you?
I asked her, it is me, it is I, Marco Sullivan.
Sully, you shouldn't be there.
I
You're
asked
going
her
too deep. The submersible will
She
clog up.
answered me, oh yes, it is beginning to.
Sully! Sullivan showed me the way. He gave me courage. I haven't told George. I can't stand being with him. I shall go to the beach and swim out in the water until I can swim no further. Loneliness is what makes us human, Jan. That's what I've learned. Our children will never be lonely again. But they will never be human either. This is my way. Goodbye, Jan. I hope you get this one day. I did love you.
The children move as one. Look on the monitors, yeah. 500 million of them. We call this the long dance. It began several years ago and continues without end.
What is happening?
They are becoming one. We have seen this before. Soon they will have no need of their material bodies. I have no comfort for you, Jan Rodricks. You are the last adult human. Already your planet is undergoing changes and will become unstable within a few days. Will you render us a service?
How can I help you?
Record the end for us. From here, you may witness the last days of the Earth. Will you render us this service?
Yes. And I have a favor to ask of you.
This is a primitive thing.
Yes, I'm being sentimental.
I think I understand. There is a connection to your father.
Perhaps it's that. This is all I have now of the past.
I must leave now.
Goodbye, Reshavrak.
Goodbye, Jan Rodricks. I envy you, human. Your species will find rest now. For us, there is no rest. Only the endless voyage.
Karellan! Something's happening! The stars in the night sky are getting dimmer. As if there's a great cloud. No, there's a structure. Almost as if the stars are tangled in a ghostly web. In places it seems almost solid. Oh my... The sky is alive with color. It's like a great aurora. It's brighter than day. My weight's decreasing. The atmosphere's escaping. The building around me, I can see through it. The light from beneath me. This is it. This is the end. This is magnificent. The children are taking the energy out of the world. It's feeding the change. The bodies of the children are falling all around. They don't need them anymore. This is the end. This is the end. Goodbye, Karellan! Thank you! Goodbye, human.
Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood's End was dramatized by Tony Mulholland. Stephen Pacey was Jan, and Peter Jeffrey, Karellan. Sarah Jane Home was Katie, Christian Rotzker, George, and Suzanne Hitchmo, Maya. James Richards was Geoffrey, Gerard McDermott, Sullivan, and Cornelius Garrett, Rupert. Kim Durham was Vin Darton, Graham Padden, Taltalaresco, and Sonny Ormond, Rashavarak.
The music was composed and performed by Jeff Mearns. Arthur C. Clarke's Childhood's End was directed at Pebble Mill by Brian Lighthill.
Fahrenheit 451. The temperature that book paper catches fire and burns, Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I thought you'd seen me.
That's all right. You seem to pop up out of nowhere. Surprised to see anyone out this late.
I suppose it is.
You're the new neighbour, aren't you?
And you're the fireman.
Oh, well, don't make it sound like that.
I'd have known it with my eyes closed.
Oh, you mean the smell of kerosene?
Mm.
Yes, my wife's always complaining. It never really goes.
Doesn't it?
But you get used to it. I hardly notice it anymore, just a faint fragrance like perfume.
Are you going home from work now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you mind if I walk back with you?
Not at all.
My name's Clarice McClellan.
Guy Montag. Happy to meet you.
I'm happy to meet you, too.
What are you doing out so late, anyway? How old are you?
Stop a moment.
What?
Smell the strawberries?
What strawberries?
Fresh strawberries? Or just the faintest breath?
It's impossible. It's too late in the year.
Can't you smell them?
Yes, I think I can. That's very odd.
To come back to your question, I'm 17 and crazy.
Oh, what?
My uncle says they go together. When people ask your age, he says, say 17 and crazy. And your first question...
Oh, I've forgotten what it was.
Why I'm out here. I like to walk at night. I like to smell things and look at things, and sometimes I walk all night and watch the dawn.
17 and crazy. Your uncle's got a point.
Do you ever see the dawn?
I suppose I must, if I've been working all night. But then I'm so tired I hardly noticed.
You know, I'm not afraid of you at all.
Well, why should you be?
A lot of people are. Afraid of the fireman, I mean. And, well, you do look quite sinister in your uniform. But you're just a man, after all.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever read any of the books you burn?
That's against the law.
Yes, of course.
Monday, Milton. Wednesday, Wordsworth. Friday, Forster. Burn 'em to ashes, then burn the ashes. It's our official slogan.
Is it true that once upon a time... Well, that once firemen put out fires instead of starting them?
But houses are fireproof. They've always been fireproof.
Always?
Yes, of course.
Strange. I heard once that houses used to burn by accident, and it was the fireman's job to put them out and save the people, and the books.
Oh.
Why do you laugh when I haven't been funny? Why don't you think about what I've said?
Now, look, have some respect.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
Well, doesn't this badge mean anything to you?
451, yes.
Hey, slow down.
Oh, it's getting cold. I want to get home. Have you ever watched the jet cars racing on the boulevards on the edge of town?
Yes, I've seen them.
I think drivers don't know what grass is, or flowers, or trees, because they never see them slowly. Isn't that funny? And sad?
You think strange things, don't you?
Oh, I never watch the parlour walls, or racing cars, or go to the fun parks, so I've lots of time for crazy thoughts. Have you ever seen the dew on the grass in the morning?
I don't know. Yes, I suppose I must have done.
Here we are, home.
What's going on in there?
Thank you for letting me walk with you, Mr. Montag.
All your lights are on. What's happening?
Oh, my parents and my uncle just sitting around talking.
What?
It's like being a pedestrian, just as rare. My uncle was arrested for being a pedestrian.
But what do they talk about?
Good night. Are you happy?
Am I what?
Good night.
Montag put his hand into the glove hole of his front door and let it know his touch. The door slid open.
Happy? Of course I'm happy.
He stood looking at the ventilator grill in the hall, and suddenly remembered that something lay hidden behind it, something that seemed to peer down at him now. He moved his eyes quickly away, and looked at a blank wall. The girl's face was there, really quite beautiful in memory. Astonishing. What a strange meeting on a strange night. He remembered nothing like it save one afternoon a year ago when he had met an old man in a park and they had talked.
Millie? Millie?
The bedroom was like the cold marbled vault of a mausoleum after the moon had set. His wife lay stretched out on the bed, uncovered and cold like the body displayed on the lid of a tomb. In her ears, the little seashells, the thimble radios were tamped tight, and an electronic ocean of sound, music and talk and music and talk, broke on the shores of her mind.
Millie? I'm going to turn on the light. Millie? Wake up! Oh, God. Millie! Millie, please, wake up. Emergency. Quickly, get me to the hospital. Yes, I want to report a suicide attempt. Yes, my wife. An overdose. I saw the pill bottle by the bed. It was empty, and I just knew. Look, will she be all right?
Oh, yeah, fine. Just a routine job. Pump the stomach and change the blood.
Oh, yes, I see.
And that's why we've got these two gadgets.
I see. That thing looks like a snake.
No point in cleaning out the stomach if you leave the blood. The blood goes to the brain, and if it's poisoned, bang, hits it like a mallet.
Look, stop it.
I was just explaining. Right, finished. That'll be 50. Can you sign here? Thanks.
Look, are you sure she'll be all right?
Oh, yeah, sure. I do a dozen of these a night. Look, I've got all the poison in these containers here. Can't get to her now.
Look, why don't they send a doctor out on these cases? You're not a qualified doctor, and I'd feel much happier if there was a doctor.
For God's sake, she doesn't need a doctor. I've told you, it's routine. It's like unblocking a drain. Oh, look, I've got to go. If you need me, you know what to do. Keep her quiet. She's under sedation. She'll wake up hungry and a little sore. So long. I'll see myself out.
Millie. Millie. Millie.
Good morning.
Oh, thank God, there you are. You weren't in bed when I woke up. I was worried.
What? Sorry, I can't hear you. It's the morning music show.
Millie, will you turn the seashell off?
Hey, what's the matter? Did you get out of bed the wrong side this morning?
Look, can you take those things out of your ears, just for a while? You listen to them all day and night.
What?
Can we talk?
I'll turn them down. How's that? Then I can listen to you and the radio. Now, what were you saying?
Millie, how do you feel this morning?
Strange. I've got a kind of stomachache, but I'm hungry as hell. Did we have a party last night?
Oh, well, I came home.
Do you want some toast? I'm going to have another piece. I can't stop eating.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I'll set the program.
Last night, I came home.
I can't remember. I couldn't have slept very well. Did I do anything stupid at the party?
Millie, last night when I came home...
Wait, there's that record I just love on the radio. Just let me turn it up. Oh, it's heavenly. You know, it's the music they use for that commercial.
Oh.
Guy, where are you going? What about your toast?
Millie! Millie, I'm going to work now.
Right. Well, have a nice day.
Millie, before I go, I want to say something.
That? I could hear you.
You took all the pills in your bottle last night.
Don't be silly.
The bottle was empty.
I wouldn't do that.
Well, maybe you took 2 and then you forgot and took 2 more and it made you dopey, so you kept on. You took them all.
Why would I do something like that?
I don't know.
Look, Guy, won't you be late for work?
What are you doing this afternoon?
Watching a play in the parlour walls. It's what I always do.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
I got my part in the post this morning. You send in packet tops. It's a new thing. They write the script with one part missing. See? That's me, the homemaker. When it comes to my lines, they all look at me out of the walls and say, "What do you think, Helen?" And I say, "I think that's fine." I've got a few more lines later on. Isn't that fun, Guy? It really is fun.
What's the play about?
I told you. These people, Bob and Ruth and Helen.
Oh.
Well, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. Enjoy the play. Does it have a happy ending?
Oh, yes, of course. They all have happy endings.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Still crazy?
Yes, I suppose so.
Where are you going?
To see my psychiatrist.
What?
They make me go. I invent things to say. He tells me I'm an onion. I keep him busy peeling back the layers.
Yes, well, I'm inclined to believe you need that psychiatrist.
Do you mean that?
No, I don't.
He wants to know why I go out in the forest and watch the birds. It's not normal, he says. And what do I do with the time I take off from school? Well, I tell him I just sit and think, but I don't tell him what.
You're 17.
So?
You know, my wife's 30, and yet you seem so much older at times. It's very strange.
You're strange yourself, Mr. Montag. Sometimes I even forget you're a fireman. Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
How did you get into it, being a fireman? You're not like the others. Oh, I've seen 1 or 2, but you're very different. When I talk, you look at me. Last night when I mentioned the moon, you looked at it. Well, the others would never do that, and they'd walk off, or they wouldn't even see me. Or they'd threaten me. You put up with me. That's why I think it's so odd that you're a fireman. It doesn't seem right for you, somehow.
The mechanical hound slept, but did not sleep, lived, but did not live in its gently vibrating kennel in a dark corner of the firehouse. Lights flickered on its nylon-brushed nostrils. Its 8 legs spidered under it on rubber-padded paws. At night, when things got dull, which was every night, the fireman set the ticking combinations of the hound and set loose rats in the firehouse yard, and sometimes chickens or stray cats, and there would be betting to see which the hound seized first. The animals were turned loose. 3 seconds later, the game was done. The rat, cat, or chicken caught halfway across the yard, gripped in gentling paws, while the 10-centimetre steel needle plunged down from the muzzle of the hound to inject massive jolts of morphine or procaine. The pawn was tossed into the incinerator. A new game began. Montag approached the hound.
Now, get back. Get back. No. Get back. No. Get back!
Having trouble with the hound, Montag? Maybe I'd better use the master key.
Glad you came, Captain Beatty. I don't think it likes me.
Well, the hound doesn't like or dislike. It just functions. We set the target and it follows through. Holmes kills and cuts off. It's only batteries, microchips and electricity.
So why was it growling like that? Do you know, I think if you hadn't come along... Look, its calculators can be set at any combination. Amino acids, glandular secretions, right?
Yes, what about it?
Well, the chemical balances on all of us here in the firehouse are on the master file upstairs. It'd be easy for someone to program the hound with a partial combination.
Oh, Montag.
Just enough to make it angry, to make it growl, but not kill.
Oh, come on, who'd do that? You haven't got any enemies here, have you, Guy?
Well, not that I know of.
It's just a coincidence.
Well, this isn't the first time. Last month it happened twice.
Well, we'll fix it. Don't worry. Now come upstairs. We're playing cards. You look worried, Guy. What's the matter? Have you got a guilty conscience?
Why is it I feel I've known you for such a long time? Seems like years.
Because I like you, and I don't want anything from you.
Sometimes you make me feel old.
Thanks.
Oh, no, I mean... Well, like a father.
So why haven't you had any daughters like me, then, if you love children so much?
Ooh, well, I don't know.
You don't know? You're joking.
Well, my wife never wanted to have children.
I'm sorry. I thought you were laughing at me. I'm a fool.
Oh, no, it's a good question. It's been a long time since anyone cared enough to ask.
Well, let's talk about something else. Have you ever smelled old leaves? Here. Smell.
Right.
What does it remind you of?
I don't know. What is it?
Cinnamon, doesn't it?
Yes, you're right. Yes, in a way it does.
You always look shocked when you find out something new. And your laugh sounds much nicer than it did.
Oh, does it?
Much more relaxed.
Why aren't you at school? I've seen you every day for the past week just wandering round.
Oh, they don't miss me. They say I'm antisocial. I don't mix.
What? You're the most social person I've ever met.
Well, it depends what you mean. Well, social to me means talking about, well, the things that we've talked about these past few days. I don't think it's social if you get a bunch of people together and not let them talk. Do you?
No, I suppose not.
Well, that's what it's like in school. It's all video teachers now. Not like when I first started. No chance to discuss or ask questions. Well, they pour facts into us like we were bottles to be filled. Well, we're not. We're more like funnels, and it just runs out the other end. Well, by the end of the day, most of us can't do anything but go to the fun park or race cars around the streets or sit in front of the parlour walls.
Oh, you sound very old.
Sometimes I'm afraid of kids my own age. In the past year, friends of mine have been shot, or they've died in car wrecks, or they've killed themselves. I don't think it's always been like this.
No. No, I don't think it has.
People don't talk anymore.
Oh, that's not true.
They don't say anything. Well, they name cars or clothes and things like that, and they say how wonderful. They all say the same. And most of them have got seashell radios in their ears, and they're listening to the music all the time. They don't give anything to each other.
No. No, I suppose you're right.
For the next few days, as many times as Montag came out of the house, Clarice was there in the world. He saw her shaking a walnut tree. He saw her knitting a blue sweater. He found late flowers on his porch, a handful of chestnuts, or some autumn leaves pinned neatly to his door. And every day she walked him to the corner. And then Clarice was gone. He waited for her, but there was no sign. 2 or 3 times he almost turned to walk back to give her time to appear, but always the train arrived and took him into work.
Come on, Montag. You playing or dreaming?
One card. No, I was thinking about that fire last week. What happened to the man, Captain Beatty?
They took him to the asylum. 2 cards.
But he wasn't insane.
Anyone's crazy who thinks he can fool the government. I'll take 1 card.
Look, have you ever tried to imagine how it would feel? To have firemen burn our houses and our books?
We haven't got any books.
No, but if we did have...
Have you got books, Montag?
No. No, of course not.
Are we playing poker or not?
Was it always like this? Our work?
You know, someone told me that once upon a time...
Once upon a time? What kind of talk is that, Montag?
The firemen didn't start fires, they stopped them.
Come on, Montag, don't be ridiculous. Let's play cards. It's your turn, we're all going to do...
Oh. OK, let's go. I'll activate the hound. Montag, don't forget your helmet.
OK, stop! This is it! Ready. That's it. Knock it down.
No! Go away! You won't take them!
Captain
You won't
Beatty,
take them!
somebody slipped up!
In the past, it had always been like snuffing a candle. The police went in first and removed the victim, so when you arrived, you found an empty house. No people to deal with, only things. You were simply cleaning up. But now, tonight, the woman was spoiling the ritual.
No, you won't! You won't! Oh.
As Montag climbed the stairs, books bombarded his shoulders, his arms, his upturned face. A book alighted almost obediently, like a dove in his hands. In the dim light, a page hung open, and in all that rush and fervour, Montag had only an instant to read a line, but it blazed in his mind.
A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away.
Montag's hands shook as he thrust the book inside his uniform.
Montag, don't just stand there.
No!
Leave her. We'll deal with her later. Stoneman, have you got the kerosene?
Hey, Captain.
Pump it out then. Spray it on. Soak everything. Pile the books up in the stairwell.
Oh, you can't ever hurt my books!
Now, come on now. That's it. Now, come on down. I won't hurt you.
Drench them all.
Oh, please! Don't destroy my books!
You know the law. Besides, none of these books agree with each other. You've been locked up for years in a Tower of Babel. Montag, take her out.
Come on. This will do no good. Now, please, come out with me.
No,
the whole house is going.
Get away from me!
Captain, she won't come.
We don't have time. Force her.
Look, will you come?
No! I want to stay here.
Oh, no. Captain Beatty, she's got a match.
Stoneman, get out.
Yes, sir.
Montag, come on. There's nothing we can do, Montag.
Please, don't.
I won't leave the books. Play the man, Master Ridley.
What?
We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out.
Montag, for God's sake! Come on!
Master Ridley.
What's that, Montag?
She said Master Ridley, just before she died.
Play the man. Something I can't remember.
We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out.
What? You know it?
A man named Latimer said it to a man named Nicholas Ridley as they were being burned alive for heresy in Oxford in 1555. I'm full of bits and pieces. Most fire captains have to be. Sometimes I surprise myself. Watch it, Stoneman, damn it! You've gone right by the corner where we turned for the firehouse.
Who is it?
Who do you think?
Put on the light.
It's okay, I don't need it.
I can't see you. What are you doing?
Nothing. Getting into bed.
Thought I made your bed for you.
You did. Go to sleep, Millie. Sorry I woke you up.
The book from the burned house lay hard and solid under Montag's pillow. Far across the room, on a winter island separated by an empty sea, Millie switched over to her seashell radio and started talking. She talked to Montag for what seemed a long time, about this and about that, and it was only empty words, like a child building patterns, talking jargon, making pretty sounds in the air. Montag said nothing, and after a long time he fell into a sleep, shallow, dream-filled, and disturbed.
You happy?
Report a suicide attempt.
Blood goes to the brain.
451. 451.
Poisoned. Bang.
You happy?
Of course. They all have happy.
Monday, Milton. Wednesday, Wordsworth. Friday, Forster. Burn them to ashes, then burn the ashes.
Have you got books, Montag?
451. 45.
You happy?
451.
Took all the pills in your bottle.
I think that's fine.
451.
451.
Smell of kerosene. He never really goes.
Have you got books?
We shall this day light such a candle.
Light such a candle. Such a candle. 451.
Guy, wake up. What's the matter?
Millie. Millie, do you have to have this thing in your ear all the time?
I like it. It's restful.
Millie, you know the girl I was telling you about?
Guy, give me back the seashell, will you?
Listen, the girl next door.
What girl next door, please? I want to get back to sleep.
You know, her name is Clarice.
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen her for 4 days.
I was listening to the late-night music.
Have you seen her?
Oh, no. No.
I meant to talk to you about her. She's an odd kid.
Oh, I know the one you mean. I meant to tell you, I forgot.
Well?
I think she's gone.
Gone?
The whole family moved away, but she's gone for good.
What?
I think she's dead.
We couldn't be talking about the same girl.
Yes, that's right. McClellan. Killed by a car 4 days ago. I'm not sure, but I heard she was dead. And the family left town. I don't know where they went.
But you're not sure of this, are you?
Pretty sure.
4 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you knew she was a friend of mine. Why didn't you tell me sooner?
I forgot.
4 days.
Guy.
Yes, love?
Can I have my radio back now? I want to get to sleep. You can't be sick.
Well, I am. I think I've got a temperature. Would you bring me some aspirin and some water?
Guy, you've got to get up. It's nearly noon. You've slept 5 hours later than usual.
Look, Millie, will you turn the parlour walls off?
No, I don't want to. All those people, they're like a family to me.
Will you please turn it off for a sick man?
I'll turn off the sound.
And bring the aspirin, please.
It's one of my favourite programmes. Here.
Yeah, but what about the water?
Okay. You were all right last night, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Never been sick before.
Well, I'm sick now. I'm not going in today. I want you to call Captain Beattie.
Did something happen last night?
Thanks.
Well?
Just a fire, that's all.
I had a nice evening.
Doing what?
Watching the parlour walls.
Oh, what was on?
Oh, you know. Programmes.
What programmes?
Some of my favourites. You know, the family.
The family. The family.
Guy, for God's sake, what are you doing?
God. Smell of kerosene had suddenly overwhelmed me.
It's a good job that rug's washable.
We burned an old woman last night. With all her books.
Better take it and put it in the machine.
Millie, aren't you going to ask me about it?
I hope that mess comes out. Couldn't you have been
Look,
more...
we burned 1,000 books last night, and a woman.
Well?
We burned copies of Dickens and Dante and Swift and Blake.
Wasn't he a radical?
What?
Blake, I've heard of him. He was a radical.
Millie, look, I'm thinking of quitting my job for a while.
You want to give up everything? All these years of work because one night some woman in her books...
Oh, you should have seen her.
I don't care. She's nothing to me. She shouldn't have had books.
Millie.
She knew the law. If she wanted entertainment, what's wrong with the parlour walls?
You weren't there. You didn't see. Look, there must be something in books, something we can't imagine. To make a woman stay in a burning house? You don't stay for nothing.
She was simple-minded.
She was as rational as you or I. Christ, and we burnt her.
You should have thought of all this before becoming a farmer.
Thought! Was I given a choice? My father and my grandfather were firemen. I ran after them in my sleep.
Don't think I'm going to ring Captain Beatty, because I'm not.
Millie.
You're over 2 hours late as it is. I shouldn't have let you stay this long.
Millie, there was a man behind each one of those books. I'd never thought of that before. It takes a man years to put some of his thoughts down, perhaps a lifetime. Now, I come along with kerosene and an igniter, and it's all over in 2 minutes.
There's no need to ring Beatty now anyway.
What do you mean?
There's a fire service car just driven up. A man in a black uniform's coming up the path.
Beatty?
Mrs. Montag. Mrs. Montag.
Oh, look, you'd better go and let him in. And Millie, tell him I'm sick.
Montag made sure the book was well hidden behind his pillow. He climbed slowly back into bed and arranged the covers over his knees and across his chest.
Well.
Hello, Captain.
I just thought I'd drop in and see the sick man.
Well, how did you guess?
I've seen it all before. You were going to call for the night off? Well, take the night off. Clever, isn't it? 1,000,000 lights in one match. 1,000,000 fires. When will you be well?
Tomorrow, perhaps. Next day.
Well, every fireman hits this sooner or later. You only need to understand what you're doing and know a bit of the history of the profession. Mrs. Montag! Turn the parlour walls off!
I'm sorry, Captain Beatty. Can I get you anything? Perhaps a drink?
I'll come in and sit down. Wouldn't hurt you to hear some of this.
Oh, right. Can I sit on the bed, guy?
Yes, of course.
When did it start, our noble profession? Well, different people say different times. A man called Benjamin Franklin burned books in 1790, and I've heard him call the first fireman.
Yes?
And a government in Germany in the 1930s also burned books. So we've got a long tradition. But the important thing is that a fire service was really needed when things began to have mass.
Mass?
Mass appeal, mass consumption. Once books could speak to a few people. They could afford to be different. The world was roomy. But the world got full of eyes and elbows. And books levelled down to a sort of paste pudding norm. Do you understand?
Yes, I think so.
Everything got simplified and shortened. Classics in comic form, novels condensed into digests. Politics became one column, 2 sentences, a headline.
Guy, you comfortable like that?
Yes, thanks, I'm fine.
Everything was whirled around, and all time-wasting thought just fell away. It left more time for sport, for group spirit, for fun. No need to think.
You can't be comfortable.
Yes, I am.
You're all hunched up. Let me straighten your pillow.
Millie.
But to come back to culture, the bigger your market, the less people you can afford to offend. Especially if you're trying to sell them things at the same time.
Millie, please don't leave my pillow alone. Look, I'm fine.
Don't offend minorities. Stay away from controversy. Authors, lock up your typewriters.
Millie.
What's this?
Millie, maybe.
What? Perhaps you would like to, go out of the room, Mrs. Montag? You don't seem too comfortable.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes.
You all right now, Montag?
Yes, I'm fine. Please, go on.
I am, don't worry. You see, The public knows what it wants, Montag. The captionless comic books, the three-dimensional sex magazines.
Yes, but what about the firemen?
Well, what could be more natural? For people to be happy, it's not a matter of all men born free and equal, but all men made the same. Each man in the image of every other. No dissent or disturbance. So a book is a loaded gun. In the house next door, burn it. Who knows who might be the target of the well-read man, the critic, the thinker, the intellectual? And so when houses were made fireproof all over the world, you were right about this, Montag. There was no need for the firemen for the old purpose. They were given a new job. Custodians of our peace of mind. Censors, judges, and executioners. Fire is bright, Montag, and fire is clean.
There was a girl. Next door. She's gone now. My wife told me she was killed. She was different. How did she happen?
Here and there, that's bound to occur. Clarice McClellan.
You know?
Well, we've got a record on her family. We've watched them all carefully. You can't get rid of all the oddments and misfits in just a few years. But we're doing pretty well. She didn't want to know how a thing was done, but why? Embarrassing. Ask why too often and it makes you unhappy, very unhappy. Unhappiness spreads. The poor kid's better off dead.
So she is dead?
Luckily, they don't happen often. We know how to nip them in the bud. If you don't want a man worried politically, don't give him two sides of a question. Or better still, don't even give him one. If the government is inefficient, if it's spending billions on arms and cutting human rights, well, better that than the people worry about it. Give them comics and soap operas and quiz shows. Make the quiz shows clever enough, intelligent enough. The people will feel their thinking. They'll have a sense of motion while they're standing still. They'll be happy because they won't be asking any questions themselves. Don't give them any slippery stuff like philosophy or sociology or politics. And that way lies melancholy. Now remember, we're the happiness boys. Huh? You, me, and the others. We stand alone against the small flood of conflicting thought, madness and melancholy, and drear philosophy. I don't think you realize how vital you are to our happy world, Montag. Well, I must be going. Lecture over.
Oh, yes. Yes. Right.
Oh, one last thing. At least once in his career, every fireman gets an itch. What do the books say, he wonders. Oh, to scratch that itch. Well, I've read a few books, and they say nothing. You read them, and you come away lost, unhappy.
Suppose a fireman accidentally, not really intending anything, takes a book home with him.
Oh, a natural error. Curiosity. We don't get over-anxious. We let the fireman keep the book for 24 hours. If he hasn't burned it by then, we come and burn it for him.
Ah, I see.
Well, Montag, will you take another shift today later on? Shall we see you tonight?
Well, I don't know.
What?
Well, I don't know yet. I'll see how I feel.
We'd certainly miss you if you didn't turn up. Now, get well, and keep well. Now, I'll say goodbye to your wife on my way out.
It's only a step from not going into work today to not going tomorrow and not going to the firehouse ever again.
You're going to work tonight, aren't you?
I don't know. I haven't decided. Right now, I've got an awful feeling I want to smash things and kill things.
Go out in the car.
Millie, I don't know what I might do. I might even start reading books.
They put you in jail.
Mildred.
Oh.
Mildred, for God's sake, listen. Is happiness so important? Aunt Beatty says it is, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy.
I am, and I'm proud of it.
I'm going to do something. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm going to do something.
Oh, I'm tired of listening to you. Guy,
Millie.
turn it back on.
Look, Millie. This is your house as well as mine. It's only fair I should tell you something now. I should have told you before, but I was hardly admitting it even to myself. Come with me. There's something you should see.
Oh, please, leave me alone. Let me watch my program. Hi. What are you doing? Don't do that. The ventilator, you'll break it.
I want you to see some things I've hidden during the past year. I don't know why, but well, now and again, from time to time, I've stolen them from the houses that I've burned.
God. Oh, God, what?
I'm sorry. I didn't really think. Looks like we're in this together.
Quickly, we've got to burn them. Take them to the incinerator. Perhaps they'll never know.
No, Millie. No. Stop it!
God!
We can't burn these. I want to look at them. At least once. Then if all that the captain says is true, we can burn them together. You must help me. Oh, we're in such a mess, Millie. You and your pills and your endless television, me and my work. We're headed for the cliff, Millie. I don't want to go over. I need you so much now, I can't tell you. If you love me at all, you'll put up with this. Just for a day or two, then it'll be over. That woman the other night. You didn't see her. And Clarice, you never talked to her. I did. Now, men like Beatty are afraid of her. I want to find out why now. Where do we start?
The captain will be back. He'll be back to burn the books and us.
Let's see now what this is. It is computed that 11,000 persons have at several times suffered death rather than submit to break their eggs at the smaller end.
What does that mean? It's rubbish.
Many hundred large volumes have been published upon this controversy.
See? Books. The captain was right.
I suppose we must go back to the beginning if we want to understand it. Yes. My father had a small estate in Nottinghamshire. I was the third of 5 sons. He sent me to Emmanuel College in Cambridge.
Montag read the long afternoon through, while the cold November rain fell from the sky onto the quiet house, and Mildred peered in at the grey walls in the dead parlour.
When I contemplate the natural dignity of man, when I feel, for nature has not been kind enough to me to blunt my feelings, for the honour and happiness of its character, I become irritated at the attempt to govern mankind by force and fraud, as if they were all knaves and fools, and can scarcely avoid disgust at those who are thus imposed upon. I wander through each chartered street, near where the chartered Thames does flow, and mark in every face I meet marks of weakness, marks of woe. In every cry of every man, in every infant's cry of fear, in every voice, in every band, the mind-forged manacles I hear. How the chimney sweepers cry, every blackening church appall. We should be wary, therefore, what persecution we raise against the living labours of public men, how we spill that seasoned life of man, preserved and stored up in books, since we see a kind of homicide may thus be committed, sometimes a martyrdom, and, if it extend to the whole impression, a kind of massacre, whereof the execution ends not in the slaying of an elemental life, but strikes at the ethereal and fifth essence, the breath of reason itself, slays an immortality rather than a life. Till the precise moment of friendship is formed. As in filling a vessel drop by drop, so in a series of kindnesses there is a last one which makes the heart run over. Perhaps that's how it was with Clarice.
She's dead, Guy. Let's talk about someone alive, for goodness sake.
She was the first person in years I've really liked. She looked at me as if I counted.
God, Guy.
I don't understand a lot of what I've read. I need a teacher. But I know that some of this helps me to understand things. Understand my life. What Clarice meant.
What's that? Keep quiet. Stay where you are. What's happened to the door voice?
I've switched it off. Let's get back to work.
No! I've had enough, that's it. Books aren't people. You read and I look around. There's no one here.
Oh, Millie,
the family is people. They tell me things. We laugh together. And the colours.
Yes, I know.
If Captain Beatty knew all about those books, would he burn the house? Would he, Guy? Tell me.
Yes, I expect he would.
Oh, God, just think. He could destroy the parlour, the family. Perhaps call him and explain. He'll only burn the books. He'll leave everything else. If you own up...
No, I'm sorry.
But he could destroy everything. Everything. I hate these books. I hate them. Why should I read? What for?
What for? You can ask that. I saw the worst snake in the world the other night. Dead, but not dead. You want to see that snake? It's at the emergency hospital where they filed a report on all the junk the snake sucked out of you.
Let me...
Would you like to go to that house that burned last night, rake through the ashes for the woman's bones? And what about Clarice? Where do we look for her? Huh? And God knows what the government's doing. No one cares. No one bothers to ask. Preparing for war, we know that. But do you know why? I don't. Maybe the books can help us get out of this cave. Stop us making the same damn mistakes. I don't hear the idiot bastards in your parlour talking about it. God, Millie, don't you see? An hour a day, 2 hours with these books!
For God's sake!
Yes, that's what I mean, drowning yourself in that ocean of colour and noise.
Leave me alone, Guy. Just please.
You see this book? You see this book? It's the one I took from that burned house. It's the Bible.
I don't want to know.
It could be the last copy left in this part of the world.
Beatty knows you've got that one at least, doesn't he? You've got to hand it back tonight.
I don't think he knows which book I stole. I'm going to give him something else. A substitute.
If he knows which one you stole, he'll know we've got a whole library here.
I don't care. I can't burn this.
No, you know what you're doing.
Lily, let me read you one more thing.
You'll ruin us. What's more important, me or that stupid book?
It's not from the Bible. It's one of the others. It's a poem I saw.
A poem? This is no time for silly verses. You've either got to burn those books yourself or call Captain Beatty.
Listen. The sea is calm tonight. The tide is full. The moon lies fair upon the straits. On the French coast... Listen. On the French coast, the light gleams and is gone. The cliffs of England stand glimmering and vast out in the tranquil bay. Come to the window, sweet is the night air, only from the long line of spray. Ah, love, let us be true to one another. For the world, which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither joy, nor love, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor health, or pain. And we are here, as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. I'm going out now. There's something I've got to do!
Hello? Is that Faber? Professor Faber?
Who's speaking, please?
It's Guy Montag, the fireman.
I'm afraid I've got nothing to say.
Now, don't ring off, Professor Faber. Now, you do remember me, don't you? We met about a year ago in a public park.
I often sit in parks, Mr. Montag. I meet a lot of people.
A lot of firemen? You talked to me even though I told you what I was. You said you were a retired English professor, and you spoke for quite a long time, and then you said some words, a sort of rhymeless poem.
I really don't recall all this, Mr. Montag. Now, if that's all you've got to say...
Professor Faber, how many copies of the Bible are left in this country?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Are there any copies left at all?
Is this some kind of trap?
How many copies of Shakespeare and Plato?
None. You know that as well as I do, Mr. Montag.
None. Open up, please. Professor Faber. Professor Faber.
Who is it?
Montag.
What do you want?
Please, let me in.
I haven't done anything.
Look, I'm alone. For God's sake, I just want to talk.
There's no one else out there hiding?
There's only me. And I've got a copy of the Bible.
Oh, well, if this is a trick, I suppose there's nothing I can do. Come inside.
Look. The Bible?
Yeah. So, that is true. Come through here. This way.
Looks like an electronics workshop in there. I didn't know.
I don't think you need concern yourself with that, Mr. Montague. You'd better sit down.
No parlour walls TV, I see.
No, just plaster. That, the book, where did you
I stole it. From a house we were sent to burn.
That's very brave.
No. My wife's only partly alive. A friend of mine's already dead. Someone who might have been a friend was burned less than 24 hours ago. You're the only one who might help me.
May I see the book?
Oh, sorry, of course.
A King James's Bible. It's been a long time. Oh. I'm not a religious man, but it was written at a time when the English language was fresh and blossoming, like a garden. Oh, this language is so beautiful. When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow, or hast thou seen the treasures of the hail? Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, there were a lot of fine books once before we let them go. You better have your book back, Mr. Montague. You're looking at a coward. I saw the way things were going a long time ago. I said nothing. And now it's too late. Well, suppose you tell me why you came here.
No one listens anymore. I just want someone to hear what I have to say. If I talk long enough, perhaps it'll all make sense. And also...
Yes?
I want you to teach me to understand what I read.
How did you get shaken up like this? After all, you are a fireman. What knocked the torch out of your hands?
Oh, I don't know. We've got everything we need to be happy, but we're not. Something's missing. I looked around and the only thing I knew were gone were all the books I'd burned in 10 or 12 years, so I thought the books might help.
It's not the books you need.
But surely...
It's something the books once held. The same thing could be in the parlour babblers today. The same detail and awareness could be projected through radio.
I don't understand. It must be the books.
No. It's not the books themselves. There's nothing magical in them. The magic is in what they say. How they stitched the patches of the universe together into one garment.
Yes, I think I understand that. The friend that's dead, I think she found it in other things. But what is it?
It can't be pinned down or labelled, but I think there are 3 things missing. Quality, a texture, if you like. That book you've got there, it has details and features. That's why books are hated and feared. They show the pores in the face of life. Today we only want wax moon faces. Handsome, perhaps, beautiful in their way, but dead. So that's the first thing we need. Diversity, texture of information.
Yeah, and the second?
Leisure.
But we've got so much of that, we don't know what to do with it. Time off.
Time off, yes. But time to think? You can't think if you're playing some mindless game. You can't argue with parlour walls. All you can do is agree.
Yes, so where do we go from here? Would the books help?
Only if the third thing could be given back to us. The right to carry out actions based on what we've learnt. And I hardly think an old man and a fireman turned sour could do much this late in the game.
Listen, I can get books.
You'll be running a terrible risk.
When you've nothing to lose, you run any risk you want.
There, you see, you said an interesting thing without having read it.
This afternoon I thought, if it turned out that books were worthwhile, we might get a press and print some extra copies.
We?
Yeah, you and I.
Oh, no.
But listen, let me tell you my plan.
If you insist on telling me, I must ask you to leave.
Aren't you interested?
Not in the kind of talk that might get me burned. Now, if the fire service itself could be destroyed, if you were to suggest that we print extra books and then have them hidden in firemen's houses, sow seeds of suspicion among the arsonists, bravo, I say.
Plant the books, turn in an alarm, and see the firemen's houses burn? Is that what you mean?
Oh, Mr. Montague, I was joking.
No, but would it be worth trying?
I don't know. It's an insidious plan, if I do say so myself. The salamander devours its own tail.
I can get a list of firemen's residences with some sort of underground network.
We can't trust people. Sad, but true. You and I and, well, who else would plant the book?
Well, aren't there professors like yourself, ex-writers, historians?
Well, dead or ancient?
The older the better. They'll go unnoticed. Come on, you must know dozens.
Oh, yes. Montague. Go home. Go to bed. Why waste your last hours racing round the squirrel cage denying you're a squirrel?
Then you don't care anymore.
I care so much I'm sick.
Well, will you help me?
Good night, Mr. Fireman. Good night.
Professor Faber.
Yes?
Would you like to own this Bible?
I'd give my right arm.
The pages, they're so thin and fragile. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth.
Idiot, what are you
doing?
doing?
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of
Mr.
the
Montague,
fields.
do not do that.
Shall I go on?
No.
Another 1,100
Please not.
pages, one by one?
Please don't do that.
Who can stop me? I'm a fireman. I can burn you.
You wouldn't.
I could.
The book. Don't tear it anymore. Don't you please make me feel any more tired. What do you want?
I want you to teach me.
All right. All right.
Don't worry. We can tape it all together again.
Montague, have you got any money?
A little. 400 or 500. Why?
Well, I know a man who did some printing for me 40 years ago. I think he'd help. We might print a few books. See what happens.
Yes.
You ought to go into work, Montague, into the firehouse.
What?
Just for now. You were thinking of quitting.
Oh, yes, of course. It seemed the natural...
Go in. We don't want anyone suspicious before we even start.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Well, only a week ago, I pumped a kerosene hose and I thought, God, what fun. I don't want to go back to that.
I don't think you'll go back now.
But the fire captain... You know, he's read enough so that he's got all the answers, or he seems to have. I'm afraid he'll talk me back.
Montague, you've got to be
I need something to say to him. Now, please. Can't you help me? I'm so afraid I'll drown if he gets to me again. I need a life jacket. Isn't that anything?
Well, perhaps there is. Not a life jacket. A life line. Now, come through here. Now, this is my workshop. You saw it on the way in.
Oh, yes.
I ought to have thought of it myself. Oh, dear, I'm getting to be an old fool.
What is all this?
Proof of my cowardice. When I ought to have been speaking out, protesting, I retreated into a world of radio transmission electronics. It used to be my hobby. It became my life, my excuse for a life. I came in here and turned my back on the outside world.
Ah, well, the world went on getting worse.
That's right. But I became absorbed, quite skillful in what I did. I managed to design and make this.
Looks like a seashell radio.
It's based on that, but it's something more. It listens.
What?
I can sit comfortably at home, warming my frightened bones, and hear and analyze your dangerous world. It's a two-way radio. Now put it to your ear. Yes, that's right. Just like a seashell. You see, this is the main control. Now, go into the other room.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
And I can hear you. I'm the queen bee, safe in the hive, and you're the drone, the traveling ear.
It's perfect. We could make more of these.
We could put ears in different parts of the city, with various men listening and evaluating.
Okay, you can take it out now. There. What do you think? If the drone dies, I'm safe at home. Maximum comfort, minimum risk. Do you hate me for this electronic cowardice?
Well, we each do what we have to do.
Now go to the firehouse. I'll be with you. We'll listen to your fire captain together. God knows he could be one of us. We'll give him a good show.
Here. You keep the Bible.
Thank you.
I'll risk turning in a substitute. And then tomorrow...
I'll see that unemployed printer. Yes, yes. That much I can do.
Right, good night, Professor Faber. I'll see myself out.
No, not good night. I'll be with you for the rest of the night. A vinegar gnat tickling in your ear. But, yes. Good night, and good luck, Montague.
Faber, are you there?
Yes.
I've just been to the automatic cash dispenser at the bank. I've got the money.
Good.
Faber.
I'm here, Montague.
I'm not thinking.
What?
I'm just doing as I'm told, like I've always done. You said get the money, and I did. I didn't think of it myself. When do I start to work things out on my own?
You've already started by saying what you just said.
Yes.
You'll have to take me on faith.
I took the others on faith.
And look where we're headed.
But I don't want to change sides just to be told what to do. There's no reason to change if I do that.
You're wise already.
Keep talking.
Would you like me to read to you?
Yes. Yes, please.
There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. That man was perfect and upright, and one that feared God and eschewed evil. And there were born unto him. My kinsfolk have failed me, and my familiar friends have forgotten me. They that dwell in my house count me for a stranger. I am an alien in their sight. I call...
Faber.
Yes?
I'm almost at the fire station now. My feet. I can't move them. I feel so damn silly my feet won't move.
Easy now. If you need help while the captain pries at you, I'll be sitting right here in your eardrum making notes.
Stay with me, old man. Stay with me.
Well, here comes a very strange beast, which in all tongues is called a fool.
Hello, Captain Beatty.
Welcome back. You've got that book?
Yes. Here.
I don't want it. Throw it in the waste bin. So the crisis is past, and the sheep returns to the fold.
That's right.
We're all sheep that have strayed at times. Truth is truth to the end of reckoning. We've cried. They are never alone that are accompanied by noble thoughts. Sweet food of sweetly uttered knowledge. Sir Philip Sidney, right?
If you say so.
But on the other hand, words are like leaves, and where they most abound, much fruit of sense beneath is rarely found. Alexander Pope, what do you think of that?
I don't know.
Careful, Montague, careful.
Or this, a little learning is a dangerous thing. Drink deep, or taste not the Pierian spring. Their shallow draughts intoxicate the brain, and drinking largely sobers us again. Pope once more, where does that put you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I'll tell you. You had one wild taste, and for a while it made you a drunkard. Read a few lines and off you go over the cliff. Ready to blow up the world, destroy authority. I know, I've been through it myself.
I'm all right now.
Stop blushing. You look worried.
Be calm, Montague.
I had a dream about an hour ago. I lay down for a nap, and in this dream we got into a furious debate about books, you and I, Montague. You towered with rage, yelling quotations at me. I calmly parried every thrust. You quoted Dr. Johnson, knowledge is more equivalent to force, and I quoted him right back at you. He is no wise man who will quit a certainty for an uncertainty. Stick with the farm, Montague. All the rest is dreary chaos.
Don't listen. He's slippery. He's trying to confuse.
And so it went on. We were throwing quotations at each other like rocks. You said truth will come to light. Murder will not be hid long, and I laughed back. Oh, God, he speaks only of his horse. And you yelled, this age thinks better of a gilded fool than a threadbare saint in wisdom's school. And I whispered gently, the dignity of truth is lost. with much protesting. And you shrieked at me, knowledge is power, and I replied with rare serenity, ignorance is bliss.
Calm, Montag, calm.
Dear me, Montag, your pulse is racing. I've got you going, have I? Shall I talk some more?
Hold on, he's muddying the water.
What traitors books can be. You think they're on your side, and they turn on you. At the very end of the dream, I came along in the far wagon and said, going my way, and you got in, and we drove back to the far station in silence and at peace.
He's had his say. Take it in. I'll have my say too in the next few hours, and you'll have to judge. You'll have to make your decision which way to move. Your decision, Montag. Not mine, not the captain's.
Are you thinking about it, Montag?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Don't forget, you decide.
Well, I think it's about time. Now wait. There's no rush, Montag. Cut off the alarm, will you? Stoneman can get the engine ready. We'll join him in a moment. Now let me check the teletype to see where we're going. Okay. How do you feel, Montag?
I'll be all right.
You'll be fine. Now, this is a rather special case. So let's go. Here we go, to keep the world happy, Montag.
Faber, I can't do it. I can't go on learning things. I can't.
He'll do it anyway, Montag, even without you.
Yes, I know. Oh, for God's sake.
What's that, Montag? You saying your prayers?
They mustn't suspect.
Now, we've arrived. Are you going to hide in the back there, or are you coming to do your job?
Okay, Captain. I'm coming. Oh, no. Oh, God.
Something the matter, Montag?
It's my house.
Lights flicked on and house doors opened all down the street. The carnival was setting up. Montag and Beatty stared, one with disbelief, the other with dry satisfaction at the house before them. This ring in which the torches would be juggled, the fire eaten.
So this is it. Didn't I hint enough when I sent the hound out here?
Millie.
What?
Mildred, my wife. Where is she?
You know the procedure. She was taken away by the police. Don't worry. She's innocent. Nothing will happen to her.
Montag, this is Faber. What's happening? What's happening?
That's right. All the windows. Those two. You'll need good cross-ventilation if it's going to burn well.
This is happening to me.
What a surprise.
Montag, can't you get away? Can't you run?
Did you think you were immune, Montag, from all the consequences of your actions? What is it about fire that's so lovely, that draws us to it? If we let it, it would burn our lifetimes out. Perpetual motion. But its real beauty is that it destroys responsibility and consequences. A problem gets too burdensome, into the furnace with it. Now, Montag, you're a burden. And the fire will lift you off my shoulders, quick, clean, sure, nothing to rot later. Look at your books now. Pathetic, not worth bothering with. Nothing but black yellow pages, ravelled binding. Okay, Stoneman! You can stand back now! You've done enough! I want you to do this one all by yourself, Montag. Not with kerosene and a match, but piecework, with a flamethrower. Your mess, you clean it up.
Montag, run for God's sake.
I can't, because of the hound.
What's that? Oh, yes, the mechanical hound. It's somewhere in the neighbourhood, isn't it? And it doesn't like you, does it, Montag? So don't try anything. You ready?
Ready.
Fire!
The flames leapt out to lap at the books and knock them against the wall. The twin beds went up in a great simmering whisper with more heat and passion than Montag would have supposed them to contain. He wanted to change everything. Everything that showed that he had lived here in this empty house with this strange woman who had gone and quite forgotten him already. And as before, it was good to burn. He felt himself gush out in the fire, snatch, rend, ripped in half with flame, and put away the senseless problem. Fire was best for everything. And then he came into the parlour, where the great idiot monsters lay asleep with their white thoughts. He shot a bolt of flame at each of the 3 blank walls, and the vacuum hissed out at him an empty, senseless scream. The fireproof plastic shell was cut wide, and the house began to shudder with flame.
When you're quite finished, Montag, you're under arrest.
Was it my wife who turned in the alarm?
Who else? Give a man a few lines of verse and he thinks he's lord of all creation. You think he can walk on water with your books? Well, the world...
Captain, please, no more talk. I'm so tired. Can we get it over with?
You idiot! You damned fool! It won't be over for a long time yet. Why did you really do it?
Montag, this is Weber. What's happening? What's going on?
Come on! Don't make it hard! What? What's that? You listening to a seashell, Montag?
Montag, are you all right? Montag! Montag!
Well, some kind of radio receiver. I saw your head tilt, listening. I thought it was a seashell.
Now, you give me that back.
Don't be silly. We'll trace the frequency and drop in on your friend.
No. Now, don't make me use this. Just give it me back.
Oh, no, God!
I've burned enough for one night. Enough for a lifetime, and I don't want to burn you too.
Well, that's one way to get an audience at the end of a flamethrower. What's it to be this time, you fumbling snob? Shakespeare? There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats. For I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass me by as an idle wind, which I respect not. How's that?
Now, please, don't.
Go ahead, you second-hand littérateur. Burn me!
Get back. Captain, don't.
You put down that flamethrower, guy! Ah!
Oh, God. Montag, what have you done?
Stoneman, keep still. Now turn around.
Montag turned, and the mechanical hound was there, half across the lawn, moving with such drifting ease that it was like a single solid cloud of black-grey smoke blown at him in silence. It made a last great leap into the air, the spidered legs reaching, the propane needle snapping out its gleaming, angry tooth. And Montag caught it in a bloom of fire, a searing blossom of yellow and blue and orange that burst its metal bones and blew out its electronic interior. He watched it fiddle the air and die. And now he ran down the alley between the blind black houses, stumbling into the dark.
Faber! Faber! Oh, thank God. I never thought you'd make it. Come in.
He wanted to die. He just stood there. He didn't try to save himself. He needled me to do what I did.
Here, drink this.
If things had been different, I think he might have been one of us.
What are your plans now?
To keep running.
Well, where?
I've no idea. I've not had time to think. Except, I want you to have this money.
Oh, but...
I might be dead by tomorrow. Use it in any way you think might help.
Okay. You'd better head for the river, if you can. Follow along it and then hit the old rail tracks going into the country.
Oh, yes, I've heard of them.
They're not used anymore, of course, but the rails are still there. They say there's a lot of old writers and teachers on the tracks between here and the coast. Most of them are wanted in the cities.
And they survive?
I suppose so. The government's never considered them enough of a threat to go out and track them down.
How do you know about this?
I thought of joining them a few years back. I didn't have the courage then.
What are your plans?
I'm going south to see that retired printer I told you about. This is his address. You can contact me there.
Ah, right.
Pass me that box, please. Thank you. It's a television set, just 6 inches square. Homemade. I wanted something I could blot out with my hand.
Montag.
Guy Montag, the renegade fireman, is still running. Police helicopters are up and a new mechanical hound has been brought in from another district.
Oh, my God.
What? Never since its first use in tracking quarry has this incredible invention made a mistake. Tonight, this network is proud to have the opportunity of following the hound by camera helicopter right up to the final moment of the kill.
Well, give me some more whiskey, will you?
And here it is, landing at the site of the burning.
I'd better go.
Wait. There's one last thing.
What is it? There's not much time.
That Bible. I wanted to survive. I suppose I should keep it. I stand a better chance.
Where is it?
Here.
Tear it apart.
What? Oh, no.
No, you keep some and I'll keep some. That way at least part of it should get through.
Oh, but no.
Look, what did you tell me? It's not the books themselves that matter. It's what the books contain.
You're learning very fast.
Now, you keep most of it. Give me some of the parts you read to me earlier on tonight.
Look, here. I'll wrap it in this for when you get to the river. Good luck.
You too, Professor. I'll be seeing you.
Montag ran, very fast, away from the house, down towards the river. He could feel the hound, like autumn, come cold and dry and swift. A wind that didn't stir grass, or jar windows, or disturb the fallen leaves as it passed. The hound did not touch the world. It carried its silence with it, so you could feel the silence building up a pressure behind you all across town. Montag felt the pressure rising and ran. Finally, he reached the river. He touched it, just to be sure it was real, waded in and ducked down under. And then, holding the torn and plastic-wrapped Bible to his chest, he walked out into the river until there was no bottom and he was swept away in the dark. Montag travelled in the flow of water for a long time, past farms and woods and fields. He left the river and walked through the warm night, breathing in the odours of the land. He waded through the autumn leaves, another dry river smelling strangely of cinnamon and dust. He stumbled, and beneath the leaves, in the middle of the strangeness, a familiarity, the steel tracks of the railway. And as he walked along the tracks, he was surprised how certain he suddenly was of a single fact he could not prove. Once, long ago, Clarice had walked here, where he was walking now. Half an hour later, cold and moving carefully on the tracks, he saw the fire.
It's all right. You can come out now.
Come on. You're welcome here.
Who are you?
Introductions in a minute. Come up to the fire. Sit down.
You can put that bundle down if you want to. We won't steal it.
No, thanks. I'll keep hold of it.
Please yourself. Would you like some coffee?
Thanks. Thank you very much.
We've been watching the chase, Mr. Montag.
What?
We've got a battery television. Over there. We were rather worried.
So was I.
No, I mean, we thought we could tell when you hit the river, but the helicopter swung back into the town. The hunt's still on.
What?
We're going in the other direction.
But what? I don't...
Let's go and have a look. Now then, there's something funny going on.
The chase for the renegade fireman nears its end.
Oh, God.
Wait.
Police helicopters are converging on Avenue 87 and Elm Park Road.
But I don't understand.
That miracle of technology, the mechanical hand, has tracked its quarry right across the city. And now, finally, Guy Montag, the murderer and dissident, who tried to introduce foul and subversive...
We don't have to listen to all that. We'll just watch the picture.
But I still don't see.
Don't you? They lost you at the river, but they can't admit they failed. The show's got to have a snap ending or they lose viewers. Now, watch. It's going to end in the next few minutes.
But how? I mean, I'm here.
Watch. See how the camera is coming in, building the scene. Suspense. Long shot. That's the victim, there. At the end of the street. He looks like he's simply out for a stroll.
Oh, no.
Probably some harmless old man the police have had their eyes on for years. An insomniac, perhaps. Someone who just likes to walk at night and smell the air. They're all on file.
Very useful information to have at certain times.
Look. It's the hound. Oh. Oh.
Well, that's that.
Another lesson to anyone who's thinking of stepping out of line. Turn up the sound for a moment.
The hunt is over. The fireman Guy Montag lies slain. His catalogue of crimes against society avenged by this infallible instrument of justice, the mechanical hound. And now, before the action replays, we'll take a short break for some commercials.
They didn't show the man's face. Did you notice?
Welcome back from the dead, Montag.
I think it's time for some introductions. This is John Simmons.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You might have known his name 40 years ago. He was a fine novelist. Weren't you, John?
Not bad. You might even have burned some of my books.
Oh, well, I don't... I mean...
Don't worry, Mr. Montag. Things have changed. You've changed.
I'm Bob Granger. I used to be a professor of philosophy, ethics. It's an ancient study now. I've written 1 or 2 books.
We'll meet the others in the group over the next day or so. They're out at the moment, looking for you. Writers and teachers, mostly. 7 of us in all.
8 now. If you'll join us, Montag.
Well, thank you, but I don't belong with you. I bring you trouble.
We're used to that.
Do you want to join us, Montag?
Yes, yes. Yes, I think I do.
What have you got to offer?
This?
Your precious and mysterious package, yes. I wondered about that. What is it?
Part of the Bible. The King James Bible. Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon. What's wrong? Isn't that all right?
It's wonderful. Perfect. Do we have those books?
I don't think so.
You're going to have to take care of yourself, Montag. Guard your health. You're going to become Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon.
What do you mean?
Someday, Montag. Would you like to read Plato's Republic?
Well, yes, of course.
I am the Republic. Would you like to read William Blake? Mr. Simmons is Blake.
How do you do?
Hello, but...
In our group, we've got novels by Dickens, poems by Keats and Donne and Wordsworth and Pope, Swift's essays, plays by Aristophanes and Brecht. We're also Matthew, Mark, Luke and John.
Well, it can't be.
It is. We're book burners, too.
What?
We read the books and burnt them. Afraid they'd be found. Microfilming was no good. Anything material can be destroyed. They're all here. In our heads.
All across the country, on the tracks, in the hills, warming their hands over fires like this, drinking coffee out of tin mugs, literature and history, philosophy and law, Byron and St. Paul, Milton, Machiavelli, Tom Paine, Tolstoy and Marx, fragments shored against the ruins of civilization. What do you think, Montag?
It's amazing. But I could never... What, whole books? I could never remember.
Oh, yes, it's not so difficult. We've trained our memories. We can train yours.
At the moment, we've got a horrible job. We're waiting for the end.
What do you mean?
Things can't go on.
You know what it's like in the cities, that illness, whatever it is, it's terminal. I'm not sure what's going to end it. Mass nervous breakdown, insurrection, or war. And then...
If there's anything left.
Someday, some year, the books can be written again.
It's worth doing.
What should I do now?
I think perhaps you should read a little before you go to sleep. Don't you?
In Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury, dramatised for radio by Gregory Evans, you heard Susan Dowdall, Michael Simpkins, Peter Miles, Alan Dudley, Pamela Salem, Spencer Banks and Jonathan Newth, with Hugh Dixon, Peter Tuddenham, Patience Tomlinson and Michael Pennington. The director was Brian Miller.
Now some weather news. The torrential rain that we've been experiencing recently looks set to continue. It's sweeping across from the east, and many places have been warned that they may be affected by flooding. However, we're sure that this is not going to dampen the spirits for the celebrations of the Führer's birthday on Monday. Now we return to selections of Germany's greatest music.
I'm not interested.
Your interest or lack of it is beside the point.
I'm not interested because I'm not on duty. I was on duty last week and the week before. This is my day off. Look again at your list.
Sorry, my mistake. You can go back to sleep, whatever else you were doing.
Who was on today?
Max Jaeger.
I'll leave him in peace. I'm awake. I'll take it.
I hit that.
Who found it? Your name?
SS Tutzer Hermann Jostze, from the Sepp Dietrich Training Academy at Schlittensi. I run here most mornings. It was still dark. At first I thought it was a swan.
Did you see anyone else, Jost?
Nobody said it.
All right, let's get him out of the water. Help me. Schwedel. Oh, one here, another one here.
Right.
Herr Doctor, your opinion, please. The propeller?
No. It's an old amputation. Rather well done, in fact. Rigor mortis fairly advanced. Dead 12 hours, maybe less.
Take another picture. And someone pull up his swimming trunks. You, soldier boy, I need to take you in for a statement. Why do you run alone?
I like it. One's not often alone in the barracks.
How long have you been a cadet?
3 months.
You enjoy it?
Enjoy it. I just started university at Göttingen when my call-up came through. Let's say it wasn't the happiest day of my life.
What were you studying?
Literature.
German?
What other sort is there?
Good luck with your teaching.
Am I free to go?
Of course. But just one thing. Why are you lying to me?
What?
You say you left the barracks at 5:30. You call the cops at 6:05. Schwanenweder is 3 kilometres from the barracks. You're fit, you run every day. Unless you suddenly developed a limp, you must have arrived at the lake quite some time before 6. So there are what, 20 minutes out of 35 unaccounted for in your statement? What were you doing here?
Maybe I left the barracks later, or maybe I did a couple of circuits at the running track there.
Maybe. You're a homosexual, aren't you?
Herr Stabbenführer, for God's sake. I swear I'd never even had...
So you can meet some fellow in the Grunwald for 20 minutes. I could find out the truth.
I beg you to believe me.
You see, I don't really care. What I do care about is this. Did you see something? What did you really do?
Nothing. I swear.
Here we are. Persons reported missing since Sunday morning and still unaccounted for. Plenty to keep you busy there. You should give it to that fat friend of yours, Max Jaeger. He's the one who should be looking after this business, remember? You put in twice the hours of the others, you get no promotions, you're on shitty pay. You crazy, or what?
You forget yourself, comrade. Remember the slogan of the labour camps? Work makes you free.
See what I mean? What the hell kind of joke is that?
Buckingham Palace in London has confirmed that King Edward and Queen Wallis will pay a state visit to the Reich in July. And in Washington, President Kennedy's latest victory...
I've got to go.
...has strengthened his chance of winning a second...
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I had to go to a party with you last night. The German mother, warrior of the Volk on the home front, and then we went for a couple of drinks.
Did Hannah-Laura go?
Hannah-Laura happens to be a holder of the Honour Cross of the German Mother, bronze class. Of course she went. Only we stayed, as I said, for a couple of beers. You know how it is. Hey, thanks for covering for me.
No problem.
I'll cover for you next time, yeah?
Is this it? Don't get too excited, Max. There's no ID yet, and we've got 100 people missing in Berlin since Sunday, and I'm taking my boy out this afternoon. You'll be on your own with it.
All right, fine. How's Pete?
His mother's been telling him lies about me.
The police in Rovno are confident that with the capture and execution of the ringleaders, life will now return to normal.
I put the age of our man at 60.
How about I say 50 to be safe? 12,000 a drink, nobody looks that bad.
So we exclude everyone on the list born after 1914. That should bring it down to a dozen or so names. Shouldn't be difficult. Was Grandpa missing a foot? I've already sent the prince over.
I'll call the all post stations around the harbour, see if they've got anything. But leave it all to me. You go on. You shouldn't be here.
And of course, preparations for the Führer's birthday dominates most newspapers at present.
Construction of the Arch of Triumph was commenced in 1946 and completed in time for the Day of National Reawakening in 1950. The Arc de Triomphe in Paris will fit into it 49 times.
I like your uniform.
The arch has a height of
You look smart.
118 metres. It's 168 metres
How's school?
wide.
All right.
And your mother?
Führer, my faith and my light. Heil, mein Führer.
Lillian, that's so loud.
I had to learn it. I'm in the pimp.
I know.
I joined on my birthday. Now I can go to group meetings and marches.
Leaving the arch, we enter the central section of the Avenue of Victory. The avenue was designed by Reich Minister Albert Speer and was completed in 1957.
Did you get a dagger?
It's
I brought it to show you.
3 metres wide and 5.6 kilometres
I'm proud of you.
It's both wider and 2.5 times longer than the Champs-Élysées in Paris.
You're an asocial, aren't you?
That's nonsense.
Papa says it's true.
Billy, I'm your papa, not him. He just lives with your mum.
He says you don't give the Führer salute, and you make jokes about the party.
Uh-huh. How does he know all this?
He says there's a fire on you at party headquarters, and it's only a matter of time before you're picked up. I think he's right.
Billy! Billy, come here.
I hate you.
Billy!
Right, so it's good night in the studio and Heil Hitler!
Mark,
You sure you're not playing a joke on me, Zappy?
you got an ID?
You serious?
Who is it?
All right. Criminal records that match the prints. Code sent round the report. Our man does have a record, all right. He was arrested just once in his life by our colleagues in Munich 40 years ago. To be precise, on the 9th of November 1923, Zappy.
An alter Kampfer. Who is it?
Arrested with the Führer after the Burger Bräukeller Putsch. You fished out of the lake one of the glorious pioneers of the National Socialist Revolution. If I were you, I'd have left him where he was.
What's his name?
Is that all you're having? Coffee? Black coffee, cigarettes and whiskey? That's a diet, it's not good. No. Now I think of it, I haven't seen you eat a decent meal since you and Clara split. I'm starving.
Josef Bühler, Woody.
Oh, yeah. With the compliments of the State Archive. Josef Bühler, a pillar of National Socialist respectability, joined the party in 22, much as respectable as they come. Worked as a lawyer with Hans Frank, the Führer's own attorney, deputy president of the Academy of German Law.
State Secretary General Government 1939.
Uh-huh.
SS Brigadeführer. Brigadeführer, my God. What was his role?
Well, at that time, the main priority would have been resettlement.
How did that happen?
Well, after 39, the western part of Poland
was brought into Germany, and naturally they wanted to fill it up with Germans.
And Bueller?
No, he was running the other bit, the eastern part, which became the general government, the rump state. It's simple, really. To make room for 1 million Germans in the west, they had to move 1 million Poles to the east. And, yeah. He had the Jewish migration to deal with. Well, you can imagine, it was chaos. Overcrowding, starvation, disease. The place is still a shithole, I hear, despite what they say on television.
Coffee?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. But, not for officials. I have a friend who works in the archives there. God, he has some stories. Apparently the luxury was incredible, like something out of the Roman Empire. Paintings, tapestries, looted treasures from the church, jewellery, bribes in cash and bribes in kind, if you know what I mean.
And Bueller was involved in this?
Well, if not, he must have been about the only one who wasn't.
That would explain why he had a house on the Schwannenberg.
Oh, there you are then. Oh. We had the wrong sort of war, my friend. Cooped up in a stinking metal coffin 100 metres under the Atlantic, when we could have been in a Silesian castle, sleeping on silk, with a couple of Polish girls for company.
I have to go.
Oh, damn. Please forgot. Meant to tell you. A couple of SIPO guys were around at the archive last week asking about you.
Huh? I guess Gestapo, what did they want?
Oh, just usual sort of stuff. What was he like during the war? Does he have any strong political views? Who are his friends? Huh? What's going on, Zavi? You up for a promotion or something?
Oh, must be.
Wow. Well, when they've made you head of the Creepo, don't forget your old friends.
I won't. Rudy. Who were his enemies?
The Buellers?
Yeah.
30 million Poles for a start.
She's been here 10 minutes. Hasn't said a word.
In shock?
I suppose.
Let's get it over with. Frau Trinkel, my name is March. I'm an investigator with the Berlin Kriminalpolizei. We have to complete the report on your brother's death, and we need you to identify his body. Then we'll take you home. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Perfectly.
If you'd like to come with me.
Allow me.
Are you ready?
It's him.
Please, sit down here. Get some water, Max.
Right.
In here will be a little more comfortable. Please, sit down.
After Edith died, his wife, we had nothing in common. We were never close in any case, not even as children. He did write occasionally. I used to get birthday cards.
In his letters, did he ever mention anything worrying him?
What had he to be worried about? Edith inherited a fortune in the war. They had money. He lived in fine style, I can tell you.
How did he lose his leg?
During the war, he wouldn't talk about it. Edith told me. Terrorists attacked his convoy.
There were no children.
He was sterile. Edith was so unhappy. I think that was what killed her. She sat alone in that great house. It was cancer of the soul. She used to love music. She played the piano beautifully. And Wehrstein, I remember. And he was such a cold man.
You know, we discovered him wearing swimming trunks.
My brother was a fanatic about everything, Herr March, whether it was politics or health. He didn't smoke, he never touched alcohol. and he took exercise every day despite his disability. So no, I'm not in the least surprised that he should have been swimming. I'd like to go now, if I may.
Of course, I'll see you out.
Shall I take that?
What did Dr. Bueller do after 1951? He was only, in his early 50s?
It is strange. Before the war, he was so ambitious, he used to work 18 hours a day, every day of the week. When he retired, he gave up. For more than 10 years after poor Edith died, he sat alone in that great house in Schwanenwerder and did nothing.
KP-17, this is KHQ. Answer, please.
This is KP-17, go ahead.
Look, Harvey, we've got a problem.
What?
2 of our esteemed colleagues from the Gestapo arrived. In view of Party Comrade Bueller's prominent position, the case has been redesignated a security matter. All documents to be handed over to the security police forthwith.
When did this happen?
It's happening now. They're sitting in our office.
Did you tell them where I am?
Listen, Harvey, they mean serious business, believe me. The Gestapo will be swarming all over that house any minute. Don't go there.
Damn. A friend. Hello? Hello? Hello?
You, ground floor. You, check them out. Who the hell are you?
I am Sturmbannführer March, homicide investigator with the Berlin Kriminalpolizei.
What are you doing here?
Investigating a Bueller case, sir.
Have you searched the house yet?
No, sir, I arrived only a few minutes before you did.
Do you know who I am?
Yes, sir. Everybody knows who you are. As a silver Gruppenführer Globoknik.
Good. I'm running this investigation from now on. It is a matter of national security. You need no longer concern yourself with it. Am I clear?
Perfectly, sir.
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler. Would you like one?
It's not allowed in the dormitories.
Go ahead. Say I ordered you. Is this your family?
Changed, haven't I?
Your sister?
She's still at school.
And your father?
An authentic war hero.
Following in his footsteps? We know the identity of the body you discovered. Dr. Josef Bueller, an official of the general government. An SS Brigadeführer.
Oh, God, no. Oh, God.
I checked with the sentry's office at the main gate. You left the barracks at 5:30 yesterday morning, as usual, so the times in your statement make no sense.
Love hatred and want to measure the world against it.
Look. You're jogging along, thinking about some book, right? for how awful your life is when you come through the woods and onto the path by the lake.
You throw food to the beast in man that it may grow, the beast deep within you.
It's pissing down and the light's not good.
Let the beast in man devour man.
But off to your left you see something. Whatever it is, it's not a body.
Maschliedchen by Erich Kästner, 1932. Bad, degenerate.
I'm trying to help you. Try to remember.
Can't.
You're running. You're coming out of the woods, you're on the lake path. Now describe what you see.
Please.
Tell me!
I see a car. 3 men. It's raining hard. They have coats, hoods like monks. Their heads are down. Coming up the slope from the lake, across the road and run up into the trees so they don't see me.
Go on.
They get into the car and drive off. I wait and then I come out of the woods and I find the body. No, I swear.
You see a face. When they get into the car, you see a face.
No!
Tell me whose face it is, Jost. You can see it. You know it.
Everyone knows.
Tell me!
Globus! Globus! SS Obergruppenführer Odilo-Gruppe.
All personnel and all workers, you must stop working now and gather in the canteen. Prepare for an important government announcement. This is
compulsory viewing. Please prepare yourselves for an important announcement from the Foreign Ministry.
The Führer has today issued an invitation to the President of the United States of America to visit the Greater German Reich for personal discussions aimed at promoting greater understanding between our two peoples. This invitation has been accepted. The American administration has indicated this morning that Herr Joseph P. Kennedy intends to meet the Führer in Berlin in September. Heil Hitler. Long live Germany.
More work for us. If you think of Führer's birthday's a security nightmare, forget it. Can you imagine what it's going to be like with Kennedy in town?
I think you're missing the historic dimension of the occasion.
Screw that, I'm thinking about my sleep. Bombs already going off like firecrackers.
Relax. Have a chocolate.
Very tasteful. A merry widow by France. Where are they from? Secret bar.
The postman delivered it this morning. To Beulah's house. I found it on his doormat.
Sci-Fi, this is getting dangerous. What are you playing?
Consider, you have no friends. Yet someone sends you an expensive miniature music box containing chocolates from Switzerland. It was sent from Zurich on Monday afternoon, with no message. A box that plays the Führer's favourite tune. Who would do that? A poisoner, perhaps?
You're crazy.
I'm systematically destroying state evidence. No, worse than that. I'm consuming state evidence, thereby committing a double offence. Tampering with justice while enriching myself.
Take some leave, man. I am serious. You need a rest.
Listen, Max. I have a witness who saw Obergruppenführer Odilo Globoknik with the body before the body was discovered.
Forget about it, Zavi.
I've got Beulah's diary.
What?
I found it in the house. Look. Beulah had 2 visitors on Saturday. Stuckert and Luther. Ring any bells? Read any obituaries recently?
It's not fair, Zavi. I've got Hannelore and the kids to think about.
Yesterday's newspaper, Stuckert Wilhelm, Doctor of Law, another retired Minister of State, died suddenly of heart failure on Sunday. That's the day after they met. The day before Beulah drowned. Come on, listen, Max.
No, you listen. Now, my advice, friend, is to dump that diary and those bloody chocolates in the bin as fast as possible. Forget about Beulah and his friends. The Gestapo have taken over the case. It's their business, not yours. It's over. Forget about it.
I've nothing to say, Mark.
According to the newspaper, Stuckert had a heart attack. But according to the registry, the file is out to you. What's going on?
I cannot comment.
Of course you can. We're colleagues. I take it we're in the business of sparing the family embarrassment.
Not just the family. Could I have one of those? This affair has left me pretty well shaken, March, I don't mind admitting. The man was a hero to me.
You knew him?
By reputation, naturally. I never actually met him. Anyway, what's your interest?
State security, that's all I can say. You know how it is.
Ah, now I understand. We're very much alike, March, you and I.
We are?
Sure. You're the only investigator who's in this place as often as I am. We've got rid of our wives, our children, all that shit. We live for the job. When it goes well, we're well. When it goes badly... Do you know Stuckart's book?
Unfortunately, no.
It's on every shelf in every office in this department. See? A commentary on the German racial laws by Dr. Wilhelm Stuckart. Of course, most of it is out of date now. A lot of it refers to Jews, and Jews, as we know, have all gone east. But Stuckart is still the Bible of my calling.
Now, what I really need is the file on Stucker's death.
Go ahead.
What are these?
Keys to his apartment, Fritz Toplatz. Have a peek in this envelope. It's taken about 10 years ago, I'd guess. His Polish maid. He turned greyer, she put on a bit of weight. She looked more of a tart as she got older.
Where are they?
Well, it's not his apartment. At least not the way it's decorated now. A hotel, maybe a whorehouse. The camera's behind a two-way mirror. See the way they sometimes seem to be staring into the camera? I've seen that look 100 times. They're checking themselves in the mirror.
Where did you find them?
Next to the bodies.
Blackmail?
Presumably. This is the note. By this action I hope to spare embarrassment to my family, the Reich and the Führer. Heil Hitler, long live Germany. He shot her first from behind, then shot himself through the roof of his mouth, through a pillow.
Who found the bodies?
That's the best part. An American woman journalist, a real little bitch. Started shrieking about her rights the moment she was brought in. Rights? Shit, I suppose we have to be nice to the Americans now, don't we?
Pula Stuckert Luther.
What?
Does the name Luther mean anything to you?
No.
The American woman. Where's she staying?
"1945 brought victory to the world, a final end to conflict. Herr Hitler's triumph was absolute. No tears, no defeats, no trials. The secrets of the Führer's war were kept."
Who found it?
Berlin, 1964.
Your name?
SS Tutzer Hermann Jost, sir. I run here most mornings.
Criminal records that match the prints. He was arrested just once in his life. 40 years ago. 1923, Sci-Fi.
An old Kämpfer.
You fished out of the lake one of the glorious pioneers of the National Socialist Revolution. How you had left him where he was.
What was his role?
Oh, simple, really. To make room for 1 million Germans in the West, they had to move 1 million Poles to the East. And, he had the Jewish migration to deal with.
Two of our esteemed colleagues from the Gestapo arrived. In view of Party Comrade Bueller's prominent position, the case has been redesignated a security matter. Let me take off and tell you.
Who the hell are you?
Begummenführer. I am Sturmbannführer March, homicide investigator with the Berlin Kriminalpolizei.
What are you doing here?
Investigating the Bueller case, sir.
Have you searched the house yet?
No, sir, I arrived only a few minutes before you did.
You know who I am?
Yes, sir. Everybody knows who you are. SS Obergruppenführer Globoknik.
Good. I'm running this investigation from now on. It is a matter of national security. You need no longer concern yourself with it. Am I clear?
Perfectly so.
I'll hit that!
I'll hit you.
I wait, and then I come out of the woods, and I find the body.
No, you've missed something.
No, I swear.
You see a face when they get into the car. You see a face.
No!
Tell me whose face it is, Jost. You can see it. You know it.
Everyone knows.
Tell me!
Globus! Es ist Obergruppenführer Odilo Globus.
By this action, I hope to spare embarrassment to my family, the Reich and the Führer. Heil Hitler, long live Germany. He shot her first from behind, then shot himself through the roof of his mouth, through a pillow.
Who found the bodies?
An American woman journalist, a real little bitch.
Poor Stuttgart Luther.
What?
Does the name Luther mean anything to you? Fräulein Maguire?
Yeah?
My name is Xavier March of the Berlin Kriminalpolizei. I would like to speak to you, please.
I've already said everything I've got to say.
How did you know Stuttgart?
Through my parents. My father was at the embassy here before the war. He married a German, an actress. Anyway, they both knew Stuttgart slightly. When I arrived in Berlin last year, they gave me a list of contacts. Half of them turned out to be dead one way or the other. Most of the rest didn't want to meet me. American journalists don't make healthy company, if you know what I mean. Do you mind if I smoke?
Go ahead. What was Stuttgart like?
Awful. He made a grab at me, even though this woman of his was in the apartment at the same time. That was just before Christmas. I kept away from him after that. Then, last week, I got a message from my office in New York. They wanted a piece for Hitler's 75th birthday, talking to some of the people who knew him in the old days.
So you rang Stuttgart?
Right.
And arranged to meet him on Sunday, and when you got there, he was dead?
If you know it all, why do you need to talk to me again? Where are we going, anyway?
Don't touch anything.
Do you always operate alone like this?
Now, tell me again. What happened?
I knocked on the door. No answer. I came back with a porter. He opened the door. We came into the hall here. He shouted and there was no reply, so we both came right on in. Really, Inspector, I've been through this a dozen times with your colleagues.
Which room did you go into first?
That one. The bathroom. Then I heard him scream. I went out.
They were on the beds, yes?
The girl was. Stuttgart was on the floor.
What did you do?
Rang the police.
Where was the porter?
In the bathroom.
Did you look at them again?
What do you think? May I leave now, please? I'm feeling sick.
Go back a bit. What made you think there was something wrong? Why did you go and get the porter?
There was something about the two men on the stairs.
What?
Oh, please, Inspector. I went over all this with your colleagues.
What did they look like?
But it all happened too quickly to get a very good look. Both in their 30s. One had a brown suit, the other had a green anorak.
What did they do when they saw you?
They just pushed past me. After that, I carried on up to Stuttgart's apartment and rang the bell. There was no reply, but I had that feeling, so I got the porter.
Did you mention the two men? What did the porter say?
He was too busy throwing up at first. Then he just insisted he'd seen nobody. He said I must have imagined it.
Did you tell the police?
You are the police, aren't you?
All right, Fräulein. Wait in the sitting room.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have touched
Where
it.
was it?
On that table with all the letters. They've already been opened by your colleagues, I guess.
I told you not to touch anything.
I said I'm sorry.
What were you looking for?
I beg your pardon?
You were searching through his letters. What were you looking for? Do you think this is a game? You're going to have to leave now.
I think, Inspector, I probably have as much right to be here as you do.
You've been lying to me.
And you've been lying to me. That makes us even.
This is dangerous. You do not realize what you are getting yourself
No, what I
involved.
do know is this. My career could have ended because of what happened in this apartment. I'll probably get fired when I go back to New York. And I'm being thrown out of this lousy country just when our president, that appeaser, anti-Semite gangster son of a bitch Joseph P. Kennedy, is about to get into bed with Adolf Hitler. This could be the biggest story of my life.
How do I know I can trust you?
How do I know I can trust you?
All right, we have no time for this. Here are the keys to the apartment. This one opens the door downstairs. This one, the main door up here. This fits the bedside cabinet. This is a desk key. This one, this, I think, is the key to a safe. Where is it?
Who drives a black Mercedes round here?
Gestapo.
I think your friends have just arrived. Are they coming to help?
Is there another way out?
Why? Don't you want your friends to see what you're doing?
Is there? Quickly!
Stuckart took me out the back when I came here before. To avoid embarrassment. Didn't want to be seen talking.
You go now. I'll shut the safe. I'll follow. Take this envelope. Keep it on you, it's better. I'll follow. I'll contact you when I can.
Switzerland.
Go!
Good morning. I'm stonebound for a Krebs. I trust you slept well? Some coffee?
I'd like to know why I'm being detained.
Please, be patient. Would you like to wash before we go?
Look, we're the same rank. You can tell me where we're going.
You'll recognize it when we get there. Someone wants to talk to you.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Investigator March, sir.
Ah, the great detective. If Herr Obergruppenführer has finished his recital, we can begin.
Why would Muller have a Bechstein and leave it untuned? Why would he do that,
His wife, sir. She was the musician. She died 11 years ago.
And nobody played it in all that time? Curious.
Can I ask why I have been brought here?
Yes, now, Globus, what is this really about?
Heinrich wanted our beloved police minister to see for himself.
See what?
What your so-called investigator missed on his little freelance excursion here yesterday. Follow me, please. We knew what we were looking for, you see. Gentlemen, I guarantee you will never have clapped eyes on the likes of this in your entire life. Go ahead, Krebs. Go in. The Reichsfuhrer is anxious that you should see it properly. Imagine him sitting here, door locked, like a dirty old man in a brothel. We found it yesterday afternoon. Krebs.
An expert is on his way this morning from the Fuhrer Museum in Linz. We had Professor Braun of the Kaiser Friedrich here in Berlin give us a preliminary assessment last night. At the moment, we know we have Portrait of a Young Man by Raphael. And over there, Portrait of a Young Man by Rembrandt. This is Christ Carrying the Cross by Rubens. Here, Gaudi's Venetian Palace. Krakow Suburbs by Bellotto.
Sturmbannführer Krebs knows of these things. He is one of our brightest officers. He trained at the SS Academy in Oxford, England.
I'm sure. Where did it all come from?
It came from the general government in Poland. Bühler recorded it as either lost or destroyed. God alone knows how much else the corrupt swine got away with. Think what he must have sold just to buy this place.
Extraordinary. To think of Bühler, of all people, with these...
The point is this. We have known about party comrade Bühler for some time. Unfortunately, at some point last week, the bastard found out we were onto him.
And killed himself? And Stuckart?
The same. Stuckart was a complete degenerate. He not only helped himself to beauty on canvas, he liked to taste it in the flesh.
Was anyone else of high rank involved?
You are familiar with the former Under-Secretary of State of the Foreign Ministry, Martin Luther?
Luther?
Of course.
He is the man we seek.
Seek? Is he missing?
He failed to return from a business trip 3 days ago. Bühler stole the art. Stuckart received it. Luther's position at the Foreign Ministry gave him an opportunity to travel freely abroad. We believe he smuggled certain items out of the Reich and sold them.
Where?
Switzerland, mainly, also Spain, possibly Hungary.
Ah. So much perfection in one space deadens the senses. I need air. Give me your arm, March. Bühler drowned himself, Stuckart shot himself. Your case seems to be resolving itself rather conclusively, Globus, without requiring anything so embarrassing as a trial. Statistically, I should say, Luther's chances of survival look rather poor.
As it happens, Herr Luther does have a heart condition brought on by nervous strain during the war, according to his wife.
You surprise me.
According to his wife, he needs rest, drugs, quiet, none of which he will be getting at the moment.
Maybe he's fled abroad.
We'll hunt him down eventually, wherever he is.
And you, March, what is your view of Bühler's death?
Drowning, almost certainly. His lungs were full of fluid, indicating he was breathing when he entered the water.
Exactly, suicide.
Not necessarily. He may have had intruders. Perhaps they arrived late at night, in darkness, and caught him unawares.
And threw him in the lake?
Not immediately. The autopsy report shows alcohol in Bühler's bloodstream. They forced him to drink. There was an empty bottle of vodka on the kitchen table.
Intellectual pig shit. Bühler drank vodka to give him the guts to kill himself.
According to his sister, party comrade Bühler was a teetotaler.
What this fancy theory doesn't explain is why these mysterious killers didn't just put a bullet in Bühler's brain and have done with it.
They wanted to make it look like suicide, but they bungled it.
Interesting. If Bühler's suicide was faked, then it is logical to suppose that Stuckart's was also.
That was my conclusion. That was why I visited Stuckart's apartment last night.
Is that it? Are the Grimm's fairy stories over for the day? Excellent. Some of us have work to do. Luther is the key to this mystery, gentlemen. Once we have him, all will be explained.
I have business to attend to in Berlin. March here will act as Kripo liaison officer until Luther is caught.
That will not be necessary.
Oh, but it will. Use him wisely, Globus. He has a brain. Keep him informed. Walk me to my car, March. Good day to you, Grover. Do you know why some of the old-timers call Globus the submarine?
No, sir.
Because he had a submarine engine hooked up to a Polish basement during the war and used the exhaust fumes to kill people. Globus likes killing people. He'd like to kill you. At 6 o'clock this morning, this arrived at my house by courier. It's all about you, Sturmbannführer. Flattering, isn't it, to merit such attention? One of the youngest U-boat commanders in the Reich, and then it all starts going wrong. No police promotions for 10 years, divorced 1957, complaints from your wife, overheard in the canteen making disparaging comments about Himmler, overheard in bars, overheard in restaurants. Christmas 1963, you start asking around about some Jew who used to live in your apartment. Are you mad? I have to tell you, March, there is easily enough here to send you east. I want to know what's going on. Those bastards are up to something, March. What is it? You find out, you tell me. Don't trust anyone. That's how your Uncle Arthur has lasted as long as he has.
Thank you.
I can't hold him back for long. I can only give you till Monday, the Führer's birthday. 4 days, March. After that, if you haven't come up with anything, you're beyond help. From me or anybody else.
You'll recognise the layabouts. These are people who do not love their country.
You must believe me. He's a very good man. Short-tempered, yes, maybe. But that's his nerves, poor thing. Poor thing. He had weepy eyes. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Look, you can see here. That's when we went to Nice. We're planning to go to Spain this year on his birthday. Martin's a friend of General Franco, dear little man. Have you ever met him?
No, pleasure denied.
Oh, well. I can't bear to think what might have happened. He's always so careful about telling me where he's going.
And their dedication is reflected in homes all over the Reich. It's everyone's duty to keep their house tidy and free from dirt. Dirt encourages slothful behaviour.
Did you ever hear him mention the names of Josef Bühler or Wilhelm Stuckert?
I don't recall. No, definitely not.
Did he go out at all last Friday?
Last Friday? Yes, he went out early in the morning.
And when did he tell you he had to go away?
That afternoon. He returned about 2, said something had happened, and that he had to spend Monday in Munich. So he flew on Sunday afternoon so that he could stay overnight and then be up early.
And he didn't tell you what he was about?
He's old-fashioned about that sort of thing. His business is his business, if you see what I mean.
When did you become alarmed for his safety?
When he didn't come home on Monday. I was awake all night.
So you reported him missing on Tuesday morning?
Oh, I was about to, when Obergruppenführer Globoknik arrived.
He arrived before you even told the police?
Soon after 9. He said he needed to talk to my husband. I told him the situation. The Obergruppenführer took it very seriously.
Did he tell you why he needed to speak to Herr Luther?
No. I assumed it was a party matter. Why? Are you suggesting my husband has done something wrong?
No.
Herr Sturmbannführer, what is the purpose of this conversation?
Did your husband ever visit Switzerland?
He used to, occasionally some years ago. He had business there. Why?
Forgive me, madam. The burglar alarm, I noticed it on my way in. It looks new.
Martin had it installed. We had intruders.
Intruders? It was never reported. Why?
I pleaded with him, Herr Sturmbannführer, but he wouldn't, and he wouldn't tell me why.
What happened?
He was so frightened, Herr Sturmbannführer.
Of what?
He wouldn't tell me.
Madam, I have intruded too long.
I'm never going to see him again, am I?
My apartment's been turned inside out. Thanks.
Is anything missing?
I doubt it. I'm sure I'd know if it was.
The item I gave you last night. The letter.
Oh, that. Oh, I forgot about that. I need to check. Don't worry, Scifi. It's right here. Close to my heart. Like a love letter.
Notify the authorities. All wrongdoing.
I've looked inside, as you might have expected. There's a bank letter and a key.
Has he given up his seat to a woman or a veteran? Penalty for failure, 25.
I tried to call you a couple of times.
I was out, doing research.
Research?
Yeah. Are you in trouble?
Yes, they searched my apartment too.
You look different without your uniform.
Tell me what you discovered.
First, I went to the library. I'd nothing better to do now. My press accreditation has been withdrawn. There, I found a directory of European banks. Zaug and Chia, the bank on the letterhead, still exists. It's in Zurich, Switzerland, where the chocolates came from. Then I went to the U.S. Embassy to see a friend.
Who?
I can't tell you.
You didn't tell him anything?
Of course not. Anyway, he's discreet. We can trust him.
I prefer to make my own judgments about whom I can trust. Is he your lover?
What kind of question is that?
I have more at stake in this than you have, Fräulein. Much more. I have a right to know.
You have no right to know at all.
All right, your business.
He's an expert on Swiss commercial matters. Zaug and Chia operate a safe deposit box system. Whoever has the key and the letter of authorization has access to the box. And it would appear that we have both.
Did you mention Stuttgart's name?
Of course not. Told him I was writing a piece for Fortune on the lost legacies of war.
Just as you told me you were going to interview Stuttgart for an article about the Führer's early years,
And what's that supposed to mean?
People who encountered violent death, they try to forget about it, run away. Not you. You wanted to go back to Stuttgart's apartment, didn't you? You were opening his letters. Now you turn up with information about Swiss banks.
Can I have one of those? All right. It's true my parents knew Stuttgart before the war. It's true I went to see him before Christmas. But I didn't call him, he called me.
When?
On Saturday, late.
What did he say?
Oh, no, Sturmbannführer. In my business, information is a commodity, exchangeable on the open market. But I'm willing to trade.
What do you want to know?
Everything. Why you had to break into the apartment last night, why you're keeping secrets from your own people.
2 days ago, I fished a body out of the Havel. Turned out he was an alter Kampfer, one of the founding fathers of nationalism.
I'd gone to bed early. The weather was foul. I wasn't feeling sociable. Hadn't for weeks. You know how it is. Berlin can get to you like that. Phone went at about 11:30, just as I was drifting off to sleep. Hello?
There's a telephone booth opposite your apartment. Go to it. I shall call you there in 5 minutes. If the booth is occupied, please wait.
I recognized the voice straight away. I'd only met Stuttgart the once. Believe me, that was enough. I hear nothing for 5 months. Then this.
Charlotta?
Yes?
Forgive me this melodrama. Your telephone's tapped.
They say every foreigner's line is tapped.
Yes, that's true, but public boxes are safe. I'm in a public box now. It's serious, you see. I need to contact the authorities in your country.
Well, why not talk to the embassy?
The embassy's not safe.
I see. Are you saying you want to defect? Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
I deal only with your father, not the embassy.
What do you want me to do?
Come to me tomorrow, and I'll tell you everything. I'll make you the most famous reporter in the world.
Where? What time?
My apartment. Noon.
Is it safe?
Nowhere's safe.
Those were the last words I ever heard Stuckart speak.
" 1945 brought victory to the world. Herr Hitler's triumph was absolute. The secrets of the Führer's war were kept. Now, in 1964 Berlin, a murder case has opened up a bigger investigation for Inspector March. But time is running out, as the watchful eye of the Gestapo has turned its attention towards his unorthodox theories.
You fished out of the lake one of the glorious pioneers of the National Socialist Revolution. How you had left him where he was.
We have known about Party Comrade Bueller for some time. Unfortunately, at some point last week, the bastard found out we were onto him.
And killed himself? And Stuckart?
The same.
Was anyone else of high rank involved?
You are familiar with the former Under-Secretary of State at the Foreign Ministry, Martin Luther?
Of course.
He is the man we seek.
This could be the biggest story of my life, and I want to know what the story is.
How do I know I can trust you?
How do I know I can trust you?
Bueller stole the art. Stuckart received it. Luther's position at the Foreign Ministry gave him an opportunity to travel freely abroad. We believe he smuggled certain items out of the Reich and sold them.
You reported him missing on Tuesday morning?
Oh, I was about to, when Obergruppenführer Globoknik arrived.
He arrived before you even told the police?
The Obergruppenführer took it very seriously.
Did he tell you why he needed to speak to Herr Luther?
No.
Are you in trouble?
Yes, they searched my apartment too.
At 6 o'clock this morning, this arrived at my house by courier. I have to tell you, March, there is easily enough here to send you east.
Zaug and Shia operate a safe deposit box system. Whoever has the key and the letter of authorization has access to the box. And it would appear that we have both.
Interesting. If Buller's suicide was faked, then it is logical to suppose that Stuckart's was also.
That was my conclusion. That was why I visited Stuckart's apartment last night.
Filing.
Take this envelope. Keep it on you. It's better.
Switzerland, huh?
Go. Is he in?
He's seen no one.
What have we here? Stand by for your march. So soon. Empty-handed, I assume.
Unfortunately.
If I know Luther, he's far too cunning to show himself yet. He'll wait a few days. That must be our hope.
I wish to leave the country.
Your file is compendious, March, but nowhere does it mention your sense of humour. Excellent. Who knows? You may yet survive.
I wish to go to Switzerland.
Of course. The scenery is spectacular.
I've checked with Lufthansa. Luther flew to Zurich on Sunday afternoon and returned to Berlin on the last flight on Monday night. I believe he had access to a numbered account. A safe deposit box.
You've got a visa?
Only for 24 hours. I'll be watched.
Where are you going, anyway? A holiday? A little balalaika music on the shores of the Black Sea?
Switzerland. This key, I took it from Stuttgart safe last night. It opens a safe deposit box in Zurich. The Gestapo have got a file on me. They're going to use it on Monday.
Jesus Christ. What are you going to do?
I don't know. I got home this morning to find my apartment turned upside down. They'd even opened my mail. And there was a letter from Clarke. She's decided that I'm not to see Pilly in future. It upsets the boy too much.
Well, she can't say that.
She said if I don't agree, she'd go before the Reich family court and swear a deposition, giving her reasons.
I'm sorry, Xavi.
Look, would you do something for me?
Name it.
They broke into the American woman's apartment as well this morning. Could you ask the Orpo in Schöneberg to take a look occasionally? I've left the address on my desk. Also, I've given her your telephone number in case of trouble.
No problem.
And can you look after this for Pilly? It's not much, but I may need the rest. Hang on to it until he's old enough to know what to do with it.
You are coming back, aren't you? Another beer?
No, sorry, I have to go. I owe you.
Look, Xavi, when you get back, come and stay with us for a couple of days. The younger girls are at a Bund Deutscher Mädel camp for a week. You can have their room. We can work something out for the court-martial.
Look after yourself, Max.
I'll look after yourself, Xavi.
Inspector March?
Yes?
I'm Inspector Schultz, Swiss Police. I'm here to ensure you enjoy your stay. I've got a car outside.
I wasn't expecting a chauffeur. You're following me?
Follow and protect as necessary. It's much easier this way, sir. Let me take that. What hotel are you staying at?
Yes? Just a minute.
Sorry, sir, with the compliments of the lady, room 277, sir.
Oh, got it over there. Thank you. Room 277, please. I thought I told you not to come.
So, I went to New York. I tried to be an actress. That didn't work. Tried to be a journalist. That suited me better, so I enrolled at Columbia to my father's great relief. And then what do you know? I start an affair with teacher. How stupid can you get? Any more wine in there?
Why Berlin?
Chance to get away from New York. My mother, being German, made it easier for me to get a visa. Oh, I have to admit, World European Features is not quite as grand as it sounds. 2 men in an office on the wrong side of town with a telex machine. To be honest, they were happy to take anyone who could get a visa out to Berlin. I didn't know he was married, you see. The teacher. Basic failure of research there, wouldn't you say?
When did it end?
Last year. I came to Europe to show him all I could do it. Especially him. That's why I felt so sick about being expelled. God, the thought of facing them all again. Perhaps I got a father fixation. How old are you?
42.
Whoa, bang in my age range. You better watch out. Are you married?
Divorced.
Divorced? That's promising. Tell me about it.
What is it? She's,
Is she seeing anyone else?
Yes. Party bureaucrat. Much more suitable than me. At least that's what my son thinks.
And you? Do you have anyone?
So many questions. You should have been a detective.
So few answers. You should have been a reporter. You know, when I met you, I hated you on sight. It's a uniform.
Tell me, what do they say of the SS in America?
Oh, come on, please. Don't let's ruin a good evening.
I mean it. I'd like to know.
Well, murderers, sadists, evil personified, all that. You asked for it. Nothing personal intended, you understand. Any other questions?
The war in the East. In Berlin, we hear only of victories.
I read somewhere that the Pentagon estimates 100,000 Germans killed since 1960. The Luftwaffe is bombing the Russian towns flat day after day, and still they keep coming back at you. You can't win, because they've got nowhere else to go.
Is Winston Churchill still alive?
He's an old man in Canada. He lives there. So does the Queen.
The Queen?
Elizabeth claims the English throne from her uncle, King Edward.
And the Jews? What do the Americans say we did to them?
Why are you doing this?
Please. The truth.
The truth. How do I know what the truth is?
Very well, give me the propaganda.
All right. They say you scoured Europe for every living Jew, men, women, children, babies. Say you shipped them out to ghettos in the East, where thousands died of malnutrition and disease. Then you forced the survivors further east. Nobody knows what happened after that. Satisfied? Is that enough?
I'm sorry.
That's why you agreed to eat with me, isn't it? You wanted to pick my brains. And I thought I was using you. Can I have one of those? When I first came to Berlin, and my parents gave me that list of people they knew in the old days, there was lots of theater people on it. Artists, friends of my mother's. I suppose quite a few of them, in the way of things, must have been Jews or homosexuals. And I went looking for them. All of them had gone, of course. Gone east, as they say. But they hadn't just vanished. It was as if they never existed. You asked me of that man at the embassy, if he was my lover.
I'm sorry. That was very rude of me.
Would you have been disappointed if I said he was? Well, he isn't. He'd like to be. I hadn't met anyone. I'm 25. I go where I like. I do what I like. I choose who I like. God, I hate getting this sort of thing out of the way, don't you? Wait. You sure you don't just want me for my mind?
There it is. Green door on the left there. I'll be waiting.
Thanks.
Herr Marsh, is it? And Fraulein Maguire. English?
American.
Ah, good. Always a pleasure to meet our American friends. I understand you have the necessary authorization. Yes, indeed. The hand of my youth. Oh dear, my script has deteriorated since those years. Come, do sit down, please.
Is this an official visit?
How do you mean?
Are you a policeman?
How did you know?
It's my speciality. Next you will tell me it is a delicate matter.
It is a delicate matter.
Sometimes it seems to me that the whole history of 20th century Europe has flowed through this office. Jewish refugees, followed by German officials of, how shall we say, newly acquired wealth. And now Americans. As your great countries come together.
This letter of authorization, how much access does it give us?
You have the key, then you have total access. That is the agreement.
We'd like to begin with the account records.
Very well. What would you wish to know?
When was the account opened?
July 1942, the 8th day of the month.
And who opened it?
Martin Luther.
What were the arrangements for the account?
1 box, 3 keys.
3 keys? How were they distributed?
They were all issued to Herr Luther, along with 3 letters of authorization.
And how did he pay for the account?
Cash. Swiss francs. 30 years rental in advance. Don't worry, Herr Marsh. There's nothing to pay until 1972.
And until last Monday, the box had not been opened for how long?
1943. Nearly 21 years. I might add that there's nothing unusual about this. We have boxes here that have lain untouched for 50 years or more. Was there anything else? There we are.
You do it.
I'm shaking. It's empty, I think. No. Property of the Reich Foreign Ministry, Treaty Archive, Berlin.
Open it.
It's beautiful. What does it mean?
That this deposit box was no more than an extension of Beulah's treasure chamber.
May I? It's Italian, I think. You see her costume? The way the neckline of her dress is cut square. And the sleeves? I'd say Renaissance. Very old. And very genuine.
And very stolen. Put it back.
Do we have to?
Of course, unless you can think of a good story for the customs of Berlin Airport. We better go.
1 minute.
There has to be something more.
What were you hoping for?
I don't know. But more than this. Something that would give me a clue. We've finished here, Herr Zag. Thank you.
Everything is to your satisfaction, I trust?
Perfectly. I must warn you, Herr Zag, that 2 of the joint holders of this account have been murdered in the past week. And Martin Luther himself has disappeared. His life is in danger. Is there anything else you can tell me?
Oh, dear me, dear me. Old clients pass away, and new ones take their place, and so the world turns.
For you.
Oh. Thanks.
From the gift shop over there. I suppose it's where Luther bought the chocolates he sent to Beulah in Stuttgart. Yeah.
Surely he didn't come all the way to Zurich to deposit a painting.
No. No, he came to retrieve something. Perhaps he was worried it wouldn't be there. The chocolates were a message, A signal, perhaps, of success? So far, my old comrade, so good.
What was it?
Not paintings. Even as a retired foreign ministry official, he couldn't have hoped to get anything through customs, not with the extra security for the Führer's birthday.
Money?
No, they had no shortage of that. But paper? Maybe.
Paper?
They were all civil servants. They lived their lives by paper. On paper.
The safe was completely empty?
Yes, sir, empty.
Do you believe in coincidences, March?
No, sir.
No? Good. Neither do I. I don't believe two retired public servants of the same age and rank just happen to choose to commit suicide rather than be exposed to being corrupt. My God. If every government official in Berlin took that approach, the streets would be piled up high with the dead. Nor do they just happen to be murdered in the week an American president announces he will grace us with a visit. Do you know why we're greasing up the Americans, Mark?
No, sir.
Because we are in the shit. Here's something you won't read in the newspapers. 20 million settlers in the East by 1960, that was Himmler's plan. 90 million by the end of the century. Fine. Well,